He gave me that distant reply as I go on to state here, still soaked with the resentment that he had. It was his own inability only that he couldn't let go of resentment, where I wasn't reasonably deserving of it, even weeks later, over genuinely nothing, morally speaking. Don't take my word for it, as it is so that once I saw this from him, even weeks later, I thought to myself, now, I really don't deserve this kind of treatment. And I proceeded to write up the story and narrative of exactly what happened, where 100% of it was over DM, so the full record of what happened was available for me to have to be able to assess it in hindsight, and then to submit it to ChatGPT for its review. And I checked what ChatGPT had to say about it. By keeping the parties neutral and virtually exclusively asking only Socratic method-based questioning to elicit the GPT's findings and answers and its analysis and explanation. It continues on furthermore to state that the AI sided virtually completely with the John character within that situation by the end, and found that Josiah was the one whose reaction was found to be completely out of proportion to the actual events of what happened, essentially. I shared this with him, eventually, that conversation, as it wasn't right for him to continue treating me like I'm some kind of guilty or bad party, even though you don't deserve it, you see? That's how cluster people treat you. Only these types will do that by definition. Even despite my own actual disposition, even after the fact, it seemed weird because he just seemed interested in engineering some kind of synthesized slant against me, upon which to have something to hold against me, even though he's not real. So he just sells you, but nothing. It's fluff. Exactly like what? Like what we saw from Anthony above. When he saw this, did Josiah argue the merits of what was assessed by the GPT? No, because he couldn't, you see. He probably recognized this instinctively, or subconsciously at least. So all he does, no, he simply made up new claims under new made-up moral principles, and then further misrepresented some further details and facts from our own history of friendship between me and him in such a twisted and morphed way that it stunned me. Such as, oh, John, I never said you could share the things that happened between us with anyone else, any other people, or any other AI computer programs for analysis. I shouldn't be surprised, though, huh? You see, they always are addicted to try to stump you because that's their instinct. That's how they love themselves. They feel they're of a higher value when they're stepping on somebody else. It's something sick in the brain because you don't have enough GABA B upregulation. See the moral attempt by Josiah here in trying to invent a non-valid moral law to try to use as a shield? Guess what? As a side note, which I don't even mention here, I took that piece of it and further fed that into ChatGPT and did a whole back and forth, very interesting and extensive thing where it found like, Josiah's wrong. That's not a moral principle that one shouldn't be. Someone gets to screw you offensively, and then you are somehow magically bound to never reveal it to anyone else when you're trying to turn to others for help. That doesn't make sense. He's trying to manipulate you. I'm like, yeah, I know. So when I get you to show that you understand that, and that anyone else will understand that too, then I show that back to them. You can't win with me, so you have to fucking beg God now, is the only one you have left. This is a coming to God moment, baby. Learn how to do good on this earth is what being in alignment with God essentially is, more or less, in essence. That's the core vein of it. He wasn't interested in truth, you see. In the taking of moral responsibility, it appeared to me that Josiah simply wanted to be right, even if he was actually wrong. So he wanted to spin up a new manufactured frame where the walls don't even stand up straight. You blow on them, they fall over because they're not actually supportable or supported with structure. It's not interlocked and integrous. There's no integrity. But that kind of person, generally speaking, is not a person. Where I had genuine cause to hold him as guilty of inconsiderations and as being a bad friend, what was his own instinct? To flip things around and to only see it his way. And this all started from things that are objectively even smaller than molehills. Genuinely, he treated like these were mountains, truly. It was astounding and absolutely ridiculous to me. Although even then, I wasn't failing to be willing to take responsibility of it. It's just that he refused even my taking responsibility for it and apologizing. You see, because they don't want your apology. Cluster B people don't. So, for example, if Anthony, yeah, really, imagine this. If someone like Anthony were to hold you as wrong, if you apologize to him, he'll still be mad at you. Because the apology isn't what he wants. It's all some kind of it's a completely different God that they worship in essence. They have a completely different, the very foundational structure of their moral framework in their brain, the neurons are completely wired in a totally different pattern. It's a totally different fingerprint. You can't recognize it. It doesn't make sense to us normal people. Continuing. The most recent culmination of this happened very, very recently, in fact, Anthony. Now, I'm mentioning that Josiah story here to you now because I want you to understand that I, of all people, do understand the importance of keeping issues at their relative size and treating them accordingly. You see? So don't accuse me of making mountains out of molehills. I know what it is, how serious of a wrong it is to make mountains out of molehills, because I've been on the receiving end of that. You see? And this is a nice and mature way of essentially conveying such a thing back to a person in Anthony's position. We continue. People may look at me and see a guy who just rebukes a lot, and by some people's vision or imagination, and in like a very superficial sense, I could seem to them as if I'm overly rebuking or overly like, just like a tough steak in that regards, like too tough for palatable consumption. No. Genuinely, the opposite is true. I actually appear to genuinely attract more people's instinct to offend, sadly. And there's another reason for that. This has a lot to do with the effect of caffeine on my neurons over time. Once I've been loading my system with coffee regularly more and more and more. I've done this to try to counter some of the effects of what happened from my neurological reprogramming, but guess what? You know what the effect tends to be? I've shared this with other people, and I have to share this. This is even true of other people. Everyone else, all of you people who drink coffee out there in the world, you'll recognize this to be true. But it's more true for me because whatever happened neurologically for me makes it like that this effect is potentiated for me even more so than the rest of you. So when I drink coffee, you're about to see a Mad TV skit. This is how people treat me. But when I stop drinking coffee even for a few days, then it rebounds and everyone treats me the opposite, like I'm some kind of human demigod walking around. Everyone starts falling and worshiping me. People in the streets literally run up to me and give me fucking gifts. It's crazy. And then I start drinking coffee. And then when I walk around, people start avoiding me, saying, "What's wrong with that guy?" I'm just walking. It's unbelievable. Check it out.
Hello. I'd like to return this sweater.
Do you have the receipt?
Yes, right here.
Is there something wrong with the sweater?
Yeah, I think it's mislabeled. It says that it's a large, but it's got to be a small. I know I should have tried it on, but I didn't really have the time. Then when I got home, it was really just way too tight.
Okay, I will credit your card. You don't have to be such an asswipe about it.
Excuse me?
Oh. Okay, you know what, sir? Screaming at me is not going to help.
I'm not screaming.
Okay, I'm sorry. I guess I was just hearing you louder.
What just happened here?
You know what? Forget it, okay? Just forget it, okay? I will credit your card, and then you can go.
Look, we've obviously gotten off on the wrong foot, so I'd like to start over if I could, all right? Hi, my name is Roger.
Call security!
Wait, no.
This is what you people fucking do to me. This is how you fucking treat me.
Yeah, this is Bob. We have an asswipe and sweaters.
Come on, I was not being rude to you, all right? I was just asking you to return the sweater. In fact, I'd say I was being downright pleasant.
Hi, I'm the manager. Is there a problem here?
Yeah. This asswipe just tried to kill me.
I did not try and kill her.
Yeah, and this is exactly the kind of representations that Anthony makes. That's the kind of slant and the stretch that you get on outwards. Same kind of thing. The stretcho facto. The fuck is that?
All right, I'm just trying to return a sweater, and I think we're having a little breakdown in communication here.
Are you threatening me, sir?
I'm not threatening. I just want to return the sweater. How is that a threat?
It's your tone of voice, sir.
What tone? There's no tone. I don't have a tone.
I'm not hearing your tone?
Well, okay, yeah, maybe now there's a little.
Right.
You are threatening me.
Exactly. Now there's a tone, of course, but then now you are threatening me. Like it's all like the minds don't work. All of you are like that guy and this woman. I'm watching it for the last 7 years, super clear. Every human being I come across has this defect to some degree. What is it?
No, I'm not threatening. I'm just saying we have a breakdown in communication. I tried to return this sweater, and she called me an asswipe. Is that like...
He didn't do nothing wrong.
To call your customers asswipes?
Thanks, asswipe.
Can I just please have my receipt?
Okay, just calm down, okay? I have Mason here, and I'll use it.
You'll never get away with this.
Come on, would you please?
Please, I have a husband at home, and he's got two kids begging you.
Give me the receipt.
So just take whatever you want, just please don't hurt us.
What's going on here?
This poor, traumatized clerk was trying to help this guy, and he's being a real asswipe about it all.
I am not being an asswipe. You don't even know the whole story.
Whoa. You better take that racist talk down. You get yourself...
Racist?
Give me this. Let me tell you something, white boy. I don't work here, okay? So I have no problem kicking your ass from here to Tommy Hilfiger. That's him. That's the asswipe that attacked my baby.
Oh, please, I did not attack your...
Shoot him!
All right, sir, just calm down and come with me and nobody gets hurt, all right? Are you people all insane? Look, she called me an asswipe, and all I was trying to do was return a sweater. That's far enough! You gonna shoot me? Okay, you guys want an ass wipe? I'm gonna show you what an ass wipe does. All right, here. Credit my card, you bitch. All right? You wanna go at it? Let's go at it. I'd love to take you down, brown sugar. That's how an ass wipe acts. You know what? That isn't how I act, though, and I'd like to apologize because I just don't think that.
Rabe!
You people are disgusting. As I go on to state here, as a result of what was just described, I actually have long-standing habits of giving people over-generous overlookings of their own offenses. Do you disagree, witnesses, that this is what I've given Anthony here? By apparently fair treatment of him throughout. Even more so. Were other people, I should be angrier even than I am here at this point at him. Were other people in my shoes in the event of the same thing happening, would actually have started just biting them sooner. Everything is reverse in this world unto you when you are a good person operating within a twisted scheme. Those who are twisted call themselves good, and those who are good and proper are called twisted by the twisted. This will never end until the Messiah comes into power in Israel, and eventually the entire world, for which there is a prophecy that's prophesied to onset as a result, a long-lasting messianic age that's expected to come as a result. The funny thing is, in people's capacity as witnesses morally in situations, real life, everyday stuff, they almost always see that I'm right with respect to other wrongdoers when they're outside of the direct controversies. They're not one of the parties. Funny, right? Is there anything that my own mom has done even that was just a molehill that you saw me make out to be a mountain? See, have you been watching my interaction with her for a year? Or is it the case that in hindsight, after enough thorough examination, it turns out I'm essentially right or otherwise reasonable enough about virtually every single aspect of what it is that I've claimed about even her own offenses and her own impropriety? And yet this is where the funny thing starts. If you watch me with perfect rebuking across dozens of people even, amazingly, you people come out of the woodworks left and right to fucking try to antagonize with me. I don't know why. High GABA B density. You're guaranteed to lose, but you don't understand that. Misreading everything. I ask furthermore now, Anthony, is it the case that I have nearly perfect moral vision with everybody else in the world as you've seen it so far, with respect to anything you are aware of involving me and other people? As assessed objectively also by neural network structures, I get AI to validate everything. Objectively. I don't tell it I'm John, I just tell it a neutral story and it evaluates. Oh, how am I right every time, magically? Promise you the Messiah is going to use AI. We continue. But then, see, when I take up a problem with you because of something that I said or implied that you actually have done wrong, then all of a sudden what? This is the first time in the track record of mine that I'm suddenly completely wrong now? My entire moral vision suddenly now becomes warped? I was having flawless victory everywhere else until I fell at the feet of Anthony, who's the real Lord and King of morality. I mean, Anthony, you're definitely not. You're some of the worst moral people that I've seen, actually. In certain lights. In certain lights, you're not. But in certain ways, you are. I think that'd be the fairest way to represent the matter with respect to you. As it has to do with you, really. Continuing. But only for you. This is the case, right? We're such that I'm somehow wrong and easily disprovable only when I'm arguing with you, but I'm a literal fucking machine everywhere else, right? That's what you believe about yourself? Such that this is where I am here now in relation to you on the moral controversy here? This is the delusion. This is what I'm saying you're not seeing, you're not getting it, right? Like, that's a joke. You really believe that this is a sensible pattern of occurrence within the actual objective reality? Or might it be more likely that here it's once again actually you who has moral oversight, just like you had on the previous issue that you haven't apologized yet about? 12 videos posted. Anthony, no offense, but let me tell it to you this way. If I were wrong here, this would be the same as if Magnus Carlsen would be wrong in a chess match, that is such as to lose, with some average person taking off of some high school campus somewhere. Alright? Out of 8 billion people, there's maybe about only 10 or 15 human beings of those 8 billion alive that even possess the capability to even be able to beat him once ever out of an entire series of even 100 chess matches in a row or 1,000. You understand? It's like levels, orders of magnitude of fucking disparity. And witnesses regarding the actual matter and material, the real stuff between the level of comprehensiveness and morality and moral logic and framework and reasoning that you see Anthony put forward in the aggregate over this entire set of stuff we've overlooked compared to everything that I've stated. Is the difference not like literally levels? Is it not actually literally like almost as if you are talking to a child, ironically? I don't believe I was treating him like a child so much so, except that, or rather, I wasn't treating him in a way that was unreasonable for how he was actually showing himself. But Anthony's the one responsible for himself becoming treated in a certain way. See that? That's the part, again, that cluster B personality disorder people in general in life don't seem to understand. So why does Anthony keep matching that description over and over? It would seem. Continuing. You don't get it, dude. If you think you're right and that you actually are, therefore, as a result of that, then I absolutely have no business whatsoever claiming to be the moral GABA god who is just that damn good, who has the super high moral doctrines, world stage level revelation bound kind of stuff. And no joke, check out the stuff on my channel. I'm preparing for big shit. And you don't even know. Continuing. If Anthony is actually right here in this situation, and not even barely so, just substantially so, it's like a blowout, yeah, which is what you effectively assert or claim by the way you're talking to me, huh? If this is so, then furthermore, if you have this righteousness over me that you believe, where it's because I've actually been wrong here to you due to nothing more than my own purported or claimed by you moral situational blindness here, then not only do I have no business whatsoever claiming to be anything special at all, but then I'm also morally delusional then as well as outright delusional. If I'm actually at a level where my claims can't be backed up by the actual merits of my moral vision, moral petitioning, then I'm just completely you write me off. It means I'm worth nothing in the field that I tell you this is my wheelhouse. Do you think that that is the latter case that is so from what it was said there? People usually accurately appreciate their own level of chess skill, for example, but I'm telling you that morality is even trickier and more illusory than the delusions involving people's own assessment of their own driving skills, where, as people know, it's like a phenomenon in life, right, where the average licensed driver actually sees himself as better than more than 4 out of every 5 drivers, right? It's like some funny thing like that. So it unveils the delusion that people have about self-assessment. They can't self-rate. Every driver thinks he's better than 80% of drivers. No, you're not. But I'm telling you something else, surprisingly, class. It is even worse when it comes to people's self-assessment of their own self-righteousness at a moral fiber level. In that domain, almost 100% of people rate themselves as being more commonsensibly on point morally than almost 100% of all others. Cuckoo, cuckoo. And the only people who are somewhat fairly enough resistant to this that they're okay are neurotypical, empathetic, compassionate people that are distinctly outside of the bounds of cluster B associated things. It's the biggest delusion on the planet. And you just watched my own mom, someone you originally prior to, you thought that she was A-okay, to end up showing the woo-woo once you zoom in enough, which took a year for you to do because you don't show up in 5 minutes to cut through the shit like a hot knife through butter. You sit behind your phone and computer for a year writing emails where you see they don't work, and then it's all too slow. I'm not completely chastising you for what you've done. You've done a lot, Anthony, and you sat and you took time with meetings, but I still don't think it was enough. And if we turn to other people, if moral witnesses, new ones of ours, were to assess, did Anthony do enough? And they come and ask you what you did, and they come and ask me, they might conclude, I have a feeling that say like, I understand why you could be disappointed with what Anthony did. You see that? But Anthony wouldn't understand why. Blindness, for the same reason of, look at the top of the screen. Blindness. Get it? Continuing. Anthony, I am telling you, that is all that there is my biggest hint to you, that you are not seeing yourself correctly. You get it? And thus, in essence, in effect, your positioning is an objectivity actually causing you to manifest the same, or similarly, morally, functionally speaking, as my mom has and had before us now, within our own situation with her. The same manifestation. Anthony asks her, lady, you're wrong. And she's like, no, I'm not. She'll say crazy things that don't line up. Just like here now. Continuing. Even a molehill, however, is still a molehill, and is something that shouldn't be there. If it is a molehill, and if it in fact shouldn't be there, we still have to take responsibility. That's the most important thing. Before we proceed to assess whether it is a mountain or a molehill that I've brought up here, objectively speaking, by proper right and moral standing, by the magnitude and the size of the moral significance and impact on people's dignity, I ask, is it the case that you took responsibility for this thing? Scroll up and see, guys. Did Anthony take responsibility for any part of this? No? Why not? Why does he keep avoiding doing that? Because he's scared. Because something's wrong. He has some moral deficit where he thinks that if he admits that he was wrong, that this means he's losing and that he's less worth of a person. That's also not true. Anyone else who knows that, like, no, that's better. That's like better. You're a better person if you do that. No one that's why people lose respect for people in Anthony's position here. They don't look at him and see like, yeah, that was great, Anthony. I love how you wrote that. That was the best thing. We love you more now. No, we don't. Anyone watch that would be like, oh, we're going to be distancing him from him now. Go figure. I continue here. Have you, Anthony, recognized that any of it was wrong? What you did? Should any portion of the wrongdoing or inconsideration fall into some kind of area of essential immunity? Where one in my position should not properly have the moral right to complain about it even? What the hell is that? I don't think that's viable. And yet, furthermore goes on to say it, I tell you, the things I'm complaining about are not merely moral molehills. These are almost mountains. This is serious. Why? Because the level of indignation you're bringing to one in my position is a big deal and not minor. I already overlooked a lot. And you still don't give a shit. This is a fucking insult. It's not superficially impactful. It's not negligibly so. Oh no. I say, as it goes on to state here, that these are morally substantial oversights on your part that cause morally entitled offense to become borne upon multiple other people in the situation, including me. If any witness here reasonably disagrees, let me know. I don't think this is a concern anymore by now. So you see what you're dealing with. Or furthermore, add in parentheses, which is what here gives me the moral jurisdiction to raise this then. That's called rebuke. In such a manner as to at least attempt to hold you to account in a good faith manner. Because I'm seeking what? Return and repentance, restoration. I'm trying to help you, trying to restore your fucking soul. Blind guy. Continuing. You are here beheld as trying to essentially frame it to be the case that it is merely my own implicitly custom alternative or non-objective moral framework, yeah, sure, right, that I'm trying to cast upon you, and that it is for that reason implicitly that you somehow rightly, supposedly, essentially hold my position and my own actions here as wrong or inappropriate. Huh. However, are you sure that this is accurate? That's the question a fair friend would ask you. Cause you to self-reflect, where if you then are given the opportunity to self-reflect, where reasonable people in your shoes would across the board all have reflected better, then if, God forbid, as a side note, now, if we actually see as a response to this email, he continues to write more of the same, more offensive, same line kind of garbage, then it's like, and you are responsible for how. I no longer am responsible for you. Fuck. We are our brother's keeper. That's what it means. Everything in moral framework lines up. Open the Bible, you'll understand. First upregulate your receptors to AI levels, then open the Bible, and then it makes a different sense to you. Good. And I furthermore state, I say, Josiah too, somewhere in his texts to me, tried actually saying something very similar. That it was somehow me who was wrong, and that he was right. See, if my moral framework were some kind of pretend structure, just some kind of game, witnesses, is there something blatantly defective about my moral structure that it's non-applicable? If so, you better let me know. Tell me in the comments below. If it were some kind of pretend structure, some kind of game, well, that doesn't actually, if that wouldn't actually have traction in reality, and if it's not based on or even fully corresponding to the actual moral objective framework of reality, then AIs like ChatGPT shouldn't be able to find that the one in my position is actually in the right within those circumstances, then you would agree. So therefore, if I can reliably take every single situation that I'm in, bring the facts and all the contents to any AI that's competent, and have it output an assessment that always lines up, like, it's like a pitcher who pitches perfect games every game. Why am I able to do that all the time? Now you understand what research chemicals can do to the human mind. I am the real life limitless. You better believe it. If my own moral framework is some kind of personalized make-believe, but yours is somehow objectively more better, because despite your understanding of right and wrong being different here, that which you have and that which I have, you still think that, oh, if John has a different angle on this than I do, Then automatically it's because John's wrong, right? That's what makes sense. I'm telling you. That the thing you are dealing with is something known as the Dunning-Kruger effect, which is this. You know where you are? You're right fucking here. Okay, let's do that again. You would think that the level of actual competence with the level of self-assessed competence would look properly something like this. If you watch the screen. Okay, once again. That is, the stupider you are, the more humble you are, and then the smarter you get, the wiser you know you are. However, where's the deviation? The only place on this graph where there's a deviation is here. What the hell is this? Why is this differential? Because you're stupid. That's why. What do I mean? If you observe here, it's literally called Mount Stupid. You know nothing almost, but you think you know everything. That's where I'm watching you. It's unbelievable. So here's the interesting dilemma. People of this type, the real cluster Bs of this world, who actually know nothing, but their self-assessment is overly high here on that axis, they're actually here. And then the actual person who knows what he's doing is about here. So from the outward level, you have a problem because both of those two show at the same level of outward confidence. So you see two people arguing with each other. Both of them are like, no. So from the outward level, supervisors are like, at first it's like, I don't know which one's right. No. But here's the funny thing. They both have all this self-confidence, yet, one of them is distinctly higher on the actual objective level, and one of them is actually much lower here. It's levels. Okay, you still think as was going on to state here that it is your understanding that would be more objectively meritorious, your understanding that would be more defensible, right? Witnesses, help get this guy's thinking clear for him, huh? Very good. We'll do the right thing, I hope. Then the GPT, as an objective program, would consider the facts of our situation, would see all of your texts and emails about this verbatim, as they are here, and would step into both of our shoes. It would analyze in order to find that here, the one who's in the moral wrong would be me. Is that so? Why does it keep consistently finding the opposite? And I would be wrong, it would find, presumably according to you, implicitly, precisely for the same reason that you find me wrong yourself. Because, in essence, both of you would agree that it's because I'm not respecting what you stated. And that, is, in this precise exact scenario, such a thing, is something that one in my position just flat out does not have the moral right to be able to do in the way that I have actually done here. Is that correct, Anthony? I already mentioned that in the event of a further essential non-hearing of each other, that I would end up taking this matter over to that AI for genuinely objective review, where I also may recruit at least one actual human witness on top of that, at least in order to see if the human being's sensibilities will independently match the findings and thought process of the AI. I promise you it will. Though maybe no need. Maybe your own friends here watching this, your witnesses will say, yeah, Anthony, you got to wake up, bro. We got to help you. You got to step in here and say, maybe we don't know this guy, John, or maybe we do. If we happen to be one or two people, or we know both of them. Whoever this guy is, though, he doesn't sound very happy, but he has every right not to be happy with you, Anthony. I think that's the part you're not getting. We got to do the right thing. And that comes by a realization. First, you need to feel the shame and the remorse. That's the first step. It's your capacity to feel this is what needs to become cultivated. Funny, actually, ever since I knew Anthony, since I was 6 years old, I've never seen him feel bad about anything he's ever done, ever. That's another, now that I think about it, that's another flaming huge sign of a narcissism. Narcissist never wants to be seen as like ever, like it's weak or something, like it's wrong. But every normal person, happily, shamelessly, they're proud to show that they were wrong and that they're sorry and they're humble. Like, it's just a totally different programming. What's wrong with these people? Cluster B types. We continue. I already mentioned Then in the oh, I already said, yeah. And we would see if the human sensibility independently matches the findings and thought process of the AI. Yet, despite this understanding of yours, you've nevertheless done what? You've doubled down on your position. Basically telegraphing to me, I still think I'm so right that, yeah, I don't believe I will be responsible because I believe that if you turn to AI, it will find that I'm right, such that you can't blame me for anything. Of course, this is, again, trying to apply normal thinking onto cluster Bs. Again, he's not even thinking that. He's just thinking, I'm right. I don't know anything else. Leave me alone. I'm right. See the problem? Non-thinking. Continuing. Where such person, Anthony, in this situation, he's outright attempting to essentially form guidance to me as to what I should be doing, such as to frame that it is I who am somehow essentially so morally lost and confused here context-wise that I appear to frankly be in need of promptings by one in Anthony's own position. Yeah, right. Witnesses, do you agree that this is the case? Should I be taking my moral imperatives and directives from Anthony? I should put him on my pedestal so that he becomes my master in essence, huh? If I actually did that, would that be a blessing or a curse onto the world as a net overall effect? If you took my moral understanding and then we had me drop everything I understand and simply adopt his paradigm, would I become a better vector for everybody else in turn or a worse one? Think about that. Leave your comments in the section below. This, what you have done here, indicates to me, as it goes on to say here, a few things. Chiefly, that despite what's been written and discussed so far, you simply do not see yourself as wrong. Anthony, I can see how you think. I don't think you understand that either, so make it clear. Your words here in that email there in particular are very good and clear in terms of showing how it is that you see things and how you think. Here's the other thing I want you to get. I understand how it is that you see this. You see? Continuing on. If I didn't, similarly to the way my mother generally doesn't even understand our position as to how and why it is that I'm actually right, and you agree, and that she's wrong, then again, I'd have no business claiming to be the special guy with this particularly high levels of moral insight. So the question is, if I already do understand fully how it is that you think and see all of this, that you show that you see, yet I insist that there's an even greater Yu-Gi-Oh! Trap card of even greater effect that's relevant on this field that does change the resulting conclusion as to what is happening in the overall meta-level transactionary plane here, once fully considered, then is it the case that you're the one who's not actually seeing what is there? Or is it me who is somehow the one who's seeing something that's not there? You see? Is it the one person who's dumb, in essence, morally, or naive? Or is it the other person who's crazy or delusional, morally speaking, that I'm overthinking it? See, Anthony said, you're making it bigger than what it's supposed to be. No. This is just correct refinement, and you're the one who's short of the mark. Get it? Witnesses, if you reasonably disagree, with confidence, sure, write it down. Comments below. Continuing here. You see, that is the paradigm that extends as far back as ancient human history. Is the one person dumb, or is the other person crazy? See, when Josiah tried his trick, he said in essence, oh, don't try to cast your moral framework on me because I don't subscribe. He said simply, don't try to cast the Judeo-Christian framework, even though we spent half of our conversation talking deeply about biblical stuff for 7 years. All of a sudden, magically, at a moment of his convenience, he's going to make up, oh, I don't necessarily subscribe to Judeo-Christian principles. What? And furthermore, secondly, even if you didn't, strictly speaking, that doesn't exonerate you to hold you magically guiltless. That's like me going to China, blowing people's heads off with my rifle once I get there. Somehow I got it passed. I don't know how. Should be possible. And then, later, when they fucking put me in one of their camps, like you committed murder of one of our people, I'll say, I don't believe in your laws, so you can't. I'm not wrong, therefore. See? It doesn't work. So no angle does this work. It's only revealing you to be the self-addicted psycho that you are, in essence, figuratively speaking. Or more accurately stating narcissistic style of cluster B overall. Problem is, as it goes on to say to you, there is still such a thing as offending people and bringing indignation to them in a way that, where you do it in a way that's not contextually justifiable, and you're wrong, of course. Continuing, yes, people with substantially differing moral frameworks or value sets truly cannot coexist long-term stably. It's true, because it's impossible. For one of them will always end up taking offense that they feel is legitimate and the right to take on offense as a result of the actions that other took that were seen wrong, or the treatment see, that the other person gave that was not right, but the one who gave it, well, that other person felt that that was totally fine. That should always be fine. You should never even dream of thinking it's wrong. I should never even dream of apologizing for it. You see? Two different value systems, that's why. It's only a matter of time till we find out. Societies, properly speaking, are functional cohesions that are coalesced around an overarching singular moral value system. It's not just a collection of people that happen to live in close proximity to one another. That's not what a society is. Funny, many commentators recently do state that we don't have society anymore. You just only are left with people who happen to still live in close proximity to one another. We don't actually align societally anymore. Dangerous. If we belong to the same society, as it goes on to state here, particularly if we are within the same community, the presumption is that it's the same set of values that we share that determine what is right and what is wrong. You see, Josiah is telling me he simply rejects values that he magically, just for the moment, transiently can make up and stay for the sake of his own addiction slant game isn't his for that moment there. That's not a valid way for him to strive for a clean moral and reputational picture, or to honor his friendships, or to honor God generally, who he does strongly believe in. Idiot, and even bigger shame on him. I was actually originally more angry at Josiah, actually, than I was at Anthony, but I'm actually just about almost as angry with Anthony now, given where this ends up going. Anthony dishonors you over and over, and then tells you, gaslights you in saying, that's not dishonor, while he repeatedly dishonors you. See the problem? Continuing. Josiah, he can't just make up something like that. For example, that murder and drinking the baby's blood is okay. Just because he decides, because it's his moral paradigm, right? And if you challenge him now, it's not him that's bad, it's obviously you, because you're not respecting him, see? Because you're challenging his moral system. He never accepted yours. You have to accept his. See, people never understand how fucking weird their logic is, because they're in it. They are the flaw. Does that make sense, what I just posed above about the nonsensicalness of what I just said above? And of course not. It goes on to state here, it doesn't make sense because, drumroll, just like the Chinese yuan was pegged to the US dollar, I don't remember whether it still is or whether they depegged, right? Morality is pegged to dignity. That is, in essence, what is wrong in life, morally, is treating someone else in a way that is either actually or constructively would be reasonably offensive to such a person. Anyone in their shoes, reasonably, across the board, even despite the given natural variation of human sensibility and nature. That furthermore is what objective morality is defined as. Even highest level AI couldn't appreciate that fact when I originally presented to him, and then hours later, you'll just read on. That's right, I just established and defined that yes, there is an objective morality. Even ChatGPT didn't agree with this initially, yet after dozens of hours of crazy, extensive, and sophisticated conversations, where I eliminated every single one of its arguments and counterexamples, dozens and dozens of them, it eventually realized, essentially, oh my God, this human is actually right. Morality and dignity are essentially fully correspondent. Besides, by common sense or intuition, many, if not most people, would agree rather quickly that it is the correct way to encapsulate that matter and understanding overall. Okay, so, dude, it is a free country. I can turn my ass around in the street, bend over and blow big farts a mere foot away from people while they're walking by me, and then jiggle and giggle. Just because I can doesn't mean I morally am fine to do so. Morally speaking, it's fucked up. So, as it goes on to state here, when those people get reasonably offended, can I then go up to them and be mad at them that they became offended at me? Such as to press me on the matter? No. See, this is the same reason why you, Anthony, are in no position to get mad at me or to take offense or to put me under a supposed slant, the cluster B addiction slant. I believe in essence strongly that the supposed fact that at the actual fact that one did end up taking offense at the thing that you did, man. Are you starting to understand? Witnesses, should any reasonable person by this point in beholding these things have reasonably come to understand that there's at least a fair, significant, if not substantial chance that I might actually be right on this matter, would be enough of a point where Anthony owes morally to simply back off and go like, all right, like, you know, maybe you have your points too. You might be right on some of what you're saying. So, you know, all right, well, in that case, we probably should talk about it a little more. Let's see where we go. I want the best for us. I value our friendship. That's what you should be telegraphing. At the end of the day, no matter what happens, let's really, I want to let you know that I value our friendship. I wouldn't dare disrespect you to jeopardize our friendship. You see? That's the instinctive thing for people to telegraph to each other normally, all the time, every day. That's love for each other. You don't have love for people. You leave them feeling like this, like the way I do, like shit, because of you. You, Anthony. And it's not good. Continuing, I proceed onwards here. In order to get this, you need to have simultaneous, what I call like a simultaneous parallel processing. By getting the situation from both sets of people's shoes, you have to see it from your side and from my side at the same time, simultaneously, okay? By being dead ego-wise since 2016, as I tell people, I died in that coma. And then I resurrected. My brain and framework and life and heart are still working, but I've been this vessel for something else that's been running through me, in essence. This is one of the truest things I've ever said. For about 7 years now, okay? The Jonathan Winslow from before, you knew from that personality you have before, he's dead. Something else woke up, and I'm working and I'm doing my job on this earth to make it the way it's supposed to be for God. You understand? I've reliably been able, as a result of this, automatically as a result of GABA brain, which enables star pattern thinking to be possible over merely linear or limited thinking to become available to me. This has allowed me to basically virtually never be wrong in any moral controversies anywhere ever. It's like playing Mortal Kombat and landing perfect blows to flawless victory for 75 matches in a row. I look at the rest of you humans and you're not moral people, but you don't actually see that you're not. Instead, you each come up with your own idea of how to metal handle everybody and everything, equationally speaking, around you, systemically. And you all each one of you call yourselves right and everyone else wrong. And now 150 stabbings every however many days now ensues in the respective portions of society here and there, and you're all destroying yourselves in your blindness. Probably 1% of people or less have sufficient moral thinking. Anthony, your offense within this situation has been the initializing offense of this whole equation, is the thing that you need to realize. If any witness here reasonably disagrees, tell us in the comments below to save this guy. Otherwise, if he's not savable, you better make that clear too, I think. It'd be right to do. And then, furthermore, as it goes on to state, you then fail to acknowledge that what you did is offensive. No, it's just no big deal. Gaslighting me. I didn't do nothing wrong. Well, you did something wrong by not respecting what I did that I don't think was wrong, even though it might have been. Garbage. Yet, you do so without the context that's proper to take into account. Whereas it goes on to state here, you then take what is my normal and appropriate reaction to what you've done, and you call that essentially wrong and offensive. No, man. Your vision isn't clear. The moral principle in life is, if someone in my mother's position, and pay attention to this. This is your crux of the whole thing here. The moral principle in life is, if someone in my mother's position indicates to someone in your position that she wants to talk to you over the phone, you can choose to ignore her and refuse to speak to her, like I can go fart in my neighbor's faces. Because both of those things would be about equally as respectful to the person that affects. Each one is the same as the other, basically. Are you starting to see the problem now? I can. I'm stupid if I think you should respect that. See, I agree she's stupid in her own way, yet even she doesn't deserve to be treated like that in the way you're trying to treat her. Who would disavow what I'm saying? They're seeing a guy's like, yo, this guy's defending his mother. I'm the witness to this. If Anthony or John brings me in to see this, where Anthony thinks John's wrong, or John's really calling out Anthony here as being wrong. John's defending his mother. How the hell you want me to fucking tell Anthony that that John's wrong for someone doing that? But there you go, exactly. It's common sense, but only the one human being on earth can't see it, and that's the wrongdoer himself who bears a cluster B issue. Uh-oh. Certainly, generally speaking, dishonoring someone when they ask you for a phone call, if you've done to me, asshole, all right, if we're such a person, generally speaking, if that person isn't literally like a nobody and they ain't trying to call you and get you for no reason, your dishonor of them is reasonably insulting and offensive. Therefore, if you do it, you're guilty of essentially insulting someone and offending them. So that's what makes you wrong. Clear moral logic. It's literally axiomatic. Help somebody, help. I'm dealing with insanity all the time with this. Everything around me, especially this now here. Continuing. In this specific situation, there's even a higher moral obligation for you to give a particularized course of treatment and consideration, both to someone in her position and to someone in my position, even more so, especially. Why are you comfortable either actually or constructively offending my mother in a way that isn't reasonably defensible, excusable for one in your position to do? And why are you comfortable even genuinely actually offending me as well by signaling to one in her own son's position that, in essence, and I won't even tell her I won't speak to her. I'll just let her hang like she's a dog. That's what your mother's worth, John. How dare you challenge me on that? My rights are my rights. I think I'm right. Sick. Who wants to be friends with someone like that? Me taking up issue when you appear to be even starting to lean in this direction isn't something for you to become validly offended by, such as to try to dream to spin the slant game. But where you are falsely holding that both I and also her, and also she, somehow have no moral standing to take offense at the thing you're doing. Not calling, not saying anything, just do what I want, right? That is what's actually offensive. I'm telling you that what you're doing is absolutely nuts, and it's a complete moral inversion of reality. Witnesses, if you disagree, tell us in the comments. Otherwise, help us and agree that this is a complete moral inversion of reality. Because helping Anthony, as I was saying earlier, as jokingly, help him in that to defend him. No. You're not helping him by letting him think that this is okay. Really helping that man means helping him realize what the hell right and wrong really are and what the hell is expected reasonably from him in this life. How to participate and live and interact with other people. Keep this in mind, by the way. I'm telling you reasonably, it's like, seems like there's some kind of problem or deficit in terms of his understanding of really how to treat people, how to interact with people. You're going to find guess what he ends up claiming in the subsequent email? Oh, John, you don't know how to deal with people. You're so, you don't know how to talk. What? So again, friends, the inversion never fucking ends. The inversion addictions. You explain someone so deeply, you think anyone reasonable would have understood by now. They're like, I don't understand anything at all. I don't understand your points at all. Can you make a list? Tell me what you mean, 'cause I don't understand what you wrote. So there's a brain deficit. I'm not responsible for that anymore. You have a problem. You need to go to your friends and have them help you some more with this. Okay, as I go on to say to you, this isn't my made-up morality, man. I'll ask ChatGPT, and then I'll ask whoever else is on top of it, too, if necessary, whether it's reasonably the case that one in your position, Anthony, should be morally untouchable when taking on the kind of action or position that you're telegraphing here that you feel you are comfortable to make, that should be made. Disgusting. Most, if not nearly all, people would be embarrassed to be the cause of such an issue for someone and for such a reason. I don't have the moral obligation here to respect you, respect your answer, and move on and take it. Like you're some kind of commanding soldier here. I gave you that to help you feel better. You still don't know how to take it. Everything with you is giving like pearls before swine. You do nothing properly of value here, almost. Or whatever you do that's good, you sadly ruin it later. All of what I've said here is true, and I don't have to respect your answer and move on. Reasonably speaking, that's true. If you disagree, witnesses, tell me below. That is, if Anthony's answer is morally offensive, actually, to one in my position. There you go. That's why. That's why. Saying what you said here to me is the same as if my mom would have said to me, my answer is that I will not talk to you and not be sorry for what I did, so just respect my answer and move on. That's what's right. So you're challenging me? That's what's bad. Don't tell me I'm wrong. That's bad. No, that's the dream of the idiot who wants to avert rebuke. What does the Bible say about rebuke? Smart people love rebuke. Only fools respond to rebuke with disdain and all this. You show yourself what you are. Not good. Just like the correct thing, just like that it isn't the correct thing, furthermore, either for her to say that, nor for me to accept that as being fine and respected when you're the one now who's pulling a disrespect to us, extremely arguably so, if not reasonably so. It then also isn't fine for me to respect what you're doing. The part you're overlooking, or also, like, we didn't have to respect what she was doing when she was doing it. In other words, that's why also, by extension, I don't have to respect what you're doing. Because just like how she's been wrong here, you are wrong here. The part you're overlooking is that you never had the moral privilege within context to refuse the courtesy to one of my mother's position to call her. You get that? Not within the context of the situation. Despite what you claim was the agreement, that's a fake shadow agreement that never existed. You just made it up, pretty much. You spun what was said and to make it mean something else. That's very clearly what happened. If anyone disagrees with that, let me know. Otherwise, it seems to be so. This isn't only true for one simplistic reason, but for many reasons, furthermore, each of which are substantially vital and significant. Where you don't seem to appreciate that you're substantially wrong in your moral evaluation. See how Anthony talks to me and how I'm writing back to him. At least I'm doing it fairly, responsibly, explaining fairly. Then I continue to write. Unless this email here has given you at least slight cause to suspect that I might actually be right, and it should, then I may indeed have to turn to others, to GBT, and to witnesses too. As will you. Nothing that I send to you otherwise when I write to you in texts and send you important things, links, things that deal with my life, it should not get lost. If you do not exercise the full level of care and concern on your end to stay on top of things, you're not a good friend. As mentioned in a previous video earlier on in this set, I sent this video for example, just as an example, to Anthony, assuming he's my friend, so he's got my back, he's going to help me out with this. Tell him, look, there's a problem with this guy, Moral Default by Dr. Sumit Bhatti. My brain is open. Somebody help me. You'd think a normal person would be running to fucking help. So you're telegraphing to the world, we care about that guy. Look, we're helping him. That's a lesson to everybody else who's watching passively. We care about that guy. You treat him like a Danny, not like a... Rather, you treat him like a Tony, not like a Danny, so other people copy that too. I'm going to share that Tony-Danny thing with you as a side note thing. I used to use this with my mom a lot. I said, listen, Mom, you got to understand. Imagine you're sitting here with me in my kitchen, and all of a sudden someone comes in through that door, into my place here. You don't know him. All right? His name is Tony. So you see this Tony, you don't know nothing, you see him for the first time, you lay eyes on him, and then you watch me how I react to him. Tony walks in, and I go, oh, Tony! I get up from my chair immediately, and I run up to him. Tony, oh, it's so great to see you, so wonderful, oh my God. I go shake his hand. Tony, so great, thanks for coming over, I'm honored to have you in my house, blah, 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 blah. Imagine being in my mom's position. How would one in her shoes naturally feel about Tony? Where's her evaluation of him go? Tony didn't do anything. Just from me reacting to Tony, what enframement did I create around Tony in this situation that Barbara, my mother, anyone in that position, would naturally take on vibrationally, simply passively because she's there watching? Oh, Tony's high. Oh, high regard for Tony. She will also copy it instinctively. She would feel bad if she would just turn her back. She couldn't. She'd feel guilty. She'd be like, oh, Tony, hi. Oh, great, Tony. Oh. You see? But now, another parallel situation. Let's say that you have the same situation. I was sitting in my kitchen, let's say with my mom here, and all of a sudden the door opens. Someone comes in. Somebody else. His name is Danny. Danny is Danny, and he walks in. All my mom sees is me looking. She doesn't live with me here, obviously. But it's my old grandparents' apartment that I took over, and they passed away. Imagine that Danny comes in through that door, okay? I get up, I see Danny, and I go, Danny, it's you. What are you doing here, Danny? What do you want? Yeah, yeah, Danny. What kind of stupid trouble are you getting up to now, Danny? What does my mom start to feel about Danny? Danny didn't signal anything different than Tony. What's my mom going to do? Is she as readily willing to turn her back suddenly, like avoid the situation and not really give that man much regard? Of course. Why? Because I committed a fucking fault and treachery. You understand? I am a curse upon Danny's life. Why? Because simply by disrespecting him, I can make other people, by instantaneous plurality, disrespect him. That's the power you have. That is why you don't slander people, unless it's to call them out, condemn them for real wrongdoings they did to you. So the reason that someone, for example, wants to come and signal to the world, hey, we care about that guy, is to what? Show everyone, in essence, monkey see, monkey do with all of you, right? We're here to treat him as a Tony. This is a Tony. This is not a Danny. Here's the trick about my hypothetical situation. Tony and Danny, here's something you didn't know. They're the same person. Ah, that's the same human being. I just simply called him a different name and then gave you two different instances. I could treat him two different ways, and then someone else will see him two different ways. But the seeing him in two different ways isn't real. I created it. It's an illusion. But you're responsible for how you treat people. And you're responsible for when other people are caused or led by something you did to see themselves, bring themselves to see someone in a lower light than where they could be or should be. Now you're learning morality. Something to consider. So, I'm considering that the whole world should be treating me the way Frankie treats me, because that's a reasonable expectation. If you see yourself as a Tony in life and not as a Danny, you will feel indignant when people treat you like a Danny. You're like, no, I'm not Danny, man. What the hell are you doing to me? I have fucking... But you also look to treat everyone with the same thing that you expect people to treat you with. As I said earlier, I don't expect anything other than people that I myself wouldn't do. I'd be running to fucking help people. I text Anthony this. As we covered earlier, I'm just gonna, whenever I get time to it, it's not important. Is that where Anthony has a moral duty as a friend to chronically treat any and all of his friends as a Tony, and wherever he doesn't, he's at moral fault? Does he look like he's treating me like a Tony or like a Danny? No, realistically, let's go look. Again, here, all this that I'm responding to now, that was from above, that disgusting stuff we saw from him. Why? What did he get? Who previously in the life framed me as a Danny in his eyes to cause him to treat me like a Danny? That's the person next in the chain who's responsible. Or whenever someone makes that mistake, you hold them to account. Say, no. That's not a Danny, my bud. That's a Tony. You fucking got a mistake here, and you're going to learn the lesson now. It's not a joke. Nothing, as I was going on to state here now, nothing that I send to you should get lost. I send you life fucking critical things. My brain is open, somebody help me, and you're telling me, all that stuff you said, it gets lost within the things. Huh? I scroll through all this stuff and make a clear presentation on these videos. Did anything get lost on the viewer? No, I think the viewers and witnesses are tracking this effectively. Nothing got lost. If even they can track everything effectively by listening and being on point with everything as we move on through, why couldn't you, Anthony? Nothing should get lost. I furthermore continue to write, if you do not exercise the full level of care and concern on your end to stay on top of things that you owe, you're simply not a good friend. That should be the most obvious thing of all. Tell me in the comments if you disagree. Or even better, please tell me if you agree. Dude, as I go on to state here, man, you're not comatose. You're not drunk. Okay? So nothing should be getting lost. If you see that someone supposedly supposed to be important to you has sent you something, and presumably your family, your close friends, and other authority figures, idols, whatever, people in your life who you regard, are all important people to you, and we should be, and I instinctively include myself in that group, of course, we should be, then there's virtually no excuse for you to overlook something long term such that you don't get around to it. God forbid, given the effect you have upon contributing to the delay of such a person, the prolonging of their suffering. It's not theoretical, it's really happening. I really would have been fine 8 months ago if you did the thing you're supposed to do for about maybe several days in a row. So you are actually really with actual guilt now frying in that karmic frying pan. Boil you. I'm not sending you fucking cat videos as a funny waste of time. Do you think the stuff I'm sending you is important? Do you have any clue to think it might be so? When you don't bother to put the effort to ensure that you do eventually take a look and examine anything that might be important, do you think that's a good thing? Or that it's appreciated by one in my position? Or that it should be? Or do you think it creates the same problem that you create when you signal to people that you will dishonor their requests for a phone call, and shamelessly too, which is stunning? A person can overlook something in the short term when busy because of business, and with an apology and a promise to get around to it soon enough that's put into place, remember, putting things into place of equivalent value, then, in that case, No one is left feeling hurt or unnecessarily overlooked or offended. That's what people do instinctively when they care. Then you'd have to pay them money not to do that by instinct. With you can't even pay you enough money to do the right thing by instinct. Holy mucking foley. When you make a pattern of habitually ignoring multiple things that are or may be somewhat relevant or important, generally speaking, and what are you doing, in effect? You're telegraphing then to the person that in essence, the things that are important to you aren't important to me. You're not important to me. I don't care enough to make sure I stay on top of it. If whoever you idolize most in the world as their biggest fans, if you're their biggest fan, I actually reached out to you, contacted you, began to form a relationship with you, sent you substantial volume of whatever could be some things, out of sheer respect for that person, you would be running to go examine everything they sent you with a fine-tooth comb or microscope, and then happily let them know you gladly took a look at every finest, last wonderful thing of all the wonderful stuff they sent you. And thank you so much for sending me all this too. It was great to get to spend 4 hours of my time, even just right now, immersed in this wonderful stuff. I'd do it again any time for you, sir, Mr. Superstar. But immorality is failing to treat the people in your own everyday lives as the superstars that they actually are. When that kid gets brain cancer, for example, at age 5, he's at Make-A-Wish. He's a superstar. Nobody treats him like crap. Why? Because he's fucked. But people feel sorry for him and they love him. But you are too busy to do everything that one in your position reasonably can do? You're full of crap, dude. I say you're not a group of people, sure. Cool, okay. So if I apply the standard of what one good, fully caring person would do, just one good, fully caring person would do for their lifelong friend with genuine brain damage and other serious issues, many of them, how closely do you yourself here show by merit in comparison to what that one good friend would do for a normal person if they were doing it right? Okay? Anthony, I know what busy looks like, all right? I arguably have had a substantially greater life in this world than you have in some measures and degrees and by some angles, one can say. You get me? I've seen many things and many people in this world. I know what busy looks like. You're delusional. You don't fucking have shit going on sufficient to the level to even dream to justifiably excuse what you're doing here. Yet you dream to try to put that forward? You should be embarrassed. The reason that you aren't there sufficiently for me isn't because you really are so busy, that much busy. It's because, actually, you just simply do not give a sufficient fuck. And it is for no other reason, essentially, beyond this. Witnesses, I'll stop you right here for a moment. Do you, in your assessment of this, find my statement here to be reasonably disagreeable or incorrect? If so, you'd better leave a comment, I think. Otherwise, I think we've really truly found and mutually agreed and saddled this guy with a correct finding of what's going on. Also, let's continue furthermore here. You see, busy people find time for the things that they care about, 100%. It's called prioritizing. The busiest people in the world have all the time exactly for the things that they make the time for, by choice. They're not slaves. If someone isn't a priority in life, as I go on to say it here, you won't make the effort even if you became less busy. And I've seen you do this. I remember, Anthony, I'm going to call you out right now again to your face. I would to your face the same. Make no mistake, nothing about how I've been speaking here. I'm not one of those disingenuous people like a keyboard warrior. When I say something, I say it, I would never hide. If I write it to you, I would say it to your face looking at you dead in the eye. Everything I'm telling you here, I'd look at you straight in the face and tell you dead in the eye. You know that to be the case. You are the one who would slip and slide and slip away. That's how you are by your nature, I find. I remember when you were in your college years, for some reason it did take you about 10 years to get your 4-year degree. About 10 years of consistent trying. I'm happy you got it. Now that you got your degree, for the first time afterwards, where you got it only relatively recently in life, where you had been involved in a full-time class schedule, then you stopped being involved in a class schedule. Here's the funny thing. This started happening a little bit while you were still dealing with class and stuff. I remember you would tell me things like, listen, man, the reason that I can't handle a certain thing right now that you asked or you bring up is because I'm too busy with class. I remember sitting there going, oh, okay, cool. And I remember thinking to myself, watch this, because I'm a Gabba B overlord. I'm like, I know exactly what's going to happen. Here's the truth. In actuality, someone who's dealing with your workload isn't sufficiently able to use that workload as an excuse, but rather, if they were moral people, they knew what they were seeing me go through, they would pause their things momentarily and give me the full support. So the number one, that representation is not genuine. But how do you know number two? There's two ways to find something to be disingenuous. Number two is this: when you remove them from the full-time class setting, oh, all of a sudden they're more free, right? Okay, if they're more free now, and then you ask them something similar, comparable, all of a sudden, if they magically still have no answer for you, no compliance for you to help you in cooperation, now they expose themselves. So before, when you said class, was that an excuse? Exactly. Before, when you said to my mom you wouldn't speak to her because you're busy, because something days off, same shit. It's some nonsense excuse. You're disingenuous. You're a coward. You hide behind nonsense. So to begin with, originally you could have done to help, but you didn't, and then you lied to say it's about you. Do you even believe it yourself? Who knows? I think they partially do. It's like they even lie to themselves. They delude themselves. It's not because you're school. It's not because you're busy. It's because you have a problem. And then when you're completely free, you still say you're busy. Now you're busy with sitting around in your living room or wherever you are. Raymond even told me, honestly, he said, dude, I didn't even bring this up. I was surprised Raymond brought you up. So it was interesting because I didn't see you in a bad light even so far back then. Raymond interestingly saw you in a worse light than I did. So it was funny for me to listen to him say this, but by now I completely agree. I'm like, wow, Raymond was right. What the fuck? Raymond was like saying like one thing and then another thing, not too much. And I believe I've shared most of it, but here's another part I didn't share. He's like, yeah, and I'll say something else too. Anthony spends a lot of his time he's into his like computers and the systems and the games and Discord and this and that, and he's up all night on all that shit until 7 in the morning. And it's really not good. He's laughing. He's like, it's really not good for him. He's wasting so much fucking time on that. When I heard that, I was like, oh, really? Oh, that's the fucking bug we're dealing with, huh? Fucking mouse. That's the fucking person we're dealing with. He doesn't have time for you, the human being. He's got 5 hours he has to spend on his own terminal. Bullshit, all right. Get the fuck out of here. You're not busy. You're busy with selfish shit you should be embarrassed about to claim that it makes you busy, too busy to help a friend. Witnesses, what do you have to say about this? Anthony, you don't like anything I've said? Make your own response. Please. The more you talk, the worse it goes for you. You just don't realize that part. You show yourself to be ugly. Look above here. Yeah, you saw that? God, I do write long, but hey, what you wrote there? This is ugly here. It's just ugly. Where was I? Skimming. So, funny enough, after my friend, I still call him a friend. I don't know if I'll be doing that much any longer unless he is fucking apologizing, begging for fucking forgiveness, which is essentially what he would owe, reasonably speaking. Do witnesses agree? If you disagree, let me know. After he stopped his classes, he became way more free. I'm still literally giving him a chance in my mind going, oh my God, now finally, poor guy, he was so busy with his classes. And I'm thinking that he's reaching out for me literally the next day after his classes are done. Okay, now my classes are done. Now I have finally am able to come sit with you and help you out with these things, and we'll work together. We'll plan out the next steps. We'll talk about everything. I'm there for you, John. What do you need? No. Literally, you think he would become even if slightly, all right, if you become like 80%, like if you become 40% more free, then give at least, maybe you won't give the full corresponding 40% greater attribution to someone else to give to them, but even if most of your shit's freed up, then give maybe like 10% more, 20% more, so you see them, no, I got 0% more. Literally, he didn't upgrade his shit one notch, even though he became way more free. So I'm like, you were full of shit then. And I thought back to what Raymond said. I'm like, yeah, I get it. He thinks about himself. He's just selfish. That's all we're dealing with here, it seems. So, given this, I return to the email where I write to him here. If someone isn't a priority to you, you simply will not naturally make the effort then, even if you became less busy. You choose what you do with your time. As I said before also, you're not a slave. You choose everything you do in your life. So you can't then turn to other circumstances to blame them. I'm busy. Funny, he didn't even say what he's busy with, just I'm busy. What is he trying to do? Evade responsibility. That's what cluster B types do. That's what my mom does. It's not me, it's everything else I can try to possibly point at. It's that. It's that reason's fault. It's that other thing's because of that. No, it's not. It's because of you, the choices you are making, which are wrong, morally wrong, so therefore they're contemptible. Abominable, perhaps. Not good for you. Not good for anyone around you who's associated with you. Hardly, as it goes on to say here, do I feel a genuine tone from you of, dude, I really am sorry. I really would be there for you so much more if I could only just get slightly less bogged down by all the busyness that I have, my bro. John, you're my man. I care about you. Did we see any of that? Did we get any of the Frankie treatment from him? Witnesses, what do you think? It's clear already. So if not, that's what exposes him for the devil he is in essence. Figuratively speaking, I think it's devilish for him to take on the kind of slant that he has. And it's not an unreasonable thing outright for me to essentially state it that way. If you disagree, tell me in the comments. So this is how one in my position, as it goes on to state here, can actually smell what your true heart really is. So don't pretend that the problem is only that the busyness of his is so much, and also that it's somehow me here who's unreasonable for expecting you to do what a group would do. What? What? What the hell does that even mean? Really, you can see his brain's not even working. This is all just poplątane po polsku in Polish. Just it's like tangled up knots. It's not straightened out. His thinking. Oh, sorry, I might help to save your life, but, you know, sometimes it can take more than one person to help with all that. So, for that reason, then you won't see much of me around at all, such that I'll, as a result, be precisely 0 of those few needed by you people here. See? How does that logically make sense? It doesn't. Okay? Furthermore, you say you're busy, too. You claim it, so substantiate it. Substantiate it. Busy with what? You see, funny, you say busy, yet you say nothing as to what about. A truly busy person who's really regretful about the fact that they are, like, fuck, my friend's in trouble, I gotta run to help him, oh my god, I can't even be there, I'm so fucked. See? That's normal wiring. What happened? Continuing with such people who, furthermore, really, such a person who really does truly wish in his heart that he can help more, he will give damn accountability. He would convey exactly what it is he's doing and why. If I were to call up my Jersey friends from back in the day, especially like the prime day that we were most together, sync-wise, vibe-wise, and say, hey, what's up? Can I see you? Or have you come down here? Do you know what I'd hear? If they were busy, in fact, for example, they wouldn't ignore me for 3 days, come around, give me spiteful emails. I'm too busy for you. They say, Johnny, oh, sorry, I have to deliver pizza till 6:30. Then my mother's hairdresser has to take my nephew's saxophone for her class. I promised I'd help set up the stage with these exact hand tools. I need to go to this exact store to get it, and that's because of this, that I won't be free until I get out at maybe 10:47. But you know what, since I don't work at Bobby's Mechanic Shop at 426 Meow Meow Avenue until 3 p.m. tomorrow, would it be all right if I started driving to you then after I get out of work? At 11 o'clock at night, so I get to you by about before 1 a.m.? Then we can talk for about 3 hours straight, and we'll help you figure it out. Thank you, guys, and I love you, and I miss you guys. Those of you who are good. A couple of you weren't, but those of you that were good were good. What are friends for? Funny. That guy, that amalgamation of as characterized by that person there, he is busier than you, yet he has more time for me than you. You see the problem there? So what's the problem? Regard. You have a respect problem. You are actually the one who does not respect your friends enough to sufficiently show enough to give a shit about them. But you claim that I don't respect you. You see how it's always an inversion mechanism with these types? Now I think we see it very clear, sadly. Fuck, I even feel sorry for me. Reading this, like, fuck, this poor guy. Oh, wait, that's me. Oh, my God. What the fuck? Continuing. And also, funny, I found in life that truly busy people, and I've seen some of them quite really the busiest, have way more time running multi-million-dollar companies, like multiple ones of them. Fucking multiple millionaires. I know what busy looks like. They fucking have way more time than you, idiot. How's that possible? Oh, it's because you're actually full of shit. You're disingenuous. It's not really busyness. You're just inept and incapable and non-loving as a person to your brother. You don't treat me as a brother. That's busy people have way more time for me than actually less relatively busy people, as it states above. That, which I've depicted above, that there, Johnny, oh, sorry, let me come in here. Yeah, that is what's normal. Okay? You don't seem to understand moral. You have your own idea in your mind of what you're supposed to be doing, how you're supposed to be fundamentally as a human being on this earth to other people and the way you treat them. Your very understanding of how to live is wrong. Stunningly enough. If I've stated something reasonably incorrect, tell me in the comments below. I continue on. Besides the limited role you've played in my life with the witnessing of this matter between me and my mom, which I cannot take away from crediting you about strictly, you deserve a thumbs up on that, even a thumbs up and a half for this. Though, nevertheless, sadly, the rest of the overall wholesale picture about everything going on as a whole with my life and how you interact with me is not normal. So therefore, as a result, that is, it's not sufficient how you're treating me, morally speaking. And the question is here now, why? Because precisely what you've done is show even a halfway so kind of telegraphing of, I don't really care to take on a hands-on approach to making sure you end up okay in this life, even despite everything you've plainly gone through. Huh. So that's no friend. And anyone who puts their trust in someone like that will end up themselves suffering in the end. Let it be known, then, about Anthony Haydenn, if it is the case that he does not repent properly. Let it be known. Here you are. All the facts have been shown. And let it be shown everything that he could possibly say in response to this. I don't want to be unfair to the man. I invite it out, and I will always bring it out and co-bring it with mine and make reference to it, that together, let everyone see everything in the world he possibly has to say for himself. Because you have nowhere to hide, morally. You're making up a foundation of your mind about yourself that is not actually there. So you're telegraphing to me, again, I don't really care to take on a hands approach to make sure you end up okay in this life, even despite everything you're planning going through. I write in response, okay, cool. If you think this is all fine, then obviously you have nothing to worry about. Then if other people were to hear about and witness or behold, even on a mass scale, potentially what brain-damaged John has been told by his own friends, particularly Anthony Haydenn, just Anthony Haydenn, really, he or you, during this time that he was reaching out to close people for help. Is that so? See, you couldn't foresee it, that now you're at this stage where it's a video about you, disseminated limitedly, and now where I don't see a sorry-ass person in front of me, what's the next stage after that? I imagine it could just easily be publicized. I wouldn't see a moral reason why I shouldn't run out and post it anywhere else in the world that I'd want to. Wow. Amazing. But who invited this? Ah, exactly. Who is responsible for any of this happening? It's the person who withheld apology when they owed to be sorry from the beginning, because they chose wrong, and then they chose to fail to take accountability for their wrong by basically recklessly or willingly remaining blind. So you're fully liable. I can't help you anymore, responsibility-wise. Even when I was trying to protect you or help you out or whatever in that way. Continue on. So since you hold that you're totally fine and justified, situationally, morally, to act and say and be all about these things in this way, then that you have been here, then other people beholding the first-hand info, all these emails and texts, well, this would be the same as if they would behold the story about you taking a walk to the picnic one day, right? That if I were to be mad, how dare he walk to the picnic? He was bad. He walked there. It was not good. People look at me and saying that, they say, is he? John, are you sure you're okay? Anthony didn't do nothing wrong. He seems to be walking to a picnic. So you should have no problem if I publicize that, because you would think if you publicized it, it would only be you who looks foolish and not me. So go ahead, publicize it. But that's what I told you. Remember, people who are cluster Bs prefer things to be hidden by instinct. They'd say, oh, no, wait, don't put that out. No. Right. But people who are not that way, who are the genuine victims, who are genuinely morally right in their respective circumstances, are the ones who go, I want more people to look in at this. Help, help. And they're making calls for help louder and louder. See? Recognize now. Then I continue to ask, if you don't actually feel fine about such a thing, then maybe that fact, that feeling of you're not being fine with it, that is from your gut, the first sign that your own circuitry and emotions are giving you that what you're doing actually, and what you have been doing may not reasonably have been like totally fine. And yet, even to this point, you didn't take the hint from your own circuitry. It's like every segment of Anthony is like it's like a million firewalls in between all the parts of his brain, so none of them talk to each other. It's like something like this. I'm conceivably forming up to state. It could be one way to understand it. I don't know. What do you think? If you, furthermore, as I write here, deny anything I've said as either being incorrect or improper, plainly let me know. So he wrote to me, so he had the opportunity to say whatever he wanted to, and he did. I write here, furthermore, I send you a video to watch recently, for example, because the consequences of no one beholding or otherwise asserting on the matter of the video would associatedly lead to an outcome of further delayed treatment for me and correspondingly progressing further situation overall, including brain damage more. Let's go put some sauce in my brain later. I joke about this shit. I go put ice cream in my brain. Okay, and there's ice cream. And then you could take a floor camera and see the cold spot and go, it's right there. People touch it. People touch other places. They're like, oh my God, it's asymmetrical in the, what the fuck? Oh my God, I feel you're right. It's like, that's where exactly I feel. It's like, I feel it too. Oh, wake up. Well, furthermore, as it goes on to state here, I've been now smelling burnt. Oh yeah, this was cool. Cool. Yeah, right. I remember this. This was a few days ago. This lasted for about a few days. It resolved by about a day or so ago. I've been now smelling burnt brain flesh almost chronically now, through my nose. Why is that? Let me scroll up. I might have skipped a little bit here. Do you know that I burned my brain last night by accident by drinking soup that was too hot, except that I couldn't feel that it was too hot due to the GABA hyper-upregulation, which blocks pain and like, ouchies, such that it was too late. I already had enough of it that it was swallowed and pumped into my own brain. And then I've been smelling burnt brain flesh, like similar to how it is when you burn your hair and then you smell burnt hair. Similar, but burnt brain is similar. Almost chronically through my nose now. It lasted for days from bean soup. I made it too hot. Even when I took it, I was like, ooh, this is hotter than I've ever sipped in my life. But I was like, oh, well, I don't feel pain, so I'll keep swallowing. Gulp, 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 while the hole's there. And then it was going through the brain, and then I'm like, it's kind of hot, extra hot in the brain. But then I'm like, I'll have more. And then it was like, and I was like, ah. And then I'm like, oh my God. And then I smelled it. I'm like, oh my God, it smells like burnt fucking flesh. And it lasted for days. I'm killing myself because you people aren't helping with love to come and intervene. What's wrong with you? You're soulless. If those around me had chosen to act sooner, less of the actual tangible damage would have onset by this point in time, probabilistically speaking, and by statistically significant likelihood too, I would assert. This fact makes real live human beings, as I suggested earlier, not theoretically liable, really actually karmically guilty now. You are guilty, and you're guilty live in reality, in a real sense, actually now. Guilty on account of not having done what such people as you essentially reasonably should have known to do within a moral paradigm. Why is that? Because the first minute someone comes up to you and says, I'm willing to interact with you, engage with you, and even give you a chance to be my friend, the implicit assumption is you won't ever let me down in a way that you would reasonably owe not to do such a thing. That if I were to know about it in advance with a crystal ball, I would never sign up for this friendship to begin with. Because if so, then you're basically misrepresenting me now, implicitly. Taking advantage. It's called it betrayal of trust. Continuing. If you contribute, even passively, to the furthering of my damage, which you knew back then and all along, with a foreseeable and significant possibility to be the case, and yet you have been almost nowhere to be found, and when it's brought up to you, you basically don't care, you make excuses like we saw above, do you think that this is good for you? Good for your karma or not good? Good for your relationships or not good? Good for anything conceivably in your life generally or not so good by tendency? I am telling you that if you lack a conscience to such an extent that even this email here produces little to no true remorse, guys, witnesses, audience, I'm asking you, is it not the case that any reasonable person in Anthony's position, if they found themselves precisely having committed what they committed to this point, that they've gone up to receive this email as a result, and they've read up to this point, and you had a conscience, and you're not cluster B, but you're a normal, typical person with proper normal responsibility, and you're not defective, would 100 out of 100 such people feel remorse and regret and bad? They'd feel fundamentally, you'd feel bad for what you've done. They even allow someone who you're supposed to care about or are supposed to care about to be led to feel this bad, that they're getting all this now to this point here. I say yeah. I say that's a reasonable assumption. So therefore, if it's reasonably true that anyone in Anthony's position by now should feel bad, then when Anthony after this point writes back, if it isn't him showing and acknowledging that he does feel bad and he has remorse, but he continues to go directly in the opposite way, then what's the reasonable conclusion? Oh my God, so then we are dealing with someone who's apparently cluster B, apparently defective in some way, whatever it is, the term that you want to use. But because of his own action, he further demonstrates that, wow, not only is he really wrong, but he doesn't care to just give you more offense on top of it. Like, what, you don't like getting raped? Let me rape you even more with a bigger dildo and dick. Ah, ha, ha, ha. You just, like, it's worse. You just make it worse when you complain. This is the sickness. But with the good people who are morally upstanding, when you complain more, you tend to that person. Why? Because he's hurting. You empathetically feel for them. Because he is you. You're the same person. You understand? Well, many of you don't, sadly. You'll never know what it is. You've been on almost nowhere, as this was saying. You've nowhere to be found, and when it's brought up to you, you basically don't care, you make excuses. Do you think that's good? I go on furthermore thereafter to tell you. I am telling you that if you lack a consciousness... Oh, I read this already, yeah. I'll read it again. You lack a conscience to such an extent that even this email here produces little to no remorse, where I then turn to other people and to ChatGPT because I have to, because you're putting me in a position where I fucking have to do all this crap? Because you realize you're wrong then when you were supposed to? And then through my work, they both agree that you are, yeah, we agree, you are morally in the wrong, you are morally liable here. For the precise set of things and choices and conduct that you did within this situation here, I don't think that this course that you've chosen, because of your blindness, because of what you've done, I don't think what you're doing here leads to what is good for you. In the position I'm in, and within this context, are you sure that the right and fair thing is to tell me that my life doesn't revolve around you, John? My life doesn't revolve around you. That's my dancer. I'm so sassy. My life, my life. That's what you're proud to show the world? Okay, here it is. Proudly present it to everyone. This is what it looks like. You ass. If you had been brain damaged and reaching out to me, I'd be living at your fucking house trying to help you, practically speaking, you ungrateful piece of work. You have some damn nerve telling someone, something like this to someone who himself would have had your back if it was the other way around, and you would have appreciated and thanked freaking God for it. Maybe you don't appreciate or really get the significance of things until it's you who's in need and turns to count on. You have to then turn to count on others, to count on those who you thought at least were your friends. God forbid they end up treating you like how you treated me. Watch for the day that those people, friends or whoever, suddenly cut their compassion and empathy from you. In light of what I've said, the comparison between you and my mom is not ridiculous. After all, it seems, doesn't it? Reasonably so. Bet your objective neural networks and other people would agree too, upon sufficient informing them with the full set of facts and first-hand context. This is exactly now what I've proudly done. I fight for justice. Not just for myself, but for every single one of you in this life. You have a problem, you come up to me as a witness, and you'll see you'll get the best damn witness in the world. I'm happy and eager to get the opportunity to even do so. Good. In life, there is what I strictly agreed to do, and then there's what one in my position would reasonably know that they should do, morally speaking. In those two things, it appears to me that you conflate these two, Anthony. That's the only thing you ever should do. You conflate that the only thing you think you ever should do is basically more or less reduced to only those things that somehow my position that you explicitly already agreed to, or otherwise have to do from a purely utilitarian-based consideration only. You know, like, my house is flooded. I have to take it out because you have to. You get it? You only do what you have to? You do the minimum, huh? This is a recipe for life disaster overall. And it'll be worse for you. It'll be more painful overall than if you just bit the bullet, in essence, and did the thing. Like Nelson Mandela said. It's sort of in his own way. If you sit there, Anthony, you, for months in the way that you have, knowing that your friend has held something against you, where there may even be proper cause had by him to feel that way, where you're halfway through an important set of videos he took time for your sake to make, to help bring you to understanding of what it is that you may have done wrong so you can make up for it and restore, in essence, your spirit, then you tell him, in essence, oh, I'll help with other stuff, but, you know, it'll be tough for me to stay on top of both, you see? Yeah, maybe I don't want to deal with this one anymore. I'll look for any excuse to get out of it, right? That's respectable? First of all, it's a reasonable question. Is it the case that the average person would find themselves unwilling to manage both things? Absolutely not. There's just one set of videos here sitting on a playlist that you could watch on your free time. Holy moly, man. Stop playing nonsense on your computer all day fucking long, whatever else you're doing. Do something that helps people, selfish ass. Or the expectation was that the resulting diversion of our attention to the issue with the mom on the limited thing within the circumstance might only last a few days to a few weeks, maybe, as it appeared to be then. And then when the shit surprisingly dragged out for a few months without end, are you then here sure it's prudent for you to not follow up with me and to not say anything? It's worst of all not do anything on the matter? Now it's been months and I still haven't watched those videos where John admits that John explains to me that I really am wrong with ChatGPT showing that it's true. So it's just self-serving shit, right? Anthony conveniently wants to inoculate himself in his cocoon. I don't want to see that people tell me I'm wrong. I don't want to be wrong. No, we're not having any of that no more. You're not a man then. Go back to being a boy. You're one of those that like to coast by, I find, on only exactly the minimal effort. The least talking, the least doing, the least of whatever it takes, while you blow up it's out of proportion what your believed busyness is disingenuously asserted, which is not nonsense. The least of whatever it takes in order to get the result enough done so that you're kind of mostly okay. Yeah. Some people are like this, but when it comes to situations that involve true friendships and relationships, that involve the dignity of other people, there's no shortcuts. Okay? 4 months shouldn't go by where you telegraph zero concern to bring up or otherwise pursue diligent work on an issue where you were the wrongdoer, where part of your work implicitly that you even were allowed to come back into my life was it supposed to show how willing to make up for all your wrongs you are. Because it was already clearly established you're wrong and you're already starting to see it with the emails. Three videos rather. 3 videos in and you're like, oh, let me stop now. Sick, fucking pathetic, I think that is in my opinion. I can't hold you wrong for breaking an agreement. You're right if one was true. However, I went back to closely look and I'm like, no. No, I knew it wasn't me because I wasn't sure. I was like, oh, I don't know if there was an agreement. I looked up, no, you fucking ass, and I already covered this previous in the earlier parts of the videos. Bullshit. Wasn't so. Thank God. It was uncovered. However, here I write that it doesn't matter, for I hold you wrong for slacking in a way that you reasonably should have known otherwise morally not to have allowed you to do for this long, where obviously such an action can cause a signal to you that you're signaling in essence a real I don't really give a fuck to the other person. See? So then, wherever any remainder of your supposed position in this whole circumstance would be my responsibility as a result of some prior agreement of ours. And again, when I was writing this, guys, I wasn't even sure what it was. Because I'm like, I don't remember that I agreed that I definitely waived my right to be concerned or feel entitled that my friend should call when it's fitting for him to make a call. That never. And then you look, no, that never happened. Ass. More slippy slides again, like those clerks at the from the Mad TV skit. Oh, you are threatening me, sir. It's like a joke because it's sick. Because no, he wasn't. But that's how his mind works. That's exactly how your mind works. I hate people like this. I hate them. Non-prudent, non-careful, non-thorough, non-accurate people. So therefore, I'm telling you, as a result of whatever, perhaps, whatever, I don't know. Teal Swan's biggest calling for humanity. Oh, yeah, let's go find out what that is. Sure. Oh, forget about that anyway, regarding what was being here stated. So, I furthermore then write to you, Anthony, I am retiring you now from this matter of having any of these witnessing things to do, any of this involving me and my mom. Forget it. And this happened once before, where thereafter, where I let you back, you should have been like, all right, I promise I won't fucking fuck up again. You fucked up again. Now I don't feel sorry for you at all. And now, also as a practical result, since you were using this as a shield, as an excuse, oh, I won't watch the videos because I'm, what? Okay, so let's say you're sitting by a week, you're not doing anything. What did you do? You texted my mom, let's say once, for a few days? Okay, so what were you doing in the middle days? Ah, you're an ass. You do nothing to willingly help people. I'm under the agreement that I don't have to watch it, so I sit here and watch it. You're not respectable. I furthermore right now, here, good. See? You've got no excuse now then. You need other people's permission to go and do a thing that you know you should do within life reasonably, in the life context overall that you know you should be doing? Scarily enough, you might not even realize it or know that he should be doing it. That's how these people are. Help. Save us from them. Put them all on a boat somewhere and sail them off onto their own island. We don't want them. We don't want people who are cluster B, selfish people. And that's the Messiah's job at the end of time, as they say. And boy, are we almost there. You'll see soon. The thing that you fail to, trust me, baby, the thing that you fail to realize is that one in my position knew in advance that you were going to the thing that you fail to realize is that if one in my position did reasonably know in advance that you were going to conveniently decline to have anything to do with those videos, to even bring it up for 4 months or so on your own, just to watch, how's he going to act naturally? How's he going to act on his own way? As a result of just because what I asked you as a favor? That's not you looking out for my interest. That's you looking out for your own interest. So you betray me, in essence, basically. If I could see that with a crystal ball, I, as it goes on to state here, would have told you from day one that never mind. Don't involve anything with this. Let my mom hang. Forget it. You go focus on what's more important to you. Man, you're not an automaton. Obviously, if you had the instinct to regard and water your plants correctly and water your relationships to nourish them correctly, you would have an instinct as to what to do to regard and water and nourish your people and the relationships you have, how to manage them correctly, what to do effort-wise to pour into them. You do none of that stuff. You're on rails like my mother. You think that morality aligns with only the rigid lines of what you said you would do and wouldn't do? You're not getting it, man. So thus, here I reverse back onto you again. It is you who should be sorry, and I find that it is you who owes me the apology. I expect an apology. Witnesses, do you find also that it's not unreasonable for me to expect an apology? And as a second question and follow-up, do you actually find it fully reasonably so that any person in my position should be expecting an apology? Therefore, do you reasonably find it to be the case that Anthony does plainly, in a genuinely morally objective way, as if from the perspective of God, Anthony does owe the apology here for being wrong to his friend John? If so, leave us an indication in the comments below. If not, state why not. Anthony will be the only one in the universe who's alive on the planet Earth and anywhere in the cosmos who believes that he doesn't. Isn't it funny how wrongdoers are the only ones who believe in themselves? That they have this right that no one else thinks they have? That's part of the cluster B deficit, guys. I continue on here to state, if you are not naturally brought to a position of genuinely realizing this, that you do owe me the apology, if you're not genuinely brought, that is, to the point that you feel bad enough that you hurt my feelings, you disregarded me over time, you carelessly did this, and you even fucking signaled to me now, oh, I don't have time for you, then if your withholding of an apology ends up being determined by ChatGPT and other human witnesses as being in itself misplaced, morally wrong, and unjustified, then you'll be double sorry by moral debt to me afterwards for having wrongly remained essentially willfully blind here, where, yes, by now, any reasonable person in your position should reasonably have known better. And that is the proper and ultimate moral standard of them all. Check all imaginable Anglo-American case law to find this out for yourself if you have any doubt. For the legal framework is an extension of the moral framework. Think. Furthermore, you slightly mischaracterize me, for, as I clarify here, this email where I write, importantly, I didn't ask you to change your mind, Anthony, nor did I insist that you do. I simply asked you to consider all the relevant factors in deciding how it is that you would act, but also to take responsibility for your choice. This should have... Thank God we did this whole review of everything. Now we see that's clear. Anthony, should be clear to you with your eyes. Open them. It's not the eyes that are the problem. It might be the brain behind them that's plugged in that's not working. I don't know. Something's wrong. So you help us decide to understand what it is about Anthony, because we need an explanation after the sorry comes. Because there's no way anyone will believe that you're not in the wrong here. So you do all the apology, but then when the apology, we're all going to be sitting around. It's like, well, why? So then explain why you didn't apologize earlier. Why you did all this. What are you going to have to say? How are you going to explain all this? Is it saying like my mom, where we have to expect why she We expect her to explain for herself regarding everything she did, and she can't. She's just like, you could see, when you look at her eyes, you see the glitching in her brain and her mind. You see it in the words that come from her. It's unbelievable. I furthermore even concede, look, you have helped in some ways. I am grateful for those things, and in those ways, you were a good friend. Why, then, did you choose to rely on excuses and justifications that are not valid or meritorious or reasonable for the other matters that are also important? These matters here. What kind of responsibility may one take if they have done something that may risk offending at least one or more people within a situation or landscape naturally, if they're good people? Very arguably to whom something at least slightly better was owed, morally speaking, I would think. Exactly, see? That's what you owed me here, you get it? Furthermore, the thing that is an order of magnitude more problematic than feeling like you should adopt a new policy of not engaging in any live conversations with my own mother despite her requests is to not engage with my mother in live conversations in such a manner where you, furthermore, even basically pretend like she isn't even asking you. You just ignore her, in essence, on that. Where the request conceivably is still outstanding, and you give her no regard. That's insane. You're accusing me of being childish. Is it childish to ignore someone's phone calls and act like it's fine to ignore it and pretend like they're not even asking you? That's what you did to me, dude. That's what you're doing to her. Something's wrong with you. That is the problem, Anthony. Your choice to not talk with her, I could have barely been fine with. As I showed clearly, I was like, okay, man, well then let's figure out what to do next. Remember? As I was writing here, I could have barely been fine with that, morally speaking. I could have given you the benefit of the doubt, as I was plainly willing to there even. But you weren't willing to give me any benefit of the doubt. Are you mindlessly moronic? Furthermore here, assuming furthermore that she would be responsibly notified of the situation, of course, though reasonably, so that she could understand what the situation is accurately regarding why you're not talking to her, and not with fucking your pretense. You see? But for you to leave it completely alone, that whole thing, and not touch it by one that in your particular position within context, this is actually a complete dishonoring of someone, perhaps multiple people even in this situation. I'm like repeating myself basically by now. And it furthermore seems to be a situation in which you, despite the color of moral principle that you're trying to appear legitimized by, right? It's not the law, it's the color of law. It's not the principle, it's the color of principle. It's fake, it's an illusion. Fake coloring, you get it? You do not actually have full coverage under such a paradigm by any semblance or defensibility or justification that would exonerate you, morally speaking, properly. In other words, it didn't work, bro. Don't add up your math. It's a phone call I'm not obligated to make. Yeah, the same like I'm not obligated to resist farting in their faces on the street. Doesn't make sense what you're saying. Morally, it's not justifiable. So your argument holds no weight in that regard. So, actually, within context, I am obligated to make the consideration if I still want to be friends with that guy. You get it? So when you're doing dumb shit and then you're expecting me to just take it and be fine with it and then continue to give you fucking considerations, well, go run and leave food by your door? Fuck you. I'm morally obligated not to fart in their faces, which means that's correct. That's true, isn't it? Which means then furthermore, as it goes on to state here, I'm essentially obligated to not fart in their faces if I want anybody in the whole neighborhood to still ever fucking think well of me when they see me walking down the street ever for the next 30 years. Thus, I'm not overstepping any bounds, morally speaking. No, not within context. That is, of course. My persistence isn't reasonably off-putting. That is, it's not the case that, properly speaking, one in your position, Anthony, who's actually in the wrong, should sit there and go, that's off-putting, him rebuking me. No, it's, in a sense, it's meant to be quote-unquote off-putting, but it's not genuinely off-putting, because when you're doing your part of the equation properly, which is you're feeling that you're compelled by your own shame to have remorse and to basically cry, in essence, within yourself, whether you're not actually crying necessarily, but you're like, fuck, I do feel bad. The whole physiological change in your framework, neurological framework changes. If you don't have that, you're defective. Meanwhile, Anthony writes to me, he's like, I don't know, you're people are excessively emotional. I don't understand. Uh-oh. You didn't get the DNA coding. I don't know what the hell happened then. Huh. That's my best guess. Give me a better idea if someone can explain it to me. Who knows Anthony well that can really explain it to us, huh? Oh, wait, Raymond did. We saw how he explained it. He said, Anthony's unreasonably stubborn and doesn't apologize ever for shit that he should. It's kind of fucked up. If you're making Raymond feel like that, and then you're making me feel like that, independently, something's wrong with you, dude. Wake up. Someone who's sorry for what they did doesn't go to the person they offended to tell them, your persistence in ensuring that I realized I was sorry is off-putting. You're fucking you are shit. That's nonsense. It's nonsense. Yet, what are you going to see in the follow-up email? You'll fall out of your chairs when you see. Just hang in there. I write here anyway. So thus, therefore, in context, my persistence isn't reasonably off-putting. For reasonable people in your shoes wouldn't be off-put. They'd understand. Like, well, I understand that you came and talked to me this way because that's what I needed. See that? For, as it goes on to state here, my correct rebuke to someone dishonoring my mother and also me as well too, in some kind of way, that persistence and that rebuke should be made by me. Why? Because where the correct thing to happen is for the wrongdoer here, you, to realize you're wrong and apologize, characterizing the rebuke that's required for such a result as an off-putting persistence is a super spin of yours, dude, and it's a total and complete misframing. Keep that in mind. We all reasonably agree, right? Witnesses? I think so. Good, we continue. What you called me keeping going anyway, was this not actually me trying to get a better idea of the what and the why from you? In essence, trying to find out and understand, like, what exactly is the matter here and why? And what is it? Anyone in my position being fed the kind of explanation that Anthony gave by the point of conversation would also be like lacking. It'd be like, I don't have enough to understand what the fuck is really going on here. What the hell is this? This is serious, and he's treating it like it's not serious. And he's talking about it gives nothing to you to... I don't have to give you anything, these types of things. Help, sickos, get it? Continuing. This is so precisely because you didn't explain essentially any of the justification or the reasoning as to why you were holding to your position. That's right. Anthony, you're fucking completely responsible for all of this crap. You also weren't even clear at the outset as to what it was that you were asking to do. With regards to between you and her. At first it seemed like you were leaning towards not speaking to her, but that it was still open. Then it appeared you did not want to. That is by the reasonable indication. You don't think that. You had your own idea in your mind, but your words weren't indicating what was going on in your head. So there's a lot of layers here that of disconnect. Then, furthermore, it appeared that you didn't want to, but it appeared still reasonable to inform her of this. Then it started to change there. Then it started to appear that you came up with the idea that you intended to live onwards your life now without ever even acknowledging the issue with her. That came out a little later, as we all remember. All this layer by layer, like pulling teeth with you. I think you're this way because you don't actually like some part of yourself that's like this. You're not proudly not calling my mother, because that's kind of not the thing to be proud about. Remember, guys, you should only ever do things you're completely proud to do. Good. You see, furthermore, I go on to state, you're not calling her nor following up with her because you seem to bear an essential character defect of some kind. At least that's how it essentially appears to me. That I hold this to be true, and it's not an unreasonable claim by this stage of our interaction, but it's fairly arguably so, I would hold. If someone reasonably disagrees with me, tell me in the comments. I continue to add, and it's some kind of apparent defect that you don't really know what to do with, so you timidly cast out these things, these insistences of yours, specifically layer by layer, slowly, disjointedly, and you don't even know why you're choosing what you're doing. It's only because your feelings, dude. You're ignoring the masculine obligation. That is, I do what my moral impetus obligates me to do. And instead you prefer a feminine trait, quality, or element of feelings. I just do what makes me feel fine in the short term, and I avert what makes me uncomfortable. Huh? If you're a girl and you sought a man who had this quality trait really high, what was just stated in the parentheses, would you like that guy if you're straight? Would you be around him a lot? He wouldn't turn you on, would he? That's kind of weird, right? Yeah, disappointing, I know. Not reliable. Yeah. Doesn't make you feel secure. That's right. So what kind of friend is this to another friend? Exactly right. Now you understand my point. If this characterization of you is wildly incorrect, baseless, or totally unreasonable, then please say it. Please indicate how or why it is that the truth is somehow distinctly otherwise than what I've suggested above. If not, then is this a way that you think is a good way to live by for you in your life in the big picture? Look, I know you're a cat guy, but the way you act literally is like you're a human, but you act like a cat, a human cat. And then I kind of add this like a joke sort of side, but it's true. Women are like cats. If a male friend who you respected implored to you for his sake, hey man, please call that friend's own mother when that mother asked you, you or any reasonable and morally and socially responsible man in your position would have done it instinctively. This is true. If anyone disagrees, let me know. Otherwise, as I state here then, if you aren't doing it, must be because you essentially intuitively simply regard neither me, actually myself, nor my mother, nor the two of us even combined enough. You don't have respect for us, in other words. You don't respect either of us, or even both of us, enough to do any such thing that would matter to either of us. So what the hell kind of person are you for us? Yeah, way to maintain and water feed your own relationships, dude. And then you try to reverse the frame to spin it, such as to try to pull off the frame of, yeah, it's you who's bad for not respecting that I don't feel like it at all. Uh-huh. So, the final question is posed. Who, then, is the one who is not in the right here? The one in your position or the one in mine? I furthermore add, why don't you please, at the very least, even just send the last few emails between us and relevant recent portions of text along with relevant background, functional, yada, yada, yada. Send it to people, show people. Go ahead. I challenge you. Amazing. So, here's the big cliffhanger to the leading to the next video, I believe. Will you end up believing what it is that Anthony writes back? He should be writing back, dude, the fuck, that hit me like a ton of bricks, like a truck. Fuck, I realized I slept last night. I couldn't sleep because I started realizing, having guilt about how wrong I was. Because it makes sense. Damn, I can't believe I'm the reason that you felt that way. No, only cluster Bs are the only types in existence that will fail to feel that way when they're put through this. Oh, hang in there. We're about to find out what it is that he said. Coming up.
Good afternoon, sir, and how can I help you today?
Hi, I had a problem with one of my checks. For some reason, it didn't clear the account, and I have more than enough money, so there must be some sort of mistake.
Well, what's your account number, sir?
It's a 549-766-8855.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What do you mean?
Well, you're out of luck. Your account shows insufficient funds.
Wait, I have more than enough money in that account.
No, you don't.
Excuse me. Aren't you being a little rude?
No, you're the one that's being rude.
What is the problem here?
Problem? I don't have any problem. And you know why? Because I'm behind the glass.
This is ridiculous. I want to speak to the bank manager.
This is ridiculous. I want to speak to the bank manager. This is ridiculous. I want to speak to the bank manager.
I have been a customer of this bank for over 15 years. I want to speak to the bank manager now.
I'm the bank manager. What seems to be the problem?
I am just trying to get my money, and your teller here is the rudest, least helpful person I've ever met in my life.
I'm just trying to get my money, and your teller is the rudest, least helpful person I've ever met in my life.
Give me my money. Give me my money.
Hi, I'm really upset about my bank. I wish someone were nice to me.
Either you give me my money, or I'm going to First National.
I'm going to First National. I'm going to First National. You got no money. You got no money. You got your money. You can get your money.
From Proverbs 9, or Mishlei from the Tanakh, or from the Old Testament of the Bible. Wisdom has built her house. She has set up its 7 pillars. She has prepared her meat and mixed her wine. She has also set her table. And she has sent out her servants. And she calls from the highest point of the city. Let all who are simple come to my house. To those who have no sense, she says, come, eat my food, and drink the wine I have mixed. Leave your simple ways, and you will live. Walk in the way of insight. Whoever corrects a mocker, that is, a scorner or one who scoffs upon others, invites insults. Whoever rebukes the outright wicked simply just incurs abuse back. Do not rebuke mockers, therefore, that is, don't rebuke those who reasonably appear to be mockers, once it eventually comes to that point that it becomes clear as day that this is so. For such people as this will hate you. Rebuke the wise, however, and they will love you. Instruct the wise, and they will be wiser still. See, teach the righteous, and they will add to their learning. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and knowledge of the Holy One is understanding of things correctly. For through wisdom your days will be many, and years will be added to your life. If you are wise, your wisdom will reward you. If you are a mocker, you alone will suffer. This, furthermore, ties in to the admonition, or to cut people, rebuke, following rebuke, we cut people off, and we ostracize them completely and cut them off, functionally speaking, from connection with us. Why? Because if you don't, then it won't be only the mocker who suffers. For as long as you don't cut him off, the mocker continues to feed off of the energy, while the one who is victimized, who is still attached, continues to bear the burden. We compare the analogy of the one who has wisdom, or the one who is wisdom, as narrated earlier at the beginning of this chapter of Proverbs, with the following. Folly, on the other hand, is an unruly woman. She is simple and knows nothing. She sits at the door of her house, on a seat at the highest point of the city, calling out to those who pass by, who go straight on their own way, "Let all who are simple come to my house." To those who have no sense, she says, "Stolen water is sweet. Food eaten in secret is delicious." But little do they know that the dead are there, that her guests are deep in the realm of the dead. The wages of sin are death. There's one particular term, a very specific one in the original Hebrew. It roughly translates into mocker, scorner, and scoffer. Would be the best three approximate translations in the English language for what this word is. What does it mean? Who is a scoffer? Who is a scorner or a mocker? They mean essentially the same thing. A scorner is anybody where a scorner is such a person where anybody who tries to teach such a scorner is only wasting that person's own time. Proud and haughty scorner or scoffer is his name. Scorners can't find wisdom even if they try to seek for it, because learning God's truth demands a humble mind and an obedient will, a different kind of nature. Furthermore, what scorners lack in knowledge, they make up for in arrogance. They are such people that they have such a type of nature where, as it proceeds to state here, instead of sensibly discussing a matter with those who could teach them, they only sneer at truth and deny it. Hebrew lexicons describes them as being frivolous, that is, they'll say statements, make accusations, or just attempt to make characterizations about situations or reality itself that end up actually being frivolous. They're just not correct, and they're unreasonable for people to make. It's just not correct. And they're also impudent. What is impudence? That is disrespect towards someone, as properly defined. Having no intellectual or spiritual having no intellectual or spiritual ammunition, the scorner, instead, as a result of this fact, depends on little more than ridicule and on contempt to fight those who he esteems as his enemies. We find out from Proverbs 13 that realistically, a mocker simply does not respond to rebukes. A person finds joy in giving an apt reply, and how good is a timely word, the Bible reminds us. The same chapter of Proverbs 15 reminds us as well that at least by the proper course of action in the old days, the way things were managed, it is only stern discipline naturally that awaits anyone who leaves the path, for the one who hates correction will die, figuratively speaking, but essentially spiritually, and they even tie this into perhaps signaling literally in a kind of extended sense as well. Continuing, it is also the case that mockers resent correction. So what do? They simply avoid the wise. Here's the interesting issue. For certain sections of this particular book in the Bible warn people against extended rebukes and continuing rebukes beyond the points where the person who you're dealing with, who's the apparent wrongdoer, appears to simply just be a scoffer and little more. It would cause someone to think, well, what if you're trying to set a grand equation into the system so that every single subpart of the equation is managed correctly by a corresponding management that solves the problem? Well, not rebuking the mocker leaves an open hole. So then what happens next? If we get to rebuke everybody else who at least has a chance of being coming into redemption and to understanding, then you work on them and, then they come into understanding. However, back then the sensibilities and the law and all of this were different than the kind of system we have now. Simply it was understood. There's two types of people in the world. Those who are men of understanding and those who are, in essence, quote-unquote, simple men. That is, those are the ones who are the mockers, the scoffers and the scorners. You see? It is only men of understanding who are to be reproved or rebuked, for such people have at least a chance of gaining knowledge as a result, and coming back and being restored to God, making tshuva. However, when you're dealing with someone simple, the instruction isn't, don't mock them, simply turn your head down and do nothing and let them rule your world and continue to remain unmanaged. No. Don't rebuke them. Instead, do not collect gold, do not collect $200, go straight to jail. That is, you strike them. You literally flog them. This is the only thing that works for such types. If you struck a man of understanding, this wouldn't change him. No beating in the world can change a wise person. They would still understand the correct wise thing that they see. But simple people, because they're both simple, naturally manifest from that are the facts that they have the nature of being scorners and scoffers, and they resist instructions even from those who they harm and offend. But by the same point, there's something else about their neural framework, and I found this out with certain types of people too. I'll mention an interesting story. But if you present genuinely something to them, where furthermore they don't live, especially if they don't live in a framework where it's possible for them to, because of a twisted, non-contextually sensible legal system around them, they can't then try to use a special tactic to re-get you back. You understand? No. As soon as you strike a scoffer, he's wired differently. The fear-based mechanism kicks in. And he doesn't like things that he doesn't like. So as soon as his wiring doesn't understand goodness, righteousness, and non-righteousness, okay? His wiring only understands domination, okay? So if he's going to verbally dominate you, treat you like a bitch, whoever the scoffer in the world is or the scorner is that we're dealing with, so many here and there, if you go and you basically flog and strike this person properly, morally speaking, and within context such a thing would be, or they demonstrate themselves to be the simple-minded in essence, that person's deep programming gets the encoding. So then it becomes, I'm sorry, sir. Okay, you're right. Then all of a sudden they understand things that you would have taken a million years to rebuke them, they would not have understood. I have a funny story. There's someone who lives not too far from me here, very close in fact. This Michael Kansar, 3 years younger than me. He grew up with me. He was almost like a little brother to me. We grew up a little bit now. Maybe this was a couple years ago, almost a few years ago, I'd say. Me and him are in some kind of interpersonal conflict. I'm saying, okay, here's another one who's brought himself upon the sacrificial altar here. I got to the point where I had to make YouTube videos about him. You might possibly be able to find it still. I don't remember. It's on some other channel I haven't even been accessing. But and he didn't understand the rebuke from the channel. And other people watched it, witnessed it, and then were like also puzzled and writing like something to him, I believe as well. My memory serves me correctly. Also puzzled, going like, why we really don't understand this Michael guy. And he kept refusing to show deference. He kept refusing. Oh, none of that. And then it got worse and worse. He got more disrespectful because these types only laugh at you trying to correct them. So one day in the street, I happened to see him. He's walking by. So I was like, no, this guy's gonna learn the lesson then. I come up to him. I just shove him right in his fucking chest. Boom, with one hand, one arm. Boom, shoved him. But lightly but firmly. See? And looked at him. And I'm like, listen, man. That's it. Just from that one gesture alone. You know what it was like? It was like, you know how they have the, they say that when you have a baby elephant and you take its legs and you tie a rope around one of its legs and you tie it around a stake. Now that stake is firmly driven into the ground. And that's a baby elephant. Hey, elephants get pretty big, but that's still just a baby elephant. So it'll walk, and the rope tied around to the wooden stake, even just hammered into the ground there, even kind of half loosely or whatever. Just the gentle tug of that is enough that even when the elephant as a baby uses all of its force, it pulls and it still cannot get through. So it eventually just learns, it conditions itself to find that anytime I feel the tug of the rope, it signals to me that, I lose here. I can no longer go forwards. Okay? When the elephant continues to grow up, as it's regularly handled this way, eventually gets to a size where it's gigantic, it's enormous. The potentiality of the elephant, when it's handled by its, circus managers, let's say, or whatever, with one fucking flick of its foot, it can rip out 10 stakes that are attached into the ground through such a rope. It has that potential power. And yet, when it gets to that size, its handlers still put the one rope and they put it into the stake. Why does it work? Because when the elephant goes and he simply feels the tug, that tug sends the encoding into his heavy serotonin-based mind going, and all the associations where it just goes, oh, weakness, and just, and he gets the signaling. It's, oh, okay, I bow now to the force of the rope. It's not really force. It believes the rope. It believes the rope. It will not go any further. It will obey the rope. The rope doesn't have to be strong. Now you can basically make it almost like a thread rope. It just, oh, okay, oh, the rope, oh. You understand? You're wired differently. So, just from that one interaction with Michael alone, he looked at me. He was like, oh my God, but I'm a federal officer. What are you? Anyone could just go to jail if they even. And I'm looking at you like, I don't care. You fucked up, boy. Now you're gonna understand and make up properly for this, because I'm not happy about what you did. All of a sudden, every single word. I don't have to do anything else. That there was the light, delicate rope for the elephant. It's all he needed to be shepherded in. All of a sudden, he becomes the biggest gentleman ever. He's twice my size. It doesn't matter. He's the biggest gentleman in the world. He could fucking, squat 600 pounds. It doesn't matter. Now he's fucking deferring to me. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. And then he's inviting me over to his house. Now I'm his guest formally. He's seated with me. He has dinner out for me. He fucking has it's on him. We're seated. He's apologizing to me. He's shaking my hand. And we're in front of his father there and his family. Ah, now you understand, simple-minded, what it is, huh? They knew exactly what the law is, how human nature is. Flog the mocker, and those will be corrected. You don't flog the wise one, you rebuke him. But you don't rebuke the mock one beyond a certain point. But then you have to turn to striking and flogging. Why is modern society screwed up today? Because no one gets up to do anything. Because the application of law as we currently devised it to be over the centuries and decades, now recently in particular, has become a twisted abomination of what it was supposed to be. Such that, what do you see in the streets now? A whole bunch of people doing what? Anything they want, talking to you however they want. Why? Because they know almost almost impossible that someone will come to correct them fully, if you get what I'm saying. Very interesting to understand human nature. So we proceed onwards and consider now. This is the type of person who is the cluster B personality disorder, by the equivalent of the flogger, the scoffer, the scorner, and the mocker. A scorner, that is, let's focus on this in particular, is a person, this is defined as being someone who is arrogant. This is an arrogant and opinionated person who, by his fundamental quality, the fundamental element, is that he resents correction. He resents correction, he despises anyone with authority or even a supposed authority, and he shows contempt, and he has the nature to show such contempt for anyone who is trying to teach him or to warn him. A scorner is worse than a fool, since haughty defiance is even worse than a stubborn ignorance in the genuine sense. A man who scoffs at instructions is a scorner. That is, a scorner and a scoffer are essentially the same thing. One thing I have a strong feeling about, if the laws ever change in the coming decades and centuries, it will have to be in a way that preserves the proper moral code. The coming age, the messianic age, may have the correct fulfillment many people prophesize. We proceed onwards anyway from here. Now, regarding the particular situation that I'm in with this friend, this perhaps almost certainly soon to be former friend at the rate we're going, we'll see though. Does this appear to be someone who is a scorner or a scoffer outright, or is this someone who just simply seems to be confused? Well, we've identified what the fundamental quality of a scorner is that sets him apart. That is, the exact corresponding parallel to what the cluster B personality disorder is. That's him. Narcissist. That's him. It's the same cluster of personality disorder. They existed 5,000 years ago. They exist today. The same deficit, the same dysfunction. Let's find out. As we previously discussed, we're turning now to see what Anthony's response is to the email that I wrote. Where before I continue, once again, I'll state, given everything I wrote, would a reasonable person not experience humiliation, or rather really just genuinely shame and proper embarrassment, contextually speaking, such that they would feel remorse of what they've done, that they were wrong, and they hurt somebody, which for good people makes them feel bad, which is correct. That is what's in line with God. Is Anthony such a person, or is he something else? Perhaps even something closer to what we've been describing here for the last several minutes. Oh, let's take a look now at that email. We'll find out. Here is his email. Does it say, oh my God, you were right? Does it say, oh, I really feel bad. You've been my friend my whole life and I've treated you like this. I'm ashamed of it? No. You will know a man's nature. You know a tree by its fruits, don't you? He simply writes, you seem to think you can change someone's moral outlook with a few arguments. You get it, people? Now you have your answer right there. He has just sorted himself into the proper house that he belongs to. Slytherin man. In context now, let's return momentarily to consider the merit and the proper analysis of this. What is his point here? With just a few arguments, well, indicating to someone that they are wrong, this naturally uses argument to say, well, here's why you're wrong. It's because this and that, and so therefore, this is so, and that is wrong, so you are wrong. Okay, so we could call that, well, that's argumentation, sure. That is still a correct explanation. That is literally bullet point, bullet point, bullet point. This is why you're wrong, therefore you're wrong. In life, that is the only form, unless that you're a simple person, so then you understand only striking. I can't outright call or endorse such a thing outright, and even I would feel conflicted in outright expressing such a sentiment towards this guy. I knew him since we were kids, but what the damn hell? In a separate email in a parallel universe, if someone came and just like shoved his ass in the street, then he would get teary-eyed real quick. All right, man, I'm sorry. Oh, now you fucking understand magically, huh? When you actually treat him as if he might still be a good quality person and a wise person, he just mocks you and laughs at you. He mocks that someone thinks they can change him by telling him he's wrong. You think you can have me be different by bringing to my supposed awareness that I actually am wrong? Ha 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 ha. He continues, and when they don't agree, you simply persist over and over again? Remember from the other portions of the Talmudic texts, yeah, you generally persist with someone, that's how you're supposed to do it, but except if you're cluster B, then it's everything's inverted. Where what works in the normal world, it's bizarre world, is everything inverted. When you get up in the morning, you say goodnight. When you walk to work, you walk backwards. You understand? And when you drop something, it doesn't fall down, it falls up. Everything is an inversion. And then he tells you it's a fool's errand to try to change someone's outlook without proper timing and pacing over a long period. What? So here he says, even by implication, even when you're right, I still won't give the credit to you. I will still rob you of your dignity, even if you show that I am not within proper capacity or standing to be robbing you of that dignity. I'll still take it anyway. And, if you try to bring up to me that I shouldn't be doing that, no, I have all the time in the world. I decide when I feel like taking you seriously. Yeah, so it's funny because, well, on one moment, he's my ally as a witness, supposedly, but working against my mom, or basically, well, for my mom's greater good, really, trying to get her to wake up. He's saying, why is she taking so long? Any of these moments should be the correct moment for her to come around. Funny how it then becomes him who's in the hot seat because he's the one who's done wrong. It changes. Then it becomes, no, proper timing is you just waiting like a lap dog. Wait, heel. Just sit there and wait, puppy. I decide when Tyrant Anthony does anything for anyone else. I'm my boss. Get it? They despise authority or instructions or anything of the type because they have a conditionality of the brain that's thwarted. See the problem? So the reframing job continues right further right. The persistence you display is off-putting. Amazing. Genuinely, where he wrote this in the previous email, and this was sufficiently addressed by me in a manner that was contextually sensible and reasonable, he just simply acts as if I said nothing. That's how these people treat you. They treat you as if when you say everything in the world, to them it is the same as if you said nothing. It would have the same effect. That's how much they regard you. He simply even adds to it. Is it to rub in more? Remember, when you go more, they pile on even more. I said this earlier. It's true. He simply furthermore writes here, and I'll bring in this whole thing into view now. Unbelievable. He says here, and we'll narrate. The persistence you display is off-putting, and it's annoying, and it makes people push you away or come into conflict with you. So when he does the wrongdoing, such that naturally there's a conflict because I come to rebuke him because I don't like the offense he did, which robs someone of their dignity, anyone who's in my position, naturally, he says, we're coming into conflict with you because it's your fault. The reframe job never ends, as I stated. But look at this. Let's consider the next thing he says here. Imagine what was written regarding the Josiah issue that I wrote above. And we remember the points and the points of all of this that was intended by me. He simply writes here, yeah, it's no wonder the story you told Josiah said that he said to you not to put your moral frameworks onto him. Anthony doesn't even understand what it was that transpired between Josiah and I, except that what I fairly well extrapolated on that particular point to make the point that I was going to make. He simply just in one swipe carelessly goes, you think your point stands, just as if it's nothing. No wonder he said not to put your moral framework onto him. You idiot. You fucking are an idiot. Commenting about a situation you don't even know about, where if you actually were a witness to that, we just changed the names and you just read the story, you would go, oh, that guy who would correspond to Josiah would be like, yeah, he's totally like shady and wrong. That's totally wrong. But here, you don't give a shit that you're actually wrong. You just want to put a more heavier slant spin on the guy who you peg to be your opposition. Disingenuous. I hate these types. Not honest, not righteous. They love siding with themselves, not with God. That is, not with truth. They don't love to find the real truth of the circumstance and the situation. They're self-supporters. That's all they understand. That's why bullying them lightly in the street works, because when the self is now faltered, then that's it. Their whole ego crashes. It doesn't matter that they think they can fight you. It doesn't matter. It works like the rope to the elephant. It doesn't matter who these people are, because their wiring will crash them down, because they're defective to begin with. It's easy to shepherd these types of people. But remember, when you're too nice by, remember, sticking to rebuke, they'll just mock you. Anthony further states here, you said everyone seems to be in arguments with you, but I doubt you'll ever consider how you interact with people. Oh, what a sick addict here. Addicted to framing it back. And I raise here, so far, have we seen any evidence that something I've done is reasonably indicative of someone who is inconsiderate with how he interacts with those others, such that it is me who is reasonably wrong or improper with how I deal with someone? On the contrary, seems that in hindsight, everything I've said and done seems to show a damn fair and full consideration. The word consider, as in consideration, that's legal consideration, but it means the same thing as the word in the regular use. All I've been pointing out in these emails is how Anthony fails to consider the one in my position. But remember, everything's an inversion in inverso land. He says, I doubt you have consideration. It never ends. And he proceeds and onwards. He furthermore states, and you refuse, he says, John, to let little things you don't agree with, you don't let them go. Such as to frame, when little offenses happen, you're supposed to let us pepper them in, boy. You said, we never talked to me like that in person, but I'm animating it with the gusto here. He says, implicitly represents that you're supposed to just take it, yeah? You're supposed to allow little things. That's what makes me feel good, to pepper in little things with you. You're supposed to just say, yes, yes. No, we're trying to fix you because you're the one who's wrong here. But of course, he goes on to mock you further. Everyone else will be in the wrong, while you continue to nitpick at everything you view as wrong. Indeed, I do. And good for me and good for those who are wise, because they learn and grow in their understanding. The only one left to suffer is the one like you, who has poor understanding. But of course, in inversion land, it is the opposite, where he writes to me here, you have a very poor understanding of how to interact with people. So of course, according to his moral paradigm, the way to interact with someone in his position is to just, again, let them pepper in the little insults in. Yes, we know that cluster B people don't regard the things that they do against other people that hurt them with remorse. They have immunity in their minds. They don't recognize it even as wrong. Anybody continues to stay here, and yet you continue to act like you're on some high horse preaching moral values, that you're above everyone else. Let me set it properly. It's not that I'm above everyone else, but when you commit a wrong against someone else, you effectively crawl onto your belly in relation to them. When me standing upright, straight on my normal two legs is high horse relative to you, but you're going to spin that as if I'm the one going over haughty, when in fact, where do we see the unreasonable haughtiness coming from? Always mind your moral positioning. It's important. It makes everything work in life correctly. And if you ain't working it correctly, everything around you isn't working, and you'll never understand why. He furthermore attempts to continue the slant and the spin, writing that furthermore here, you expect me to jump. You expect me to make a call right away. Review the previous text. Did I expect him to jump, and did I expect him to make a call right away? I expect him to do right. Whatever the right thing looks like is what we reasonably expect of each other in this life across the board, those of us who are sensible. Furthermore, I even conceded, I said, look, if you don't want to call her, don't call her, but just whatever the right thing is at any given juncture, please do something that ends up being the right thing overall. He says, no, and then, I don't have to listen, and then, I'm mocking you because you expect me to jump. I expect all human beings to follow the correct way of God. It doesn't matter I'm an atheist, I'm not. Anthony happens to be an atheist. It doesn't matter. God can still be understood properly as the figurative representation of, well, the proper way, the Tao. Live by the Tao, man. I said before, he continues to write here, at the time, I was unable to call. Right, I know that. I never took up an issue with that, specifically. See how he spins it here, as if to frame me by the slant, by the spin, as if I took up with him not being able to call because he was unable to. That's not a correct characterization at all, which I'm actually spotting that now more closely than rereading this now for this video. And he said, if anything, I can be reached by text or by email. Exactly right. And your mother and my mother didn't accept your offer. Get it? So she had two options. It seemed that you were representing, you could text me as a courtesy. Everything he does is not, it really is amazing. Anyone who says, hey, sorry, I can't be reached right now, just reach me by text or email, that's supposed to be a courtesy that you're offering. Hey, if you want to reach me sooner, you can do so by text or email even. Alternately, if you want to reach me by phone, you can do that, wait a bit, and then we'll do phone. That's normal brain. Anthony, it's all different wiring. You get it? He continues, I'm expected to call right away to make a phone call to someone who hasn't responded to the previous email and inquiries I've written. Moron. She's calling you so that she can respond to the previous email and inquiries you've written. Earth to Anthony. I hope everyone's fucking laughing and falling out of their chairs at this point. The blindest fucking person in the damn world, as far as I'm concerned, right now at this moment in time. And he continues to write, am I supposed to make haste with this call since you feel it will put you in a better karmic standing? No, dude. Because as I've explained by now fully, so if you Anthony are actually here which you should be, and I hope you are, listening to this and beholding this, well, now you see by this point in time in the narrative already earlier in the video, the set of videos that's been put up. No, I'm asking you to do it because it's, number one, the right thing, and number two, specifically because I don't want my own mother to have resentment at both me and my own friend who I brought in as a witness, who's my guy. You ain't so much my guy anymore now because of what you're doing. But why would I want my own mom why would I want to earn my mom's displeasure to come higher towards me and you where she doesn't merit to receive the kind of treatment we were doing? What is this reframing? Everybody in the world, please call him out here. It should be obvious by now. And I hope I don't have to turn to ChatGPT, though I eventually might. We'll see. Every unit of energy I have to put into this because he's withheld unreasonably long beyond where he should have. Remember, guys, morally speaking, what do you owe within a reasonable period of time? Oh my God! At the moment you're told that you're wrong, you should give something. Hell, if you need a few minutes to a few hours to think about it, then you come back after a little while and you say, "Okay, I realize." Yada yada. Imagine if you see that someone is angry at you, probably you shouldn't even let the day conclude. As they say, you shouldn't let the sun go down on your anger, or you shouldn't let even the sun go down on someone else's anger if you know they're angry at you, because you're then liable for someone going to sleep while they're still peeved off at you. There's a serious, so like a day and then it becomes another day and you still haven't apologized. It's not unreasonable to give me long periods of time. Funny, where's the moral principle that says that? Or did Anthony just make that up? Obviously, all cluster Bs make the same ones up. Funny. He continues on. You're upset because I'm not doing enough in your eyes. That's right. That's the one correct statement. That is correct. And I should be, furthermore, with the implication of his sentence is that I shouldn't be, but that part is wrong. I should be upset. Anyone in my shoes would be naturally upset in the context. Continues to write, you want to be upset at something. You make something up, right? Be upset at maybe the lack of a group you have. Fucking laughing, mocking at you like on the Mad TV skit at the bank. The fucking... you have no money, you want to be upset like it. Meanwhile, the guy, he or my position is suffering, and he just goes, you just want to be upset at the lack of help you have, without fucking realizing, oh shit, I'm the one who's supposed to be I'm the one who's responsible for him as I'm supposed to be one of his closest people in his life, and I'm sitting here mocking him. Fucking idiot. He goes, I'm not on top of things, and I don't seem busy, because I'm not prioritizing you enough? What? You truly, however, yeah, that's correct. You're not on top of things. And then you write, Anthony here writes, I don't seem busy. Because I'm not he probably meant to write, I seem busy to you because I'm not prioritizing you enough. The answer is, I know you're not busy, but you're playing busy in a way you shouldn't be. That's what you're guilty for. You understand? Where you morally owe something better. Anthony continues to write here, before the previous arguments, I was more active in being around, but afterwards, when you asked me for help again on this mediator position, I agreed with a limited scope of what I'd do. We covered this spot in the relevant emails that exposed exactly what was said and what was agreed to. Amazing. So let's restore the context. Where Anthony Pryor actually fucked up then and became guilty to me then on a whole set of things where I didn't cover the super details of what happened then. That's in a separate set of videos that were also already sent to him, where he's realizing, fuck, I'm the apparent presumptive wrongdoer. Here I am, and ChatGPT's even saying it straight, and just that's it. There's nothing left for him. He had to only apologize. No, he then comes up with the tactic. I'll delay watching this. Then I never have to come up with the apology. Anything to delay the discomfort with these types, these cluster Bs. That's why, biblically, yes, flogging the mocker works. That magically sets them straight. They become good people afterwards. How'd that happen? You know what's cruel and unusual punishment? Taking to somebody to prison and holding them for 5, 10, 15, 20 years. But you don't beat them once, and then you solve the problem. And you could release them, and then they're good people. But you hold them in bars 20 years. No, that's just you trying to mock them with imprisonment, and you're only twisting their minds more. Everything's backwards. There's no prison system in ancient Israel. They just beat you and you magically became like Michael Kansar at the moment there. Fixed. Only temporarily, though. There were issues later again. So, semi-regular beatings will be arranged. You see? With these types. All for the world, in general. Every single last one of these cluster Bs. They're protected. Cluster Bs flourish now because this is the first time in society where whole generations come up where you can't touch anybody, you can't hurt anybody. So the devil's fucking having a fucking ball. Ignorance makes fucking the shit. But here, as we're resuming the framework, he reframes it as, I see when you came to beg me for help again, I put conditionalities on you. No, look again, reread the original things, and you understand, it's John who is giving Anthony a chance. And Anthony was being tested, in essence, to show if he's eager to prove himself. And then, if he's eager to prove himself, then there's conditionalities placed on it because he didn't merit all the full broad scope yet. Except in Anthony, it's similar, but it's going to be contextually slanted his way. It's all about narrative domination. The same thing my mom has been doing, or trying to do, except we call it out. So no, that's just her trying to twist the narrative. Yeah. And we see Anthony trying to do the same thing, just as pathetic here to behold in our eyes as it's been beheld that my mom is doing the same thing. No one respects it. That's why. He furthermore writes, you agreed to this, and then you've once again overstepped. Tell me, witnesses. Tell me, audience. Did I reasonably overstep anything? Agreed upon, furthermore. There is no such agreement, no such overstepping in that context, and no overstepping otherwise in any context, in any other way imaginable here. If you disagree, comment in the section below. He continues to write, you did this, and then you furthermore expect even much more beyond that. I expect what's owed reasonably within context, and this has been made clear. When you're a terrible friend, you fail, and you deserve all the bad karma, so to speak, that you will get in this life. He then continues to essentially mock. Then you're upset when something you've thought up in your mind should be done and isn't done. You see what he says? He says that reasonable moral standards, there's not a reasonable moral standard. When Anthony's telling you, he says, that's just something you made up in your mind. Ha ha ha. It's not a real thing that I should have to call anyone in this situation. You just think so, but I don't take you seriously. I think you just made it in your mind. When, in actual reality, Anthony objectively looks like the stupidest idiot in the world, and I think I'm doing a pretty decent job. I don't have to speak much for myself. You see the tree and know the quality of the tree by the quality of the fruits you're beholding. Enjoy. This guy puts himself to shame, practically. Well, he continues to now explain himself. Let's see. I put replying to the previous argument on hold to help once again. he essentially frames here that somehow for him to be available to, occasionally read an email, write a text, read an email, and spotty here and there, once every few days there and there and there, that means he can no longer psychologically have the remaining capacity to go and understand how it is that he hurt other people, that he's wrong, that he should be taking responsibility for. Oh, yeah, sure. Is that right? Or is anyone watching this going, yeah, that's pretty disgusting? How disingenuous that is. What a frame job. He cushions himself in life to be a protecto pad so nothing fucking gets to him because he's weak on the inside. I offer as my strong opinion here on that matter. If you disagree with me, tell me in the comments. Explain why he's not weak. I want to know. He seems weak. Good topic of point. A good point of topic, actually, of discussion. Does Anthony overall, can he be characterized in essence by the word weak throughout all of this? Let's hear your comments on that. Put them below. Make a video, whatever you like. Have fun. Anthony, you too. Tell us. Reply. Please, I'm waiting. I want you to reply to as much as possible. You showing yourself only puts you in the deeper hole because you're in the wrong. You keep imagining this is helping you. Has any of this actually made people respect you more if your friends and my friends are watching this about you? This is the objective. I'm commentating in addition to what you see, but you have the first-hand stuff right here in front of you, in writing, in black and white, in front of our eyes, reading it. And he furthermore writes, and we put terms to no ambiguity so that no friction would be caused. Yeah, and regardless, does it nevertheless seem that the original thing he's relying on is actually ambiguous because that's how he essentially left it. He's condemning himself. We put terms to no ambiguity. And then he wants solace under something as if it wasn't ambiguous, where at the best it's ambiguous, and at the worst it definitely doesn't reasonably support. What? It doesn't reasonably support what Anthony's trying to spin here, that I'm not supposed to call her. We said I wouldn't call her. That never happened. But thank God I covered that earlier. That was really good of me, actually. Good. He continues. So, did you expect me to reply, he continues to say, to that right away? To the 12 videos about how I was wrong from the late summer in the issue, and I was characterizing you disingenuously and slandering your character to you wrongfully? Was I supposed to just apologize right away? Same mindset here, you understand? I'm not supposed to apologize right away. You're supposed to give me time. Who trained him this way? Whoever programmed him with that, fucked up. Sorry to say. That don't make sense. That's not normal or natural. You ruined your kids with that. If it was them, maybe got it from somewhere else in life. But someone else modeled that and he just took that and ran with it. Not good. I was accused of making something up in my mind here. I'm saying that principle is what he made up in his own mind, because that is what doesn't exist in an objective framework of common social agreement and understanding reasonably. That's made up. That's selfishness. It's nonsense. That's the root of the parasitical shit. Really, moral parasitism. Oh, so he continues to write, did you expect me to reply right away and agree to help with your thing while still being in disagreement? Yeah, the point is, the sooner you watch the videos, the sooner you're not in disagreement anymore. You're in disagreement with me the whole time. You trying to make up for it is helping you part of the way, and then you holding back the other part of the way is the other suspicious thing that lowers you back again. If anything I've said is unreasonable or nonsensical, tell me in the comments. I'll do whatever in the world that makes sense to you. We see him for what he is here. I think it's clear. He writes, furthermore, how long was I supposed to act as an in-between for you and your mom? This amount of time is ridiculous. And I furthermore agree. And that is, but watch. He says the amount of time it takes is ridiculous. It's only ridiculous because she wasn't brought around to realize why. Because somebody's been holding back in terms of how closely they've worked. Mind you, I'm not going to criticize Anthony outright for the level of work he's put in. There's some aspects of what he did that were fully on par, and those are things that were good, and that I'm grateful for. I can't condemn the whole. Remember, guys, it's rat poison with your vitamin C, though, so we're having a hard time here now, overall. Was it supposed to be another year? Well, some mixture of my mom as well as Anthony are both combined responsible for the amount of time that this has took. And funny, you both act the same ways when each of you are confronted with reasonable accusations, it seems. Anthony writes here, lay out a list and explain why you see it as a problem. Your inability to speak plainly without dragging things on causes the points you make to be missed. Audience, witnesses, let's get it real clear. And I'm strictly calling for some feedback on this. Go for it. Tell me in the comments. Is it the case that the points of mine throughout this whole narration, up until this very moment here now, have been missed? Do you all feel like the plain clarity and substance of the thing I'm putting forth here is not dawning on any of you sufficiently? I've added a lot of extra narration orally here, verbally, but even from the writing itself, which all this is being drawn from and placed alongside, even from the writing itself, it should be clear. But remember, guys, Cluster B's visions don't see correctly, so he'll just tell you to lay out a list, do this, do that, explain why you see it as a problem. I'm thinking, yeah, it already was explained. But he says no. He says, your inability to speak plainly without dragging things on. For sure, there's an element of dragging things on. That's just how my brain works post-coma. It goes extra long, extra deep. But regardless, 35,000-foot view puts the whole thing in a picture. So if you lack the... So remember, with these types, if I don't understand, it's not because I'm too stupid. It's because you're not explaining it well enough. They never take responsibility. Tough position, generally. One that even some people can be compassionate about. It's sad, yeah. But make no mistake about it. There's no inability of mine here to speak plainly. If I've not spoken plainly, tell me in the comments below. If you've missed the points I've made, tell me in the comments below. Alternately, if you find I speak plainly enough and that the points seem to be reasonably clear, do also tell us in the comments below so that it can be plainly established. He turns back to the imaginary false slant. Remember, he doesn't know how to read practically, but he'll tell you you don't know how to read or speak or think when he doesn't know how to speak or think or read. It's so... the bizarro world, inversion. We live it everywhere. We turn left and right. It's the same scheme. Where he writes here, furthermore, you seem to have forgotten or maybe disregarded the limited scope that was agreed on. We analyzed it. There is no such thing. What a joke. This is clown world. This is the circus of Anthony Haydenn. And we continue. And you think, just because you feel it should be what you view to be the morally right thing, that you'll then overstep the prior agreement so that you demand I do certain things. What a nice slant and spin. And yet, if we go back and review all the texts and emails and say, no, that doesn't look like John's really overstepping anything. Turn by damn turn, message, you read and you track, impact, by counter impact, move by move. It's like, no, what John's doing here is actually, at each turn, it's like pretty sensible for the moment, and then pretty sensible for the moment, and then pretty sensible for the moment. Where we see from Anthony, it's, he's the one who's showing himself out to be some kind of prima donna problem type of person. Where it's clear he reasonably does owe something better. If you disagree, tell me in the comments. He furthermore states, the initial rift wasn't addressed. Yeah, because you didn't want to and looked for any apparent excuse to not do so, and then conveniently didn't bring it up after months where you probably should have brought it up. And that isn't even the main point. I mentioned it, but it's not even a huge point. However, Anthony loves to tug at anything possible to try to spin the slant a little more, like a spinning top against you. They can't stand up when they're still, remember? They have no stability. That's why they need to keep spinning. The horror. He says the initial rift wasn't addressed while helping again. I'm the helper and you're the low ones. That's how these people work. It's all inversion. You can't see it correctly. So, witnesses, audience, help them see correctly. Tell them the correct perspective. He furthermore says here, it couldn't reasonably done. I couldn't have done both. Working to help wouldn't have been possible. You see that? That's just the last thing he says to you. I don't know how, it's not even physically possible for any human being in my position anywhere on earth to both watch the emails that, watch the videos that explain to me why I'm wrong, and also have also me go to your mom to explain to her why she's wrong. Yeah, both of those are impossible. Is that a reasonable explanation, or is it unreasonable outright, such that all reasonable people across the board would come to the single conclusion that distinctly would differ from Anthony's here? So therefore, has Anthony not reasonably mischaracterized something about reality? Yeah, that's a common theme we're going to keep seeing from him, and that we have been seeing that so far from him. That's everything we've seen from him, just about. Now, I want to skip over to one thing. I actually skipped something slightly out of order. We were supposed to have that meeting on that prior weekend that was mentioned, that Sunday, January 7th, right? Yeah, I went there, and I sat there. Didn't hear a yes or no from him. I gave him the opportunity to, write with respectfully. So you gotta train them with the opportunity to give respect, so that if they actually choose to fail to disrespect you overtly, they become fully morally liable. That's it. I went there just in case he might have a last-minute change of heart or whatever, since the previous email should have woken anybody up. Obviously, we agreed on that, audience. He never showed up. After 3 hours of me being there, I was doing my own thing anyway. It wasn't just only for him. But for, two birds with one stone. I'll have lunch, but I'm also waiting there where I said I'd be. I always keep my word. You didn't come? 3 hours later, I texted him this. I'll take by your non-response and your non-appearance here that you still, despite everything I've written to you, as shown in the emails here, that you feel no remorse or sense of wrongdoing or whatsoever. Anthony, you are morally wrong and morally blind, I do find. Where by this point in time, one in your position, I strongly feel to be the case. They should have reasonably come to understand how and why it is that you are the one in the wrong. My mother is virtually mocked or ridiculed by us for not understanding what's obviously correct to us within that whole circumstance between me and her. Yet, you here, ironically, are showing the same kind of stubborn non-traction in the same sort of way that she's been. She really does believe in herself, just like you do here. That's not good. And to signal that he doesn't show up, but he won't even text you anything. He won't even say, look, I'm letting you know, maybe it's best that it's all designed that way. Offense is designed to multiply from these types of people, where good people designed to divide it, to minimize it to zero. They want to multiply it, or they otherwise do instinctively, mindlessly. I write to him, therefore, look, I don't have much else to say to you then, for the time being at least. I haven't done anything wrong to you, but you've done multiple wrongs and reasonably offensive inconsiderations against me. You've committed such things, where this isn't even the first time. Of course, referencing the prior issues. As I wrote, you've got no need to worry about doing anything else, strictly speaking, for me on the matter between me and my mom. He's retired from that. So go ahead. Now you can focus all he wants on simply processing you're wrong about before. You got the videos still pending in your life to watch. We cannot possibly resume any possible friendship or benevolence without Anthony doing the reasonably expected things. And you got this. Now, 2 matters outstanding simultaneously. Continuing. Remaining outstanding, that's right, is my rebuke of you from your offenses from months ago. Yeah, and reasonable for me to mention this at this time. I give you a chance, despite this fact, even, as I've been saying here, to give you an opportunity to show that you are fully trustworthy and consistent over the long haul, and that you do deserve to be in the fully good graces. Instead, you just do more of the same, which is you not fully thinking about what it is that's going on and what is it that you're really doing and its implications. Since you think I'm in the wrong, and I'm obviously, from your perspective, not hearing you, of course, the way you think you should be heard and that the way you feel life should be perceived and operated within, then do you not agree that it would be high time to then turn to your own friends in order to prove it, essentially by some other human being's corroboration, who's not just you, that it really is me who's wrong? I invite and welcome this. Or where you think this would further bolster and benefit you by proving you right, you would think, I'm challenging you, that it would actually give you the further cause to realize what the real deal is. Furthermore, why is it that you don't genuinely feel bad when you can see that what you are doing is making any other human being around you feel bad? This is literally the hallmark trait of the cluster B, ASD, autism spectrum disorder, ADHD axis disorders. A human being relies on you to be empathetic in order to find you to be fully trustworthy then. And in order to find you to be fit into integration into those people's lives and each other's lives in a meaningful way. If you are this comfortable flagrantly disrespecting both me and my own mother, basically to my face, under a flawed moral logic that you've held, you furthermore don't even move an inch out from being under, despite you seeing all the signs in the world that the moral physics of life doesn't actually work this way, the way you think, but it works a distinctly different way. It is your continued indifference That is the emotionally and morally jarring, dissonant, and creepy thing to behold at the vibe level of feeling. Who likes it? Who thinks this is great and fine? You want friends like this? I furthermore write, if you bring out either one person who assesses everything and assesses you to be substantially more in the right than I am, especially if you could get either a second person or ChatGPT analysis to further corroborate, I will humbly, and consider that I genuinely said this, I will humbly apologize. I'll come to your house. I'll announce that I messed up. I'll shake your hand. I'll genuinely accept 100% of whatever you decide to be the most fit course of atonement for me to pay for my insults. In essence, whatever it is that will be within reason. I mean it. I do. Because if you can't do this, and you can't, it's impossible for you to accomplish such a thing. Go ahead. Go try it. Go spin your wheels. Good luck. You won't be able to do it authentically. Almost impossible. And furthermore, you don't arise to successfully meet this challenge, it will be you who owes such a thing as this to me. Huh? Does anyone disagree? That this is reasonably what would be expectable or properly called for otherwise within context of the situation? If you do, tell me in the comments. If you agree, tell me that in the comments. I furthermore write, do you have any problem or disagreement with this? If not, then I think this is substantially fair. Even at this point, I check in with the other person. How do you feel about this? How do you feel about this? Courtesy. That's what real consideration looks like. Not fake consideration from Anthony, and then it gives you the fake accusation that you don't have consideration. I tell him furthermore, I will do my work on my own end. Oh, and haven't I here, you see? There's no playing around when it comes to human dignity. Man is made in God's image, you see. Honor your own dignity, and you're honoring God in essence too. This is the key thing to understand for the new coming age. Very good. I will do my work on my end, as it states here, by making the case to the GPT in an objectively Socratic method-based way. And I hope you do your own part too, of coming into a fuller understanding of both the problems that I've raised with you from a few months ago by the videos to these current ones now, by seeking any other entity in existence that you could show that demonstrably agrees with you, and like substantially more so along with you rather than me, over me. It's impossible. It's not the universe we're living in now. See, either you are the one who owes the major portion of apology to me, or it is me who owes it to you. One way or another, we'll show you. Let's develop the understanding and bring about that which is owed. I am willing, and I am putting my ass here on the line. And in response to this, that is what he wrote this email here to. You get how this guy's mind works now? You see how it works, plainly, just as you see it does here. So, in response to this, I write one final email. And this is the final email that's been written up until this point in time. For after what I wrote, nothing more came from him. Let's finally look to see what I wrote in response, and let's see if finally whether we feel that it is the person in my position who's been the substantially more reasonable, if not outright fully reasonable one among us two, or whether it's him. Let's go check. I write. A few points at the outset upon first glance of what you've written. Considering the very first thing that you've said, that I supposedly, as you say, think I can change someone's moral outlook with a few arguments. What naturally comes to mind is this. Take the moral controversy between my mom and us, up until this point that you've been a witness to. You've spent time writing to her, carefully explaining to her exactly how and why it is that she's wrong. Safe to say, to the point that you feel that any reasonable person in her shoes necessarily should have come to understand what it is that you've conveyed to her and why you're right. Sufficiently in order to do what? Why did you do this? To genuinely and essentially reflexively change how it is that she is fundamentally treating me and relating to us, and naturally so. This, furthermore, isn't an unreasonable expectation on your part, is it? Within context, of course. It's also not totally morally fine that she would just behold what you say, everything that you've written, and then that she just simply doesn't do anything different at all. You have even yourself essentially mocked her for this. Well, imagine if she wrote back to you in response to everything you've written, where you look and see anybody in the world should just clearly get this now. And imagine if she were to say to you simply, look, Anthony, you think you could just change my moral outlook just because you have explained all of these things to me? Head banging against palm palm face. And if something else comes to mind, I'll resume just in a very quick moment. But for now, to cover this also, this previous email that what I'm writing is responding to. After we've reviewed this, I'd like to bring up that subject matter once again regarding scoffers, scorners, and mockers, and simple people. That's the 4 points. They align on the same axis of essence. After we examine what he has written here, does he not, especially according to his first sentence there as a result of that, does Anthony not plainly show to be that type of person? It is that person within moral conflicts who almost definitively, in the fundamental sense, is the one who is the wrongdoer. Virtually always. Something to really digest there, for sure. Resuming here. If my mom had said this to him, oh, you think you could just change the modal outlook, all these things you explained this way? Just because you showed to me you're right doesn't mean that I'm going to do anything different. Psycho. Okay? Essentially. As I further write here, in essence, in quotations, like, as if, no fucking kidding, lady, of course you know by now that you essentially owe it by moral obligation to come into natural awareness of what it is that you've done wrong. Exactly because Anthony, me, has gone through the damn work of carefully explaining it to you on behalf of your own son, and reasonably well, too. You see, if she wouldn't budge from there, that wouldn't be your fault, Anthony. Not strictly speaking, at least, because you thought you could have that, of course, beneficial effect upon her and the situation by what? Telling her why it is that she's wrong, right? All right, of course. Oh, the light is dawning on us. Good. We continue onwards. Furthermore states here. Yeah, of course not. Of course it wouldn't be your fault. But here you are with me now. Precisely and functionally the same position now with me as she has been with you. And you say to me as if, oh, yeah, Anthony makes sense here, right? No, you don't, obviously. It makes as much sense as if it would if she were the one to say this to you within that context that we've been operating in prior. Crazy. Continuing. Regarding these emails, if direct interaction between you and I appear after a few rounds or more to still have no real change, then encouraging and inviting strongly further and then in that case, encouraging and strongly inviting further contention is, in the case of a fruitless endeavor, pointless to continue without some opportunity for a new perspective or take. Why? Precisely because of the properly applicable principles, as we reviewed prior in the previous videos. Exactly. Anthony, here's something you're not getting. The reason I am commanded to rebuke you is so that I don't end up hating you in precisely the kind of way that one would hate you by the grudge in the undertone, in the underlayer of his spirit, while he's still interacting with you at the face value level. That's the worst hate. There is a kind of despising sort of disappointment and a aversion to what you're doing that's had when you take a kind of high road as this. But funny enough, when you're in your shoes and you start rebuking people, you learn it's like, I don't like what you did, but I told you to your face about it, and now it's been made clear. That kind of hate, that's the subtle, dirty hate, is gone. It is incapable of making a home in your heart anymore, because that's the type of hate that's the sin. So what is Anthony asking me to do? Not rebuke him and reprove him? Mocks me for this? So according to Anthony, it's better that I have the subversive hate for him instead, huh? No. Twisted people love twisted things. Everything's backwards in backwards world. Never forget it. This is a consideration that you didn't have the capacity to consider these things. You don't even understand these things until it's spelled out for you in this way. That it's your fault. You should have known better. You're a grown man enough. You're 35. There's no excuses with you or for you. Continuing. Another relevant point, as it goes on to state here, to cover here is, well, this may surprise you, Anthony. It has nothing to do with the phone call. This whole moral issue between you and me. That's right, as suggested before, I think, as well. It has nothing to do, really, with the phone call. Anthony was writing, oh, you did the phone call, the phone call. No, no, no. Once again, it has nothing to do with the phone call. It has everything to do with your instinct of dignifying people or not dignifying people to whom you presumably have had as a friend loyalty to. And has everything to do with the level of offense that you're comfortable with creating for such people, for those who arguably were owed something better by you. You see, it's actually very weird to read you or perceive you essentially as saying, you think you can get me to do something like this or like that? Yeah, someone who's your friend is supposed to have the best, widest, and most accessible avenue and route to your heart. So if you're signaling to people, even to your closest people, that you can't like have an influence on my thinking, you're showing us that we don't matter to you. That's a diss. You want to go out of your way to even make them feel extra like they have that special link with you. What are you doing? Thus, I write here, it's dissonant and jarring, even almost completely so for me. It would be for anybody just about. This may sound nuts to you, like a completely different. I don't know what the hell I was saying there. This may sound nuts to you, but we consider further points. What would reasonable people in my position reasonably, or that is necessarily, expect across the board? See, morality has everything to do with what our expectations of each other are, fairly speaking. If I lend my friend my only bike for a month so that he can have a bike race, but then his race gets canceled, and then I suddenly am signed up for a race this very weekend, you see, I'm not making him give me my bike back for the race. No, but I'm having a reasonably consistent expectation that he ought to, that he wants to, and that he should naturally come and offer to return my own bike to me for use for my own upcoming race. See, probably without me even having to ask for it or demand it back outright in a way that would make as if it is a point of contention. Now, you thinking? I shouldn't have to press you on calling my mom. You should be running first to call my mom before I even think to check or even think twice it has even called my mom, is the point. Audience, witnesses, if anything I've said is unfair or even significantly liable to be off mark here, go ahead. You know where to write it. I continue on here to state, think about this. If the guy who that bike had been lent to suddenly heard me, if I'm the guy who lent the bike to him, if he heard me say, I have a bike race now this weekend, I think I said, hello, you understand? Is it contextually sensible for the guy still holding the bike to be saying, no, man, you can't just tell me what to do. You think you can just convince me to give you your bike because of arguments that you made to me as to why it should be given back to you? Now, the agreement you said was for a month, so if that's the agreement, then so I'm supposed to just hold on to it now because that's what we originally said. Rigidity problem. You see the problem? The reed that doesn't bend breaks. He doesn't understand. And that's one analogy that's decent, but the even better one is the thing you thought was morally correct is not even morally correct. It's just your very vision is absolutely the hallucination. I'm telling you furthermore here. Do you not obviously see how that guy is missing perceptive aspects of what is really going on within that situation with these bikes? And how it would be to properly process the reasonable expectations of the situation and his own role in it? 100 out of 100 people would say that this guy should have his bike back, of course. 100 out of 100 people would, in that guy's shoes, reasonably expect that they're about to get their bike handed back to them now, early, too. If you're in the shoes of the guy who gave the bike to lend, you should. Morality, the shaper of expectations, properly speaking. That's it. 0 out of 100 reasonable people would perceive the guy who properly owns the bike as being pushy or he's bad. He's trying to convince the guy to do anything. He doesn't need him to do anything. If the guy wants to keep the bike for a full month, the guy doesn't really care about the literal bike. He'll just go rent the bike. You understand? He cares about the fact that his friend is either being an idiot or is respecting him or he's in no sufficient sensibility or respect. He isn't making the bike come back to him. He also isn't expecting it back. Nor is he otherwise mad about having it withheld. He is mad about having it withheld from him because that would be his own friend there, not even regarding or listening to him or considering him. That's the insult, you see? No, that would be nuts, of course. The person in such a position is upset and disappointed because his friend, about to be non-friend at this rate that the friend is going at, it's because he's showing inconsideration and isn't being gracious at the level to meet where we can term the moral obligation of what kind of grace would be owed, as it should probably say there. Furthermore, it's not about, I want to make him follow some kind of way, and then if he doesn't, it's bad, so you better give the bike back. It's about my friend not doing what a friend would do that is the thing that's messed up. You see? A friend of mine wouldn't put me through this that you've put me through, Anthony Haydenn. That's the problem you're not getting. And anyone watching this would agree. You're going to wake up soon. I have a feeling. I'm not going to make you do anything. It doesn't occur to you that I don't sufficiently actually care whether you literally place a call to my mother that much here or not. I care that you're trying to do something that's helpful to me because you're signaling to me I am your friend. Here's me doing helpful and right things to you that you appreciate. That's what you're supposed to do as a friend, moron. It's about ensuring I keep people around me who are actually worth something by moral value, that they're trustworthy. Are you trustworthy fully if this is how you treat people, that you're going to dignify them? Or, oh, you don't really dignify them so much. Oh, not good for you. But remember, Anthony's funny spin in the prior email, as if I'm the one who's the problem person, right? Sure, I think you're just trying to spin something because you don't even know what the hell up or down is. If you disagree with me reasonably as a witness or an audience person, tell me in the comments below. Otherwise, if not, seems that people tacitly acquiesce to the belief or the assertion that your up is down and down might be up. You're upside down, dude. If you betray or violate what would be a reasonable man's sense of what is right versus what makes a person recoil slightly in disgust, that means that unless you choose upon rebuke to change and grow or onset a new kind of realization, then one in my position couldn't respect my own self anymore if I actually kept you as a friend. This is extremely obvious stuff. So the way you have it framed by your perception, this is surprisingly off. But it is this very offness of it that should be your first sign or hint that, in other words, wait, if my inclination, intuitive, or lens about this part of it isn't fully right, Anthony should be thinking to himself, then what else about the way that I'm fundamentally processing all of this that also isn't right? Exactly. How you do one part of it is how you do all parts of it. Remember that. We continue. I write to him, let us turn to another matter or another set of points now. Who the hell are you to essentially punish my own mother? You're not calling my mother, who is older than you, who is furthermore my mother, when she asks you for a call? Yeah, you not calling my mother is disrespectful. Full stop, no qualification. 100 out of 100 reasonable people would agree. Yet you are punishing my own mother? That means you're trying to be my daddy. Is this cool? Is this something that I should be cool with? Let me go take all these emails and show them to your father, actually, who I remember meeting and who was very kind to me. I'd love to sit down with him or even just have this be sent to him and just get a hint as to what he thinks about what his own son is doing. That should probably be the most valuable feedback that you could possibly ever get in your life, given that that's your father. I'd be very curious what he thinks. I think he's a smart man, and I think he would absolutely 100% side with me, not even 99%. And he'd have something to say to you about it afterwards, too. I bet you. Huh? I'm not going to necessarily text him outright, though I have his number, and I'm almost halfway leaning to doing so, but I'm thinking you should be the one by the inevitable point to do it. And if you can't, or you're not willing to meet that challenge, I wonder why. We continue. I ask here, is this fitting for one in your position to do? To be my daddy? To punish my mommy? And to dream that you should persist in attempting to justify such a paradigm furthermore to my face, when I, practically speaking to my face, virtually, when I tell you that, or hint to you that I'm not so happy about this? You're missing something in almost the same kind of way that the bike borrower from that fairly close analogous situation to ours is clearly missing there. That's key something. Anthony, for the love of God, go and run to your friends. Find some smart guy, and then perhaps also a smart girl, who also have good emotional quotients of this type of intelligence in all likelihood, and please get their take on this, because you're not listening to me, which makes this a sadistic waste of people's energy and time. My further additional points pertain to why it seems to have taken this long, and why my mother may not have been brought around even halfway so in a situation where you admit she should be waking up. Might be admitted in a subsequent, I think I was going to say here. See, my brain doesn't always cap or catch all these things. I was going to write, I might mention it on a side note, but I've hinted a little bit here. It's actually because Anthony didn't come up to her properly and approach it. If you hide behind a layer and write these blips to her, oh, you mean my emails to you, Anthony, don't work to convince you? Well, that's exactly why yours don't work on her. Ah, but coming up to her face with furrowed brows does. Ah, do my friends fight for me? The ones who are worth anything do. If your friends don't fight for you, Anthony, they shouldn't be your friends. You just never figured that part out yet. Why? Because your instinct itself is unique and different, we'll just say nicely. And that you turned to me and just confided in me saying, I don't even have an instinct to ever turn to anyone for help. Little can be said about that beyond what I've said. You're not living in the same framework as many other people are, so you don't have the same programming elements and expectations of life. I think in some way you're behind the curve in these ways. Continue. When someone in my position tells their friend that anyone in the world did something to that person, to me, do you know what their instinctive reaction is? If they are empathetic people and if they're neurotypical, and if they also are genuinely close to that person, such that their friendship is true and genuine, that person will be so naturally aroused with offense and incensed on behalf of that person that the empathy and shared offense causes the now witness, functionally speaking and practically speaking there, that friend is, to make sure that they get to that to that wrongdoer, to that offensive person as soon as possible and get it clear right into their damn heads. You can't treat my friends like this. You can't treat my friends like you get it. You get it, Buster? That's what you're supposed to get in life when people care about you. They love you. They fight for you lovingly. You have to push them. I may have a story about somebody else in my life who has a similar narrative, another person, a female actually. There may end up being a video about her later on. There's more people than most of you guys realize. They're just peppered everywhere. They all act the same. It's the same kind of thing. Same kind of pattern, and it's just... But all of you go through similar things too, perhaps to just slightly lesser degrees of magnitude. But the problem is you're almost societally conditioned to turn your head away from it. So then everyone does that. So it's like this weird society, this new fake bad society, cancerous societal agreement where it's like, I won't complain to you when you stab me in the back, and you won't complain to me when I stab you in the back. Okay? Okay. So then you all shit on each other all day long. It's the weirdest thing. Why are you people doing this? You're destroying your own dignity and your expectation of what you should expect your dignity to be. You have no, you're ruining yourselves. They knew this in the days of old. That's why they say the first thing that will happen is that they stop rebuking each other, and then God will destroy you in every way imaginable. Because the framework matrix you live in will literally cause you, by your own, the rules of moral gravity, moral physics will just cause you to become destroyed, because you will be destroyed. It's just the natural consequences of your stupidity. You understand? That's what God is, in essence. The framework and the set of rules that govern all of this around us. Live by it. Don't be dumb to it. Don't be naive to it. We embody God as the essence of all that is, as manifested as a being and an entity, in essence. But it is it all. You're in consciousness now, streaming the game. You keep playing against the rules, though, so you're never getting any points, except you think you're doing something. You're getting fake points, because they didn't give you the instruction manual with the game. I continue on here. It goes on to say, in cases like this, the wrongdoer actually stands there, gets her door knocked on, sees the furrowed brows, where it's a real friend who's got your back, see? And that is what signals to the emotional circuitry part of that wrongdoer's brain that she actually needs to change her value system and her approach and moral calibration, because her current one has led her to this. The furrowed brows, the tone in the voice. Just like with Michael. Why was one light shove to his shoulder with my arm enough to make 10,000 times of a larger difference to his moral calibration and his instinct and his neural circuitry than all the full explanations, even though the truth is in the explanations. The truth isn't in the shove. A shove's just a shove. You don't understand. Right? Why should it be a shove that works? Because they're defective, because they're an animal instinct instead of upright man's instinct. So they're still, because they're an animal energy, then they follow animal rules. So it doesn't matter who's right. Might is right. Whoever bites you better is the king. That's all you understand. That's what you're programmed to yield to. Whoever's willing to bite you. Just the willingness enough is enough to get you. You see it, you're like, oh, okay. Oh, he's willing to kick my ass. Oh, okay, I'm sorry then. See? You're fucking sheep, idiots. Arise, raise your dignity, but become wise. As soon as Michael Kansar perceived it, it changed, and boom, he realized, oh my God, my current moral calibration led me to this, that moment, and then his mind changes much more effectively than it would have for anything else. Same with Anthony. Same with the mother. You have to do something uncomfortable for her. But you have failed to really be an effective conduit because you haven't transmitted the feeling upon the other person that what? That John's someone you don't fuck with. How does Barbara get the feeling that John isn't someone you fuck with? How? She has to see someone who actually feels that John isn't to be fucked with. But if Anthony himself turns in his own life to like fuck with John in this way that he tries to here, then you don't actually have the inner vibe of life that carries the wave impetus over to her when you're dealing with her. So when she sees your interactions, Anthony, when she sees Anthony's interactions coming to her, to Barbara, Barbara doesn't feel, oh, that's the wave signaling to me that John is like a Tony and not like a Danny. No, because Anthony himself sees Johnny as a Danny. He can never convey to Barbara authentically that Johnny's a Tony. Barbara doesn't care about what she did, whether she's right or wrong. She's a woman. She only cares about the frame and whether or not whether she's following correctly. If the frame is that Johnny is supposed to be treated like a Danny, she's following it correctly by being a bitch. So you convincing her with arguments is going to basically offer to her to move away from the frame that she's in. But why would she do that? She's supposed to treat me like a bitch, remember? Because Johnny's like Danny. It'd be weird to treat Danny well. That'd be violation of the frame. Oh, now you get it. You have to actually come there with the proper substantive vibe frame programming level. So why is it that if I turn to anyone else in the world, in 10 minutes, magically, they would have solved it? In minute 1, they would have called her. 9 more minutes of being like, talking to her in a way that Anthony never would have dreamed of talking to her in a way about me. And that would have conveyed what signal to my mom? The way that me pushing Michael in the street lightly conveyed the signal to his brain by the super highway. Just auto reprogram. Oh, Johnny's a Tony. Oh, womp womp. And then, well, that's how she realizes that she was wrong the whole time. Why? Because she failed to treat me like a Tony the whole time. Where you morally owe you to treat your son like a Tony at all times, regardless of what he actually does by merit. Everyone understands that. In my playlists, I covered many compilations and experts of morality, religion, psychology who explain the same things. Very interesting stuff. Go check it out if you like. Any of my compilations are great. Check them all out. Resuming here. So that's what you owed as a friend, Anthony. That's what you're supposed to. You're supposed to owe the actual feeling about me that I am the Tony, rather, for real. And then because you feel that way about me natively, you then naturally are arisen to go figuratively beat on Barbara, figuratively speaking, about it, where she then catches the wave. So then how's it that if you did it that way, it could have been done in fucking 1 day, half a day? Now, if you don't feel that way, you'll never transmit the wave. It's like an insulator. I can't conduct electricity if 99 of my links are copper, but one of them is fucking made of like glass or rubber. Then the electrical connectivity doesn't complete the circuit. You have to complete the circuit by your substance, what you are. And you have a moral obligation to cultivate what you're supposed to be, especially as a man. Get it? If anything that I've said isn't correct or doesn't make sense to any audience member or witness, rather, to these matters, tell us in the comments below. But as I was saying here, now it all makes sense, doesn't it? You fail to really be an effective conduit because you haven't transmitted the feeling upon the other person, where generally, if someone really gives that damn, such as to experience the real indignation, like, that's my friend, you know, like, anyone who mistreats you is horrible. Of course. This is so because it comes from an instinctive place, as it goes on to state here, an instinctive place of regard that you really have for the friend who was originally insulted by whoever else in the transactional landscape dreamed to do that to them. That's an offense to you. Why? Because that's your friend, and you don't see them that way. Someone else did. There's a violation here. Something's not adding up, and it's going to be worked out quick because you want to work it out. But if the friend who is approached to be the witness doesn't actually really care about that friend that's approaching them, two things will almost always exist correspondingly in parallel by coincidence. It's not really a coincidence. Firstly, the friend will himself just as easily tend to get into situations with that disrespected originally friend who came to him where he'll just disrespect that same person too. Oh, other people are treating you like the pinata? Oh, okay, let me get out my stick too. You're a pinata, you're a pinata. You understand? In one of my ChatGPT conversations, actually also featured within the playlist of Rebuke of Barbara Winslow, I talk about how within one of those conversations and featured on one of the videos, there's a sort of essential metaphysical tag that one places when you abuse somebody. Even if they rebuke you, the removal of the tag that you placed on them is not complete. Even if they really fully rebuke you. A few other things have to happen for the tag to become metaphysically neutralized. And until it doesn't, just because you tag that person, you affect the way their aura is processing the energy, and it will magnetize other people to treat them the same way. I'm going to share a little story with you because when I got not even the most recent email that we read from Anthony, but the email prior, okay? I read that about a couple to a few hours later. I read that at like the middle of the night, very early morning hours, and then I ended up coming out to Whole Foods. I was intending to see maybe Anthony would show up there that day, but I was very mad. But I felt abused too. I was mad, but it was like, God, the universe is abusing me again through more of its agents. This is the devil working harder on its crazy shit. Unbelievable. I could rebuke it just as I did with the email, and I was getting one ready. But in the meantime, it doesn't matter. If I rebuke him but he doesn't accept it, the tag still stays on the person. Do you want to know how people started treating me that day? I go to Whole Foods to shop very regularly. Spend a lot of money there. Well, not a lot of money, but I spend a lot of my money there. And I do the same things, same shopping patterns, same habits regularly. I'll walk in and out many times. I'll take many bags in and out. I'll buy a couple things each time, walk in and out, re-walk in with bags, have multiple bags, multiple purchases from previous rounds with but I always make sure as a rule to keep my receipt. Why? Because I never have a problem. But I always tell myself, just in case, like 1 out of a million times there's a problem, I made it a ritual, always put my receipt. Because a lot of people will crumple their receipts and throw them out without thinking. Watch. This day I'm processing all that angst energy of like, why am I being abused? So what does it do? Even though you don't feel you're deserving the abuse, metaphysically you still have the portal hole that was ripped open by his blow to you. Other people can sense it. It's like the shark in the water when he smells blood. It could be anything that pokes the first hole. Once the first piranha bit, all the other piranhas now will also bite next. I'm at Whole Foods. I came in, bought something, walked up to another section of the store. They have 2 floors, so then I grabbed a couple more things, went to the second floor, which is a separate registry, to pay there for the second set of things I bought. And then all of a sudden one of the ladies comes out who's like a plain-clothed Whole Food employee, funnily enough, like with an attitude. She was like, "You got some things in that other bag. You got to pay for those other things, okay?" And I was like, "Oh no, that can't be right. These are mine. I have a receipt for them." "You got to pay for those," I said. "You understand? I can't let you. You got to pay now." Like, and I was like, "Oh no, I just told you I paid for these downstairs." And she's like, "No, you didn't. Pay, whatever." All right, and I'm like, "I have a receipt." And she's like, "Let me see the receipt." So then now, like, all right, so this is an insult. I just told you that these are fine and that I paid for them. And I always do the same thing for years, multiple times a week. I do extremely regularly. I've done this hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times, maybe thousands of times. Now, all of a sudden, first time in my life, boom. Think it's a coincidence? Watch. Then, because now she's insulted me because she's basically implied that I'm a thief. That's a serious accusation. Okay? If you're going to make an accusation like that against someone, you need to be reasonably certain that it appears on the face of the situation that what the person is doing is thievery. Okay? And mind you, What would the appropriate thing to do be? If you're not sure, you can go and with less arrogance and certainty, you will simply, and with much more courtesy and respect, you go, you ask, you say, I'm sorry, these items in your other bag, these were properly paid for already by you, sir? You know, yes, they were. I do have the receipt. Okay, that's great. I understand. Just checking. Or at the worst, it'd be, all right, you would mind if I asked to see the receipt, would you? Oh, no, of course not. Here you are. Oh, I really appreciate it. Okay, I see. I was just checking, but you understand, sir. I apologize for the inconvenience. You know, I don't mean to offend or insult the customer, because why? He could be taking easily $10,000 or $20,000 of revenue per annum out the door in one fell swoop. People buy all their food there, you see, year round. So, one person's salary, if you cost your company $10,000 or $20,000 or $30,000 and boom, boom like that, you're fucking done and you're not worth anything to that company. You know what that woman did? At that point, after she disrespectfully treated me like I'm a dog, or I told her multiple times, like, no, it's all right, I got these from the downstairs. She's like, no, I said, blah, 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 blah. Like she's the police force of her own mind, the fake police, right? But imagining that she's the one in the right and that I'm there to be hounded, which isn't right. You can't come up to anyone like that unless you're literally watching them run out with clearly unpaid for things, and they're out the door and they're running and they're, you know, like acting completely fucking thief-like. Then you're like, fucking get that guy. Right. At any point short of that, you owe a little more, I think, huh? So I didn't get that. Now, she challenged me because I said I have the receipt, and she treated me as if she didn't believe me, but like disrespectfully. So I'm like, all right, so now because of this, I now have to go into my bag, and I was having movement problems by that particular point during the day, because again, neurological issues. So to me, my movements were like way slower, so it was hard time. So I'm like, this is fucking, like, all right, I go into the bag, get my one receipt that I just printed out for my one batch, most recent, and the second prior batch, get its separate receipt from the separate bag. I pull them both out, and I look at her. I'm like, here you go. I think you owe me an apology. She looks at the receipts. She looks at the one. She looks at the other. She kind of glances over my bags, and then she just sulks on her face, and just like with sass, just hands me back the receipts. Doesn't even look at me yet. But she extends to hand me the receipts without saying nothing. She just keeps her mouth shut while she's offering for me to take the receipts back, as if to offer also that she isn't saying anything to me that she shouldn't. That's insane. So after a couple seconds of her holding this down, saying nothing, I then take my receipts from her hand while looking at her expectantly, because she owes something. Again, what would a reasonable customer service person say? I'm sorry, blah, blah, blah. They used to train them way better, especially at Trader Joe's. This is horrifying. Meanwhile, they're at Whole Foods, which is supposed to be the better store, but you get worse customer service. You know what this woman did? She then deadpan looked me in the eye, like pupil to pupil, like stared at me as if like with the murder look, like she was going to fucking murder me. Hold on a second. You were just called out for being offensive to me, where I correctly put you in your place of saying, lady, the way you've been talking to me is incorrect. I think you owe me an apology. If I correctly say you owe me an apology, well, see, normal people would say, you're right, I'm sorry, sir. Clearly, you fess up, you made a mistake. No, you know what she does? In her own woman mind, in essence, she just, and whatever her life is that brought her to that point of having that nature and characteristic, only so many hypotheses can roll around as to why that might be, but she's standing there and she basically like tries to, slant the frame. Get it? How dare the customer expect that, that he be treated with respect and otherwise not accosted? Everything is an inversion when you're inverted. For I ended up being so mad that I didn't even end up sitting there at that same Whole Foods. I ended up walking down to another Whole Foods several blocks away to get another round of things to eat. Another one that I've been to countless times, probably hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. I'm there multiple times a week, several times a week at least. I walk in. I go get something off the shelf. Same pattern. I go to the thing. I pay for it. Another woman from another store comes up to me and starts dogging me like, you got to pay for all those things in the bag, okay? You're not going to get out of the store without those bags, without those things now. Never in my life did I get any of this, But then the day and the night that you get someone to treat you the way Anthony's treated you through these emails, just because you exist in a universe where that was put on you, that your eyes had to read that will create the portal hole that other people then jump in. Anthony jumped in my portal hole because Barbara put it there. Barbara put that portal hole because someone else put it there. You people will get the karmic problem because you start the portal holes, and then the rest of you act like piranhas smelling blood in the water like sharks. And then you don't know what you're doing. Thankfully, once she called security, even though I plainly told her, it's all right, miss, these are from the other store. I was actually much nicer to her. I was like, miss, listen, I have a receipt. This was from the other store. She was like, security. I do the same thing 500 times, and this is the one time, but it's 3 times in a row within the same 20 minutes after you get treated terribly by your close friend. See, this is how these things work. So who's responsible for this happening? Anthony, in the net karmic sense. Never mistreat people, because not only you're responsible for what you do, you're responsible for the net butterfly effect that you cause on their life, energetically speaking. That's proper responsibility. Everyone needs to walk around knowing that impetus exists. That's called the metaphysical tag that you leave on people by the way you treat them. That's why bullying is effective. We continue. I mean, bullying's effective, but if you understand the downsides of unmerited bullying, most of what we understand is bullying. But see, it's a conflation problem too. Rebuke is not bullying. Rebuke is good. That's rebuke. See that? So they always get you. Everything. This is an inverted life we're living in modern society. So everything in inversion, it's inverted, but that's correct in backwards land. So now, resuming what I was saying. Secondly, the first thing is that the friend will also jump on that person, and then the Whole Foods employees across different stores on the same day will jump on me, like with crazy tone, where everybody else, all of the days, everyone just smiles at me if I'm not drinking coffee, of course. It gets crazy. Although I wasn't drinking coffee on that day, so see, it really was a true vibe thing from the underlying circumstance. You're not allowed to affect people like this, Anthony. Continuing. You bend the matrix. You twist the fabric of reality. But then it's going to snap back at you later. You understand? Now, continue. The second thing is that the witness, as it goes on to state here furthermore, the witnessing will never really result in the first wrongdoer's repentance. You see, because of that person not really caring enough to get in there and to get it out of her. The witness, that is. You usually see both things, or you usually see neither. Why? Because either you give a crap enough or you don't. That's it. Lesson learned. But you owe something morally. What was it? To give a crap. See? If you don't have it naturally, then you need to cultivate it by, at least at the level of form. That you can fake it till you make it slightly. You apologize, you generally go inside and you cultivate like. But then if you don't, you get rebuked. But then the witnesses will talk you through. And then really it will help you in your cultivation. So you do need to ultimately learn. Or life is going to shut you down. That's it. Your choice. Proceeding on. If I tell or otherwise strongly signal to you that essentially no man on earth feels comfortable, Anthony, to have their own friend as a moral witness to a matter involving himself and his own mom, to basically treat that person's own mom in the way that Anthony has here, then that's the first sign, that uncomfortability that's being telegraphed or signaled by your own friend, that what you're actually doing is actually wrong, because it's inappropriately inconsiderate. Thus, you couldn't handle the practical and moral responsibilities of the situation that you've actually been in as a moral witness. So what did you promise to me? What? You thought you were going to agree to be a moral witness for me. Maybe a limited role, limited insofar that it was meant to be limited to the issues. But my mom still withheld repentance on the issue. Either way, we seem to have certified that she just fell into default, but it did take way longer than usual. And we did give her a lot of chances. To our credit, and to your credit, to Anthony's credit as well. Nevertheless, nothing came of it so far substantial that's clear and manifest now. Imagine my mom coming around and said, "You got to give me a long time," I said. "No, we don't. Read it now. You should cry now. Anything else is an insult to me." You're like, "Yeah, of course, this is stupid." See? Double standard is Anthony's biggest problem. The cluster bees are all like this. Continuing. Now, in response to what you said, there's a correction for you. I don't think I can change you. Rather, I want to ensure that I've given you an opportunity to change. See, given that you are reasonably morally obligated to enact such change, just like my mom has been in that situation. No? And one more thing I want to mention that just came into my head. I think regarding the claim of mine that I was making many phone calls to Anthony, he never returned a call. Just because it popped into my head after I recorded a video session previously, I actually got on the phone with Anthony around Christmas time. It was holiday. I was tired. I was sleepy. I had neural problems and whatever. I didn't decide to raise the contentious issue for that reason. So I decided to let it go and save it for January, fucking 3 weeks later. Oh my God. Like, it's nuts. This is what people is, that they give you tiny little holes to work. They're like, well, I'll be free in 3 weeks. I gotta take out the trash, then I'm taking a nap, so I'll call you in 3 days. Fuck. Meanwhile, the Frankies of life. Where's Frankie? You see? Honestly. And the Frankie types of this world. Good. God bless those types. All across the board generally. You continue. You see, the same, like, I don't think I can change my mom, necessarily. Or I've said many times, it has to be her who chooses to recognize the wrongdoing. Isn't that the case? That's what I've said all along, too. All I can do, obviously, is notify her of her wrongdoing and notify her of why it is that she's wrong in a way that naturally would invite self-reflection of one in her position. Then if you lack the capacity for self-reflection, that's your problem. But you're going to have a different life now because of that, as a result of what others are going to be doing for you and to you. Continuing. Proceeding onwards to respond to what you've written within the rest of the email more closely. Okay. Here we go. This is the final portion. You stated that, quote, the initial rift between us, which is the result of your moral fault, I reasonably hold and have held, mind you, quote, wasn't addressed while you, Anthony, started helping again on the matter between my mom and I as a witness. And according to you here, that rift, where you presumably and reasonably have owed the apology, quote, couldn't reasonably have been examined by you at any time within the course of 4 months, or even partially worked on, because as you hold, putting any attention on that and also working to help as a moral witness on the issue between my own mom and I wouldn't have even been literally possible, even conceivably, practically speaking, the way you see it in your mind. Are you sure this is a realistic and honest and responsible assessment? Do you feel that a majority, even, of reasonable people in your shoes would feel the same way or similarly? Huh? Or is it the case that both your assessment is off, your instinct to take correspondent responsibility to make good faith due diligence also isn't where others would expect it to be? See? So you're not a man among men. It's not where others would expect that it could be or should be. And that you furthermore also essentially simply used what you wrote there as an excuse, or used the claim at the time back in October to go ahead and transition to helping with you, but then, let me just not deal with that anymore. You used that as an excuse, in effect, implicitly, to just avoiding having to face any of that rebuke that I had originally there for you, which, if faced by you, would have had you face something that you didn't like, though you were morally obligated in a strong sense to consider those things already. Or there wouldn't have been a way out after that, and I think you knew it intuitively. That's why you tried to sneak your way out of it. I don't think it wasn't possible, as you say. I think you're being, in essence, a human cat about it. And you're just continuing to cluster B style, make up funny things that slip through reality. And that you further manufactured a convenient excuse for yourself to avoid as much inconvenient stuff from your perspective as possible, how cats are, instead of trying to look for reasons as to how it is that you can take on even more for your friend, who you're supposed to be showing to in a better way. For sure. This is what one in your position reasonably owed. Listen, man. Any reasonable witness or audience member beholding this, if it's reasonably disagreeable what I'm saying here, because I'm somehow reasonably wrong, that anyone reasonable across the board should agree to the one correct conclusion that is different from mine, tell me in the comments below. Come on. We continue. Different mindset, and arguably the one you bear is not entirely free of reasonable offense or moral liability. That is, you are wrong. In other words, what you've done is not fully respectable. That's the correct understanding of this problem here. See, here, it's not a huge issue of a central main primacy for us, whether you're watching these other Rebuke videos from October or not. It's not a huge one. It's not central. But, as it goes on to state here, where your instinct here, once again, is to grasp for excuses or justifications that may not be fully genuine or believable in the eyes of all. We're checking now, aren't we, boys? It is simply, then, precisely that here, that stands out, you see. That action of yours, just simply the way you're treating this whole thing, the way you're reacting here, that stands out. or on the actual issue of the time that it took for you to get back around those things, I'm nevertheless patient overall on the matter. It is just interesting, though, to behold what it is that your reflexive instincts are when an issue of at least arguable legitimacy, it's not even just arguable, everything I've said is reasonable. Flawless victory every time. But of at least arguable legitimacy is brought up in my position. That's what his reflexive instincts are as a result. No good. Continuing, I wrote to him that you said to me that, quote, you seem to have forgotten or maybe just disregarded the limited scope that was agreed on, and you think just because you feel it should be what you view to be the morally right thing that you'll overstep that and demand I do certain things. Always the morally right thing within context is always the correct morally right thing to attach to within context. The key is within context. So Anthony's trying to state that it wasn't morally right for him to... That doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even make sense. Obviously, I've made my case clear enough by now anyway. We'll continue. I continue to write to him here and explain and state that simply, I haven't overstepped anything that I reasonably have owed not to overstep, morally speaking. Thus, simply, I haven't genuinely overstepped anything. If you disagree, you need to explain by substantiating further. What is it that I overstepped specifically? How does that constitute an overstepping? How is it that reasonable people across the board would or likely would see it that way specifically? See, where is all that? None of that comes from him. It's just a slant game all through. Not good. Disingenuous. It's not respectable, too. But that's his choice, because he chose this path. I continue. I got a chance to review the prior emails now. This was the moment in time where I got to do this, where these supposed understandings, as it states here, or agreements were made. See, that you are now relying on to say that there's a limited scope there, that according to you, it reasonably sets up some kind of notice or understanding that one in my position would purportedly know and agree that you would not ever be expected to even call my mom if she asked for a phone call. Right? Did that ever happen? Yeah, literally to the level that I would somehow never be able to even properly raise the issue with you or urge you to consider differently, even where your choice within the situational context would make arguably poor sense. Huh? Why would I owe that morally? Oh, but if I don't, then you have no right to pretend that I do or act like I do. That's the disingenuity right there. That's why Anthony is wrong here. It's so clear. People need to catch up in life, those of you who are like this. I'm tired of it. But my earthly mission, until the day I die, and even when I'm dead, I'll resurrect and haunt you idiots. I'll find you. I have no respect for cluster bees. No respect for non-loving treatment of your neighbor. That's the law from the Torah. And that's going to spread to the whole earth in the Messianic age. Everyone will follow it. The law is actually as Christ said. He said the primary law is love your neighbor. He invoked it correctly, because that's the essential substance for all the other laws. Anthony's not loving me here, so you're guilty. Now guess what? I continue to write. What was said precisely in those original emails from October did not reasonably establish such an understanding. Booyah. I wonder one of the reasons that we might not be hearing from Anthony could have something to do with this. Could have something to do with him realizing that he simply isn't able to sufficiently argue back. But he's too arrogant. He's dishonorably and immorally unwilling to apologize, so he just says nothing now. And mind you, I also invited a continued silence if it's the case that neither party believes they can work with the other. Who knows how his head's working? He could be simply, he's somewhere in between, subconsciously realizing he's wrong and consciously thinking, oh, I'll never convince that Jonathan, he's so wrong. Oh, the twistings never end, you see. Continuing. I write on, furthermore, within context, what was understood to be limited about your involvement was the fact that it pertains to correcting my mother about what it is that she did that led to her being blocked, as opposed to all the other crazy shit from all the many months. And to securing her understanding and repentance on that specific issue, after which, due to me then being able to speak to her again, purportedly, if she would do the right thing, with a genuinely remorseful mother now, that lets me proceed with her directly thereafter, as I had been prior to turning to you again, remember, so indeed, your role there would have been limited. Why would it be limited within context, Anthony? Because also, as I stated otherwise here before in this set of videos, you're a wrongdoer to get it even then, who at that time even had demonstrated already by then a moral offense and a problem to me. Therefore, unless you are in a position where you understand that it was that you did wrong and you showed a repentant spirit too of your own kind, I'm the one who wouldn't reasonably be able to continue to ask you to do so many things for me, such that I would be accepting gifts from you and favors. Why? Because the principle is don't, and this isn't written as clearly out in the world, it's not really appreciated. Don't accept things from those who offend you. If you do, you are losing your, don't do it. You're selling yourself out in a weird way. Don't do it. I explained. This is simply because it was that way then, because you hadn't proved yourself yet to earn my trust, at least not necessarily. Then came my request to you for limited involvement by you. And now doesn't this match with what we covered here in this set of videos within the narrative, as you saw the emails themselves that were from the October, as it goes on to state here. Then came that request, as it continues to say, on account of the blocking, and also on there being not anyone else on earth, basically there was sufficient to approach her in this in a way that was fully practical. Oh well. Then I'll start badgering other people who are like further layers out, friend-wise, but oh well, God put me in it, so what am I going to do? Continuing. You see, when you, from your point of view, when you see this, and then you agree to step back in, what is this supposed to be then, within context? Properly speaking, if you're a good moral person and you understand this within context, the framework is that you're there because you're eager to prove yourself. You're there because you want to show that despite the past problems, I'll show you that I can be reliable, John. I won't ever give you another headache about the way I'm involved in my role ever again. That is what was very, very obviously the correct moral and situational context, implicitly so. Except not if you're the simple. You see the problem? You don't see things. All you understand is me, and what I like and what I think is good. So even if your frame is, I'll treat most people morally, Anthony appears on the face of it to usually be pretty moral. I won't attack his character so deeply as to say that that's a bad person overall. No, but here's what I suspect the issue is. I think he's moral. He's the moral the way my mom has been mostly quote unquote moral her whole life. It's some kind of anxiety thing. Her personality. She's moral because she doesn't actually love morality instinctively. She fears what people will see as being a not good attachment to the frame of what's expectable within society and by other people's expectations. You see, so it's something like this. It's like a reverse, see, instead of like a bottom up, it's a top down like thing. So the ordering is different. So these people appear to be similar on the face, like chameleons, but when you really dig deeper, or when they get to know you better, they feel like, and then the facade falls, and you're like, oh shit. I continue. Furthermore, here states that, so now when you are here now saying in essence, whoa, I totally said that calling over the phone is totally off limits, and also furthermore non-negotiable, and I won't make any special reconsiderations for you either, which is what he's been essentially framing by his conduct. See, the only problem, as it goes on to here state, that the only problem is that what actually reasonably took place back then, and reasonably what was established within that narrative, that doesn't support the essential spin that you're trying to have put on to this now, that you're trying to have this be. At all. And besides, it doesn't even matter, because also in context, you're the one on moral karmic probation. And also, even if you had agreed to that, and I had agreed to that too, neither of those two happened, reasonably so to those specific terms reasonably, then you still would owe something morally better, because morality, as there's a special moral exception that the context changes the moral rules that would apply. You see? So if your brains don't work like that, you need to go through the pains game yourself. Your instinct will put you through. Why? You'll give an unfair treatment of the person who is in my position. They'll turn to your friends. They'll turn to his friends. You'll have people coming up to you. Then you'll feel stupid later. Then you made it that way. So that's God teaching you the long way around. You say, because your framework needed to learn that way. Why? Because it wasn't able to learn the straight way of rebuke. Why? Because you didn't have the wisdom nature yet. You didn't cultivate it sufficiently. You've been living blind. I agree. I feel that's true. How do you, like, the level I'm at? Sorry, I don't love talking about myself like this unless it's good for context, but just, like, it will never stop surprising me. It will never stop surprising me how unsensibly discounted higher up. Like it just, because you can't see it. You can't see that star in the sky is 10 million times higher up in that sky away from us up than that star next to it. From your vision, it's all the same. You can have depth perception. You don't have depth perception, Anthony. You can't even appreciate it. Even when you see these emails, anyone else watching who's like a little smarter than you and maybe even closer to me would be like, it's not even funny. This isn't even you can't even compare. It's not even close. Anthony sees this and says, I don't understand this nonsense of his. I'm so much better in my clear understanding. It's just so delusional. It's so backwards. Sorry to say, but you should have some hint into this. That's your first hint that what you're doing is wrong. Go to Neil deGrasse Tyson and start arguing science with him or physics. You know you're wrong not because of the points. You know you're wrong because he's Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's the first hint that the thing you're about to talk about leads to you being wrong on that debate. Same with me. You don't even realize the levels. It's levels. Hell. Know your damn place in this life. The way we all do when we have fucked up, however often it happens. Know your place within that paradigm when you offend someone where it wasn't deserved by them. Know your place. Everybody in life. All of us. We're supposed to. Fall into line, all of us. When we hold the one good line, this life works correctly, and anything else results in this shit dumping onto your head that you deserved from the aggregate matrix around you. I continue to write here. I had my videos outstanding, and you knew that those videos were heading to a point where you and any reasonable person on the planet would behold it. It was you who was fully in the wrong in that situation there. See, there's only two types of people in life. Those who are remorseful, regretful, and genuinely sorry for the wrongs that you did. And those who aren't. And they just simply continue to bite back. Like what? Exactly. Scorners, scoffers, mockers, the simple. And to snake around to whatever is convenient for their own position, without such people ever minding what it is that the other is morally owed rightly to see from you. That never occurs to these cluster B types. Cluster B scoffers, cluster B scorners. Once again, in this regard, you appear the same as my mother, and plainly and clearly so too. Therefore, I didn't overstep anything, and you did owe better to me, and to the situation, and to my mother, and to God. See, all like 4 ways. Come on. And eventually to the world, like, because the world will see it, and they'll be like, this offends us, Anthony, that we're even seeing this about you. Like, keep going. Get it? How much pain do you need to experience until it's pain? All right, no, the simple don't learn pain from rebuke, they learn pain from attack. I'm not going to run to his house and go bully him around physically and start shoving him and assaulting him. No, I wouldn't. But I'm saying that in a world where such a thing were morally right and legally permissible, I value my values and principles very strongly. You understand? So you want to come and have a private fight, Anthony? It wouldn't even be fair because you're barely 2/3 of my size or less. So help, everybody. What does a man do then in my position? Well, we'll turn it over then to the witnesses. We'll follow the New Testament paradigm. It's a little different. That one just says, well, you know, tell them about it, and then instead of beating them, at least just tell everybody, tell the witnesses, make sure they don't understand if it's even coming from the witnesses, and then just cut them off so that everyone... We beat on you by ignoring you for the rest of your life. You see? It's possibly even worse for you overall. My God. What's going to work? I continue on here anyway to state that furthermore, your own representation also about working on both of those things, that is working on processing the videos about how you were wrong then and also being in touch with my mom. What? That's impossible? It's not possible? Are you out of your mind? Careless representative of nothing. This is both disingenuous and substantially inaccurate. It's not literally impossible. It's just that you didn't feel like it. If I don't feel like it, then it's not possible. Sick. And it's also in itself insulting, as it shows you to tether to some kind of moral framework or reality that is simply substantially different than the actual one we are all living in, all the rest of us. Thought you were living in it with me when we were rebuking my mom. What happened suddenly, huh? This is how people get exposed, in essence. Continue. If you disagree, go ahead and show me any human being in the world or even a GPT-4 AI model that would agree with you following assessment of this. If you can't, then you concede I'm right. I haven't heard anything yet from him. We'll give him a little longer and we'll give all witnesses the opportunity to what? Come into full examination of this matter. Here you are. Proudly. Proudly I show this to people. Good. Yes, Anthony, you're right. I am upset with you that you haven't met your moral obligations to a friend in my position. You find that you haven't missed the mark here, but I disagree and find that you actually have missed the mark, and by substantial margin, which is, of course, what makes it naturally problematic, insulting, and offensive to one in my position. You don't regard me fully to the level that we do cross-regard each other here in life otherwise, normally speaking. If you disagree, show me anyone in the world who would agree with you over agreeing with me. Furthermore, you say to me, quote, you want to be upset at something. Be upset at the lack of a group you have. You like the frame spin? Even though, remember, it's the double insult is that, remember, guys, I already responded to the group thing he raised and correctly said, dude, what you're saying doesn't even make sense. Basically, oh, you don't have a group, so therefore I can't help you. That alone should cause you to just turn red in the face with shame. I've never seen Anthony turn red in the face. See, but that's his problem. You're not human if you don't. Fuck, yeah, he's never ever shown any repentance ever, anywhere, ever, that I've ever seen, ever. And Raymond had the same remarks about him. It's one of the first things that he says about him when his subject comes up. What the fuck? Probably because it's a glaring deficit of one's person. Huh. I agree, because it's contributing to all this shit. You're driving people nuts with this stupid shit, selfishly, because you're too immature to fess up. So despite that, he still writes here, he continues the further saying, you want to be upset. Be upset at the lack of a group you have. No, I'm upset that one of my friends is not helping you, idiot. I'm upset that you, but he tries to spin it here as, oh, you mean you're upset that you don't have a group, right? I can't help you with that because I'm not a group. See how he's trying to pull it back? That's the sickness addiction. That's the mind not working. I ask him simply, what the hell kind of sentence is this? Where such a sentence implies that I'm trying to play up or somehow manufacture up some blown up case or cause or reason to be upset. Are you sure this is accurate? Or is it actually the case that the vast majority of people in my position, if not virtually every reasonable person in my shoes outright, would naturally and properly be upset actually at the circumstance that you've created here? And more specifically, precisely because of the kind of sentiment and attitude that you've displayed about it, continued on, and the level of care you've showed, and you've persisted in it shamelessly. Continuing on, my reply to you is that I'm reasonably upset at the circumstances, and it's very key for you to understand that it is what you have done in practical contributions to the way the circumstances have become shaped and turned out that would reasonably have offended virtually every other reasonable human being in my position. Thus, all of us in my position are fully entitled to be mad at you, bro, because of you. I don't know how else to state it simply. I've tried to be slightly more, just nicer, but it comes down to this, because it's like, you're not getting it, dude. And at some point, it's just, I continue on. It goes on to state that, furthermore, right, that you went on there in the email to describe your limited role in the way you understand. Sorry, I agree that it'd be fine that you'd be a terrible friend with full moral immunity. That never happened. No, that simply can't be right, and such a thing never happened. I addressed these issues above, but do you know what else is true? Even in a parallel universe where such an agreement was reasonably established, which is not the case here, guess what? You still know better, because of the overall overarching moral context that you've been operating within. You don't live within a moral vacuum. Do you disagree? Take it up with the GPT or with a friend. Promise you they'll both have some insights for you. Continuing on, you asked me then furthermore, quote, did you expect me to reply to that right away? To her request? And to agree to help? To reply to those things right away? Well, I didn't expect it would take you 4 months to see. You see the problem? So the answer is, doesn't matter. If it's been 4 months and no one would think that it would take you 4 months, therefore you're wrong for having taken 4 months. That's correct moral logic, 100,000%. Anyone disagree with me, tell me in the comments below. It's not going to happen. Continuing. The answer is no. Not necessarily, but of course, reasonably I expected you to be a good friend to me overall, such as to show that you want to honor your own friends and to avoid problems that are unnecessary. I did expect, though, that after this long of a period of time, you'd at least follow up in that matter responsibly by mentioning it. Hey, I know it's been a few months. These videos have just been sitting there for way longer than either of us thought. Is it still okay that we keep that to the side till it's resolved? I definitely don't want to leave you feeling like I'm completely not interested in staying on top of these things, especially where it's me who may ultimately owe you the apology for all of that which has happened so far. I don't want you to think I'm dodging it all out of convenience or shadiness or selfishness. See, that's the kind of thing I would reasonably expect from someone. in your position, I wrote to him. Would all reasonable persons in my position also expect something kind of similar? Oh yeah, you bet. If you disagree, get a friend or GB4 to prove it otherwise. If you can't, then otherwise, you are wrong then. That's it. Then, you, Anthony, asked me, quote, how long was I supposed to act as an in-between for you and your mom? This amount of time is ridiculous. Was it supposed to be another year? No, Anthony, for I'm at least as frustrated as you are that it has taken this long. Obviously, neither one expected it to take this long. I have my own comments and strong opinions on what contributed to the delay. I've covered this substantively throughout in my commentary here within these videos, but I resume. It goes on here furthermore to state that, but as this wouldn't be as practical to cover here sensibly, I'll withhold the matter till I present it for its full discussion and analysis in a way that works. Look, just did that. Because it's best to stick to things that, as I see them, are unarguably factual. So I leave the rest up to the audience and the witnesses to consider. Who does truth and righteousness actually favor? Who do the scales seem to tip towards at this point? Does it tip towards me or him? Furthermore, you, Anthony, have asked me to, quote, lay out a list, explain, I recommend you lay out a list, or would you lay out a list? I'm telling you to lay out a list and explain why you see it as a problem. And I would have if I even understood what the hell he was asking about genuinely. What list? That is what doesn't make sense to me. Your inability to speak plainly without dragging things on, as he stated here, causes the point you make to be missed, he claimed. However, I write, ironically, the point of substance of what you're asking for here is being missed. You see what I'm saying? If you disagree with that, tell me in the comments below. Yeah, it's as a result of what you're writing, because it isn't reasonably clear what the hell it is that you're even asking me for precisely to list. What? You're exactly right. If you disagree with me, really, tell me in the comments below. Was what Anthony even said? It's ironic. He's like, you're not being clear. Literally, the thing you're accusing me of is the thing you're being guilty of at exactly the moment you're trying to accuse me of it. It's fucking unbelievably ironic. But Anthony's always like this. He never sees it. God, it's so fucking weird. But it's your fault. Shouldn't have brought yourself here. You walked yourself out on this chain dog leash on your own. Kept telling you not to do it because it would be bad looks for you. You didn't get it. Okay, you like your medicine strong. Here you go. Furthermore, I am aware that my brain, due to the coma, the GABA B upregulation, the subsequent long-term coffee loading into my brain and corresponding further manipulation of receptors, and also the subsequent brain damage of recent years, beyond that, have contributed to a sort of unique difference in the way I process and output in communications and info. However, are you telling me that the reason you don't understand the substance of why it is that... and there went my brain. Okay, so this is why I need people around me sometimes to help with things. In the small ways you see I miss spots here and there. If you look at me here in physical life, there's immense strengths and then there's immense shortcomings, as I described earlier in other parts of this set of videos. I continue on here anyway. I write here that if you genuinely are missing these points of mine here as to why you're wrong, Anthony, well then I find that it is your brain that either lacks the capacity to understand, sadly if so, and it's conceivably plausible, or if it's not that, then it simply just doesn't want to understand. See, it's just your moral settings and in your heart, really, that corresponds to you being a scorner. That, which I add in parentheses, which is a lot worse morally for you, and you are not justified in carrying on in such a way in life. Would your very human friends here as witnesses also agree that my points or substance from all of these emails, texts, just appear absent? Huh? That one in your position reasonably or even likely isn't able, someone who stepped into your shoes, they wouldn't be able to plainly behold what is the problem here? What? That doesn't make any sense at all. That's crazy. That's just as crazy as some of the crazy things my mom was texting Anthony that Anthony was turning to me about, saying, what your mom is writing is crazy. Yeah, you could see it there. Why can't you see yourself? I write on and that. Go find out from them, as your friends, and feedback, and you'll be surprised, I think. Continuing on, you stated to me that, quote, you have a very poor understanding of how to interact with people, and yet you continue to act like you're on some high horse preaching moral values and you're above everyone else. I take offense to the former part of your statement. However, I will admit even here, that at least I understand how it is that some people on earth can feel this way about me sometimes, especially superficial levels. Continuing, despite this, returning to our specific situation and context, your statement, besides being offensive whenever it's the case you're actually wrong, which here you are wrong, so your statement therefore is outright offensive to me, that statement of yours is actually also a conclusory statement. That means, well, of course you already know. We've used that with my mom. where she was doing the same thing. So, and you called her out on it. Okay, so you have no business doing that here. So you can't just say conclusorily, I have a poor understanding. You see, why? Why is that? Why do I have a poor understanding? Because you say so? So what is it then, as it goes on to state here, what is it that I specifically did on the specific occasion with the specific set of facts there that if the story were beheld by reasonable people, virtually all of them would agree that, yeah, yes, John clearly has a very poor understanding of how to interact with people. What is that? Where is that set of facts? I deserve to have seen that part. If you're going to, that should come before you come with the final thing of, and that's why you don't know how to interact with people. If you just make it up, then you withhold the facts. See how slant convenient that is? You saw my mom try that on you. And now you know her because you know yourself. You're doing the same thing that she did. You were like her. I continue on. If you can't provide such a narrative and such a set of facts, that is, then you admit you're wrong. If you try to provide such a set of facts anyway in response, where subsequently any human being or GPT upon review states or finds that within context, actually what you're saying isn't reasonably supportable as being correct, genuine, factual, or even as likely to be those things, then you're a dumb ass and a piece of crap. And that would be true. Anthony avoided that pitfall. He hasn't even responded at all. I agree, better to say nothing than to say wrong things. Maybe. But then it depends on certain contexts and exceptions, of course. Context is king, remember. Context is key, they used to say. I'll say context is king. I furthermore state, do not say things unless you know, in life, this is a life general advice, do not say things unless you know they are reasonably true. Which furthermore implicates, or it has to do with something about people's character or their competence. If you do, and you end up being wrong or likely wrong, you're liable for that offense, man. This is, in essence, what got you into hot water in the first place, late last summer. See? And he's doing it again. So I ask, you are still comfortable doing the same general kind of thing to one in my position? Then no wonder that trust in you as a friend by me has eroded, and reasonably so, for it is your fault. Proceeding onwards to the issue regarding your claim about my high horse. I'm not acting like anything. Imagine my mom coming up to you and saying, you know, all this stuff you've written to me about me or John, that you wrote to me on his behalf, Anthony, you're just on a high horse with all this, huh? No. In that case, you would just be telling her she's wrong and just correctly. And that's not you on a high horse. That's you just standing up normal on the level, common ground level of life, where she's in the pit. You see, perspective. Just because you're looking up at me doesn't mean I'm on the high horse where you're on the regular ground. The levels are correct, but you're offset. I'm on the regular ground and you're in the damn hole. I'm not doing anything that I'm not entitled to do. But you're trying to spin the slant game to try to cast me as being something reputationally or character-wise. I spit on all this shit that you types of people do. It's the same shit. So I continue on to state furthermore here that, yeah, that there is exactly what I'm doing here. Remember, it is the fault of the one who's actually in the wrong for the relative change in positioning that comes. The one who rebukes you isn't on a high horse. That claim of yours is just a deflective tactic that you use and that are used by those who refuse to properly take responsibility within situations where they're the actual wrongdoer. Do you disagree? Go check with a friend. Furthermore, despite your conclusory statement there, nothing that I've done is actually reasonably wrong or reasonably improper within context. I hear posed. Witnesses in the audience, if you disagree, tell me in the comments. Here within the email, ask Anthony, do you disagree? Show me anyone who agrees with you completely. Or even reply to me outright if you feel like it. I won't eat for 5 days as a fast in dedication to your honor. And I always keep my word with these things and almost virtually all things, I would say. No people have ever come out in recent years now at all to disagree with this. I won't eat for 5 days in dedication to your honor if you make a clear showing that I'm somehow improperly acting here, such as to fairly and reasonably deserve being called some, improperly so high horse rider. If you can't do any of those things, you can't get anybody else who agrees with you that you're right, then you admit, as it goes on to state here, that you are wrong. And then you will owe me the proper concession and karmically speaking too. And this time, by atonement and karmically, and in essence, you will be the one who will pay. And your atonement this time will not be light. The last time I was willing to overlook it And if Anthony would have just admitted, like, all right, I might have like messed up, I'd be like, all right, man, you understand, you know, I won't expect anything like this from you again, right? No, it won't happen. All right, man, we're cool. That's what you would have gotten. You idiot. Now you'll be taken through the fucking whole dog and pony race. You will make up for every fucking unit of fucking burden you put on me. I will extract that fucking to the 14th. You will pay. If you realize you were wrong, or it is indicated to you by any third-party entities that you appear to be wrong, see, I was easy with you before, and I was willing to overlook the issues upon simple acknowledgement of wrongdoing, exactly as I said, after your review of those videos and your genuine acknowledgement and remorse. But now, you drove me to this level, you sapped me of more of my time, given the position I'm in health-wise, you took my energy, and you brought me frustration, none of which I deserve to feel or have taken, where any person in your position should have known better reasonably, morally. Yeah, you'll be making it up, all right, to me. We'll recruit your very witnesses that you get in order to keep you damn accountable this time, and happily. Keep your damn friend accountable, guys. A man properly obtains the right to rebuke another whenever that person appears reasonably offensive or wrong. By dignity's measure, remember? But properly, not overvalued or bought oversold dignity. I use those terms in some of my videos featured on my channel. Go take a look. As I continue here, that is the applicable principle here, and in such situations generally. Regarding the expectations around calling my mother, I don't care when you do it or even if you do it. Didn't I make this clear multiple times? What I care about is that whatever you are doing, that you're being responsible and also sufficiently courteous or courteous enough to the human being, the person that's in my own positions. You treat them like a human being. Even though my mom is actually as blind in that position, sadly for us, as you happen to seem to be here too. Why is that? Does it not occur to you that one in her position, upon asking you for a call, when she hears nothing for more than a few days, that any person in her position would be entitled to, and would certainly properly feel, a sweeping sense of indignation? Wake up, Earth Anthony. So why are you causing that? That equals you offending her. You see? And then offending me. Naturally, by extension. That's why you're not entitled to do it. Within context. Precisely on account of your carelessness. It would be a sweeping sense of indignation. And you even, in your lack of even following up, it shows that I don't even care to manage how she feels about it. Who would trust you to care about anything responsibly? If someone is asking for a call, logic, as it states here, would indicate that it is because they are desiring Anthony to speak with you. Not to text you, Anthony. See, she has fingers. She knows she can text you anyway. She already has been. To speak with you. Because conversations are something that allow for a kind of communication and connectivity that texts don't allow for. And it's one that actually lends particularly well for coming to understandings within potential disagreements, which is something that in my interests, that's something that is furthermore, it's in my interest for you to get to have a phone call with her within this context where you're a moral witness for my situation with her, that she's estranged from me because of all this. These are interests which you're supposedly advocating for representing, despite your ironic recent positions. Continuing on. Your explanations to me regarding why she purportedly doesn't deserve one from you, on behalf of me in essence, within context, are not meritorious. They're not convincing, nor are they even likely sensible. If anyone in the audience or any of the witnesses disagrees, let us know in the comments. I continue. This, then, is precisely what would give any reasonable person in my shoes cause to become concerned, then, if it is supposedly that logic of yours that you're relying on, which is basically, well, she just doesn't deserve one, that's why I won't do it. Of course that would give us cause to be concerned. So here's our problem. If she now is getting offended, say that you didn't even tell her anything, and I originally said it was fine that you didn't call her, remember, everybody? Okay, assuming that you would naturally instead be telling her that you wouldn't, and be explaining why, but you aren't, because I find it to be likely that it's essentially because you have no balls in the situation. That's my best guess. Then, as it continues on to state here, what becomes the problem here then? You see, I'm the one who picked you to be the intermediary. Everything that you do, I am constructively responsible for, from the perspective and position of my mom. From her vantage point, given how all of this is, she cannot actually distinguish between your refusal and dishonor to her and an apparent refusal and dishonor of her by me. That is happening essentially because it looks like I'm totally allowing it. Don't you get it? Or even endorsing it. She actually probably thinks that you actually would want to talk to her, but that it's somehow me who's the one in your ear telling you not to. She can't tell the difference. I'm not in direct contact with her, and now you aren't, and you're also refusing and falling silent on her too. She can't read the fucking lay of the land. You're keeping her blind. You're causing a veil to become kept over her eyes and face. That's how you treat my mother? He wants to be my daddy? Oh, that's not good. That's not nice. It's ugly, actually. Ah, we see. She actually probably does think that you actually would want to talk to her, but that it's somehow me who's the one in your ear telling you not to. I want you to really think about this. And where none of these things are actually true in reality, nor is it the case that I endorse the discourtesy you're signaling to her here, then why are you putting me in a position where you're forcing me to appear as if I am endorsing, or at least tacitly or constructively supporting what it is that you're doing? And this isn't at all what I wish to even be associated with. Or such a thing is offensive to her, and I believe objectively, correctly, and rightly so. You have no ability, Anthony, I find, to step in other people's shoes, not hers and not mine. Only, yeah, that's what narcissism is. Self-orientation to exclusion, just about. Yep. Continuing, I write, why do I want my mother to actually rightly feel further angry or mad at me? Because we aren't doing what she reasonably does expect to be sensible and appropriate. Where you don't even care to manage or clean up the situation anyway, you're just simply leaving it lying there. What the fuck? How's that fair to me? It's not. That's why you're guilty. What you signal to her with your words is, in other words, the worst thing is that you didn't follow up with her in any way about it. It's not even that you didn't call her, it's that you're refusing to even tell her that you don't want to call her. That's way worse than not calling her. So you understand? So, but you see Anthony's blindness here. He's talk about, well, you want me to call? You want me to call? No, I want you to be responsible to your friends, to be loyal to them. Because if I would do anything like this to you, I wouldn't even dream of it. I'd be loyal to you fully, where the expectation there. I'd just meet it fully in that regard. Can you ever accuse me of not being there for you within recent years? I don't think so. But you never call on me anyway. I continue. What you signal to her with your words isn't that you are not ever going to be... See, I don't even understand. Like, I literally offered to shovel this guy's shit for him. He's like, why would you... Why? I remember shoveling the church fucking sidewalk with Philip when we were in the teens, early 20s. And dudes paid us... Come on, live life, do some shit. Have fun. That's some of the most fun you could have with your buddies doing hard work. Or spending time in a way that's like... the more you're spending time, the better it is. God. Why would you cut yourself off from people? Sometimes the light is so bright that the glare blinds you. So they're more concerned about the pain of the glare. When you upregulate your GABA B receptors, you can look at the sun without pain or glare. And it won't block out the vision of everything else clearly. It's so wild. I do have superpowers. I'm going to be making cool... I really lean to be making very cool videos about this. I've been sitting for years on this, and finally, recently, I'm like, I really want to just put this out. So many things that you don't even know. I haven't even touched about. Most of the things I haven't described. We continue. So, continuing on. What you signal to her with your words, mind you, when I was writing this to Anthony, I wrote, isn't that you are not ever going to be calling her, right? We all saw what happened. That's not what happened. And Anthony didn't counter this either, this assumption. You signaled simply that you weren't able to talk with her, what was inferred to being simply just at the time there, for the circumstance that you were unavailable. It should be a limited thing. Okay. Obviously, furthermore, she, knowing that she just asked you for a call, probably found your response to be moronic, sort of, in essence, yeah, within context. Or I guarantee you that she and anyone else in her position with her particular preference also would have simply decided to go to herself and say, oh, okay, well, I'll obviously just wait then, so he'll obviously be giving me a call then as soon as he frees up, whether that is in a day or so or even in a few days or more from now. This is how normal people think and operate. You are wildly off, dude. It's not even funny. Furthermore, where you ask me, quote, am I supposed to make haste with this call since you feel it will put you in a better karmic standing? I like how Anthony slants it here to make it look like I'm the one who's selfish, right? You want me to do this thing that, you know, just because your ideas of what you like? I continue on. Actually, yeah, for if you morally owe something better than what you're offering, and you do, whether it's an actual call or declination, but with an explanation to her that isn't outright unreasonable or untenable, Anthony, and then you don't do that, then anyone who's in connection with you should also have the right to be mad at them. Why would that person trust you? Furthermore, it really is a direct insult at me too. It's not just at her that is only an extension to me. Continuing, so why would I let you screw up my own standing with my mother because you're too selfish to do anything regarding this respectfully, when you know that she and I are not even speaking with each other on account of the estrangement, where I turn to you to try to affect the situation, such as to improve it, not damage it further? Does your mind work? And this honestly is a fair point that I've made. Really, this is like the moment, like, yeah, wait a minute, you're supposed to be like bridging the gap between them, Anthony. Why would you be putting a roadblock instead of helping? Anyone would be like, I do see why John's upset. I'd probably be on his side, almost certainly. Guarantee you, almost certain that people would be, which means that almost everybody would be when turned to about this. That's it. So continue, at least probably everybody, literally. Continuing, so I furthermore write, what you have done or offered is a reasonable affront or insult to my dignity at a level significantly higher than the level of affront to the dignity of one in your position that such one could reasonably claim that I've been responsible for. No such valid claim is legitimate. This there is the general shortcut, that formula there, to find who it is generally, and here in our situation, that is almost always the one who's genuinely wrong. To note, and this is something for you to consider, I think you lack a conscience to at least a significant and if not outright substantial degree. That's right. That's the core link to the cluster B essence, scoffing, scorning, mocker type axis level thing, disorder, or in essence the nature that you see all this coming out from Anthony that this is representing. I hold. Okay, I continue on here to state that I think you've played nice for much of your life, not because you genuinely empathize and feel bad for the other person, but because of anxiety, in essence, as to how it is that you are simply perceived by others. Therefore, like, you want to do good because that's your frame. But then when it twists, you have no ability to repeg your frame based on what you're seeing in reality. You're still chasing your frame even though it's misaligned. So the person in reality who's telling you your frame is wrong is only worse by the frame of your frame because he's being further away from your frame. You see this? You see the problem now? Ah. So you don't really have the, like, a broken clock is right twice a day. Same way cluster B people are right often until they happen not to be. But the underlying reason is that the dysfunction was there the whole time. Okay, so I continue on here. I write, therefore, where you're in situations where you don't actually care what some given other person actually feels or thinks, that is your only remaining shield gone psychologically. It's out the window between you and the adoption of a mindless callousness and a lack of empathy and a lack of compassion for the other. Oh, wow, that's what we've seen manifest from Anthony here. Do you disagree? Guys, audience, witnesses, have you found me to be mindless or callous or have a lack of empathy and a lack of compassion demonstrated within this entire situation? Is that how you would characterize me? Let me know in the comments. And another question, is that how you would characterize Anthony as seemingly appearing? From this whole situation. If so, let us know in the comments. I think we really need to know. Continuing, I write, anyone normal encountering my situation would never do or take on the kind of attitude that you have taken on. They would be like something closer to, properly speaking, they'd say, oh my God, dude, I'm so sorry for all that you're going through. I never heard anything like that from you even once. Continuing furthermore, I wrote here and stated, you proceed on to state then that if you don't agree, if you don't agree that I simply go and persist in my approach. I agree that persisting beyond a point where someone seems unreasonably unmovable is fruitless, where such a point in time is about the right time for someone else to get involved then, in order to help clarify or corroborate things on the matter. Within context here, have I done anything reasonably incorrect? Is it not my prerogative and even my own moral obligation to follow up on matters with you and respond to you exactly similarly to how you keep writing to my mom over and over? Oh, of course, see? So, well, that's just because she keeps writing you with more nonsense, right? That's why you write back to her. Well, there you go. Exactly the same here. See? I write you back, you write me some nonsense back, And I have to address the nonsense. That's my moral obligation. So I write back with sense, I find. But I continue on and I write that, though I agree, this is just about as clear that you are unreasonably unmovable. I should say unmovable. I'm going to clarify. I'm not calling Anthony unlovable. Let that clarification be clear. All right? He is lovable. He's got a lot about him to love still. He puts things in the way that if you're on the certain angle or track, those things will trip one coming in, and you won't actually get to love him because he's done something that makes him unlovable within the circumstance to you there. Generally, he's a very lovable person. I see that potential all the time. He shortcuts himself because of all this. Right? He can be great when he's great. See? And someone with cluster could never talk like that about somebody else who they're in an oppositional thing in. That's how you understand who's who. But I'm going to clarify again. That was a genuine typo, and I make a lot of them. I don't know why well, maybe that is autocorrect. It is just about clear that you're reasonably unmovable within the situation. Therefore, as stated above, it seems that you need something outside of me to get you to see. Let it be that way then. So therefore, yeah, we might not be writing much after this. I continue on to state that I am not guilty of wrongly prolonging this here, though. If you disagree, find a friend who agrees with you. Yeah, I agree this is long, but I don't agree that it was wrong. I agree that this was by my nature, given my issues, given how I am, who I am, and what this was. You, Anthony, as the wrongdoer, take on the risk that if the person you offend has the nature of going on a long one, you don't get to trip them up. And some people, if you shoulder bump them in the street, they'll say nothing and just, like, they really don't care. They're like, oh, they barely notice. They're like, whatever, that guy. And then just onto their minds something else. Some people will give an average response of like, oh, hey, man, come on. And then some people, on the other tail end of the distribution, will be like, blah, 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 for like 3 days. Okay. But when you are careless enough to do that, you waive your right to complain when happens to be the draw that you got the guy who complains to you for 3 days or writes you all these emails that are this long. It's too bad. You get it just the same. Because why? That's part of the overall framework of what you inherit. That's the lottery. That's you still. You pay the debt for the lottery you got yourself into. You lose this, you lose that, but too bad. It's like committing crime. Most of the time you'll get away with the shoplifting. Every now and then you you got caught, now you got to do like a year, all of a sudden, if you're a protester at the January 6th and you're standing there and then someone else says, oh, come in, oh my God, there's people in there, oh, okay, let's see the Capitol. Oh. Now a lot of truth is coming out about that after finally 2-3 years. Now you just moved in, walked between the velvet ropes, now you're in prison for 3 years. Didn't imagine. Nobody walked in there imagined they'd be going to jail. You get it? You got it, because that was part of the lay of the land of the risk. I have more to say about that, but not on this video. We continue. You say, which I state summarily here, that my persistence is off-putting, where people even push me away. However, you've seen that in my own case with my mom, I'm actually right. Yet, even my own mother basically acts as the playing possum victim, where she maintains this role of hers by doing what? By playing her role well, see, by casting me, and then eventually you as misaligned or wrong, and essentially doing what thereafter also? By basically pushing us away. So when you see someone getting pushed away by someone in life, when you're the third party, you're trying to figure out what's really going on there. After having given them a rebuke, or even when you're involved and you gave them a rebuke, or rather that person has given them a rebuke and accused them properly of wrongdoing or offense, are you sure that the pushing away that you're witnessing is happening because the one being pushed away is actually the one who deserves to be pushed away because they're wrong somehow? They're somehow at fault? Are they somehow otherwise deserving of it? Or do we often see in life that true wrongdoers both deny the fact that they're actually the wrong ones, and also, before long, really quickly, they will start to move to be the pushers themselves. So they'll do the pushing away and they say, yeah, look at you, you're being pushed away, huh? That's how it is. I'm here to expose it once and for all. This is my life mission. You people are my life mission. With fucking pieces of brain left, I'm telling you, this is the only thing that matters left on earth. It's fixing you all. And God blesses this endeavor to levels that you will see soon enough, I hope. Time will tell soon enough what will come of it. I write furthermore here, I am, in fact, pushed away. Not because I've done anything reasonably wrong, such as to deserve it, but because it's in your defense mechanism automatically that you have the programming to just go and wrongly push people away in a way that you think serves your position or appearance on the matter. It doesn't. You were pushing me away before I did anything wrong, or just simply telling you earlier, dude, I need help and I have no sufficient people helping me in my life, and I'm estranged from my family now, and I'm like disconnected, practically speaking, from most of my friends. You were pushing me away then. How do you justify doing it then? Back then, because I was busy, and then more recently, it's because of you. Both of those are not true. So what are you left with then? Who's the only common denominator left? It's you, Anthony. Continuing on. You even essentially pushed my own mother away now, actually, by refusing to speak with her. What the hell is that? You pushed her away, but not because she deserved to be, strictly speaking. It is the same here with me. It is you who are wrong and you who ought to change. Where you are wrong to do this, there is still God protecting me in the meta, because if you are actually the one who is wrong, then even by this pushing away that you're doing unto me, it still nevertheless causes it to be the case that those who are wrongdoers will become separated and cleaved apart from me. This is exactly how God has designed it to be. He even programs you with the false instinct, where you don't even realize it, but it actually serves those who are good later on. Continuing on, turning to the next point. You commented about my story about Josiah, saying that it's no wonder Josiah said not for you to don't put the moral framework onto him. This is one of the most inflammatory and provocative and contentious things you've said to me this email. Who the hell do you think you are to comment about a situation that you know genuinely absolutely nothing about? Yeah, fair question, exactly right. Continuing. Where I tell you that this guy is absolutely in the wrong himself, and where he implemented a totally crazy moral paradigm to try to justify heinous and insulting things to me, to be totally fine in essence by his stance and slant, where I basically told him, no dude, what you're doing isn't right, and he attempts the same old, don't throw your paradigms on me, I just think a different way. You here, then? Now, without knowing anything about that, you already conclusively side with fucking him? You are an idiot, and morally speaking, to your friend, you're not faithful. You're a piece of crap to me in the way you're treating me. Go ahead and find someone who would signal to or agree with you that what I've said here is somehow clearly unreasonable thing to say purportedly. You won't find this person here on earth. You won't find someone who will just say, that was totally wrong of John. No, it's like, John's pretty pissed. I understand why he wrote that. And it's something for you to consider, that these things might be like sort of possibly kind of true in a sense, and that should be scary enough. Continuing onwards with remaining points. If there's even a significant chance that you're in a position that the other person actually is morally and situationally right within context, or it's the case that you simply haven't understood him, then you ought morally to have held your horses back on this matter the entire time. That's why you're wrong. See, responsibly, you can't begin to treat and persist to continue in treating the other person as being wrong, and deserving, and treating him as him being deserving of being essentially antagonized by you, unless you are fully sure to begin with that there's essentially no way possible that it is he who could be in the right actually here. For where such a person actually does end up being in the right, in hindsight even especially like with the shots that they've been giving people. They say all the top experts, liberals and everyone even are starting to say now 17 million people that stuff is killed worldwide. Even if, as it goes on to state here, it's a situation where that person who's rebuking you isn't even, to say, expressing himself correctly, substantially likely because it's a brain or other neurocognitive issues within the circumstance in essence, well, he doesn't then deserve as a result to get this kind of treatment from you. For this makes it that you'll only have more to apologize for by the end, once the true moral assessment comes out that, in the correct light, he's actually the one who's right. You get it? Regarding your comment, an attempted frame job to cast me as some unreasonable nitpicker because of how I feel about what you're doing. Outside of moral controversies between myself and others that involves you, as your own perception may be biased for things that involve you, can you tell me a clear single case of some place where I unreasonably nitpicked on an issue of morality or offense with anyone else? Have I nitpicked anything with my mom? Or with anyone else that was contextually unreasonable for me to raise it as an issue? Or is it the case that you can't think of such a case? I'm still, let's see, I don't know. Then, It continues to state here, where your own sight with respect to controversies involving yourself is clearly, at least to me, outright blind or hugely biased, then are you sure you're right? I have sacrificed and devoted a very substantial proportion of time and also my energy here to spend several rounds of messaging and emails to discuss this with you at great length. Invested for the purpose of hopefully getting to have a friend of mine who's on thin ice realize his ways such that I can ultimately gain back someone who I've called a friend for my whole life. If you aren't able to see by this point, then I can't help you. Better that we both proceed to turn to others for their own input and insight, with eventual reconvergence or cross-collaboration or cross-approach, if necessary, in order to then settle the matter on who primarily ultimately is in the moral wrong here in a way that's substantially greater than the other person, where the wrong by the one is substantially greater than the level of wrong that's borne by the other person, or where the other person may not even have any significant moral fault. Guys, I don't have any significant moral fault in this situation. Continuing, it doesn't seem you're understanding me, and while I'm telling you that I do understand what you're trying to cast, I'm still telling you that it is unacceptable to me because I plainly and clearly see it as incorrect and insufficient, where you obviously stand before me with a lack of understanding. You're not allowing yourself to get it from me, so I think, listen, if I'm putting arguments into litigated civil cases in New York that would properly, by the merits, of the best argument for the changing of a particular holding of a law that's been put in fucking 70 years, where the other lawyer is telling me, dude, you gotta be fucking a lawyer at least yourself, you're damn good. You're not seeing something I'm not seeing, dude. I see it all. I see shit that other lawyers didn't see, who are paid lawyers. Are you kidding? You know how that drops people's fucking jaws? You never even seen any of my litigation work. Your brain would fucking explode if you saw what I did. That shit puts this to shame. Higher receptor density, you see. I'm one of the best on fucking Earth. You don't even realize it. And soon enough it will come out to show for sure. Good. I continue to state here, you're not allowing yourself to get it from me, so I think other people might be the only way for you then. Alternately, almost magically, if you really got people, or especially if you got GPT-4, to believe or find that I'm substantially more in the wrong here, more so than you, dude, I'll kiss your ass in public like Vince McMahon's Kiss My Ass Club. That's how sure I am that this is not the moral reality that we are properly living in. You have my word that if you make a reasonably clear showing by witnesses or GPT that I'm wrong, you'll be getting all the proper concessions and apologies from me. I have to get up and live every day in the condition that I live with fucking holes in my throat and skull, literally, along with everything else I have going on. I turn to you for help, and you don't give a sufficient flying fuck, and even dare to sell me that you're just this too busy guy. You're not busy, you're just emotionally dead inside, empathetically speaking. But you actually do treat me like this, such as to put the burdens of me having to deal with this crap from you straight onto me, on top of all my other burdens. You don't care? Raymond was right about you. He said you're unreasonably stubborn, and you are. Unreasonably. Which means that, much like how you see my mom, I see here that anyone in your position should have gotten the issue by now. Even in a parallel universe, where someone in my position were actually in the wrong somehow, in a comparable manner, you nevertheless still would have owed me something better. That's it. I conclude in the rest of the email to say that we should basically probably turn to others. I'm pretty much done here. I reached out to him one more time about a week later, actually very recently, just a little earlier today, just to follow up, to always give them an extra opportunity. As I say, I gotta be over gracious. The way to be in God's favor, you be over gracious so that no one can ever hold anything against you properly. Let's go take a look. Oh my God, I just got, what a crazy surprise. I wrote a second email to Anthony. Guess what? He actually wrote me back. This is live. I haven't even read it yet. I didn't even skim it properly. I saw it, and I was like, oh boy, here we go. We're going to just read it live together. You're going to get my live reaction. This is the way we're going to end. You're going to see, does this guy really fit, though, in the category of the one who's been, in the Bible, it's just the worst thing you could possibly be, is this type of character. Is he this? He is the scorner? He is the scoffer? You know a tree by its fruits. Here's what I wrote to him earlier today. I wrote, look man, it's been a few days and I see you haven't responded with anything, though ostensibly you've had a few days to think about what I've said. Are you sure you don't have anything to say? Hey, maybe he's sitting on what I wrote there because, look, that's a lie, and maybe it just makes someone think. All right, I still strongly believe that it is right for one in your position to fess up here and to admit that after some reflection now you may have indeed missed the mark, at least significantly. In the event that you disagree, then given everything I've said thus far, do you find any elements of it that remain thus far unaddressed to be addressable by you in a way that would lead any reasonable person in my position to come to find that it is you who's been right and that it is such a person in my position who is objectively wrong? If you have neither an apology nor a showing that the things I've said are somehow purportedly properly destined for invalidation, then indeed we may have no other choice but to proceed to third parties and to generally limit direct contact. However, in this event, fairly speaking, whoever it is that such witnesses and AI models will determine to be in the wrong will be found as even more in the wrong as a result of unreasonably withholding admission of guilt, which such thing would have reasonably been owed by some way sooner point, I think, where it'd be the case that the one who's actually in the right will have ended up being forced to go through all this because someone didn't care to admit they're wrong, in essence. Continuing on here, essentially only because the other remained willfully, that is, recklessly, blind or without sufficient care on the matter. They're indifferent. Or the one in the right didn't deserve to have to go through all this extra work just to get back and have restored to him his own dignity, which should have been restored voluntarily by the one who was in the original moral default or moral wrongdoing. How would you like to proceed? Anthony writes back, I haven't read it. I want to share it with you. I tell you, these people, I don't have to plan, scheme. No, you're going to get my live reactions. Although these are things that are hurtful to my heart too. And I can't mask that either. I think it's evil, almost, what he does. It verges close upon evil. Here we are. Does this look like an apology? Let's see. Covering everything that we've covered so far, here we find. He simply states, as if he has no brain, I find, you're not in the right. The terms of resuming help between the issue with you and your mother were... I like how he tells it, even though we just covered this already earlier. So let's see what he wrote now, because already I could tell, he's walking himself into more situations where we as the audience will simply be essentially ridiculing him for the ineptness that he shows here. We saw the actual emails and the reasonable inferences that they brought out. Thank God for the written stuff, actually. He says, the terms of resuming help between the issue, resuming help, the giving of help by me for the issue between you and your mom, were that I'd act as an in-between and send messages back and forth. Okay, and then this was done through email and text, and then I'd send the context of the messages she sent to you, and then you'd provide a response. I'd then help you reword it, since you agreed the way you write is often too harsh and long, and then once both parties agree on it being acceptable, that it would be sent. That was all. Anything extra I did with lending you money, it's true. He did help me, and I appreciate him. And I paid him everything back, plus a lot of interest and extra gifts on top of it. So he made out pretty well, I think, overall. So he should be fucking grateful that he got to make a few bucks off of me. About as grateful as I am that he lent me the money to begin with, which I was. So why would he shit on the good relationship by, twisting everything now with these things? The way he's treated this friend of his afterwards, since that point in time. Not good. But we continue on. He describes, or transferring it when you had issues with your accounts, or done so out of kindness. I agree. I won't take that away from you. And I appreciated that. And that was a good thing that came from Anthony. So far, that was his first paragraph there. Let's consider this paragraph. How does this paragraph cause everything I've said to become invalidated regarding why what he did isn't morally considerate or correct or appropriate, the way he's acted overall? Right, it's kind of glaring, right? You look at it and you're like, God, Anthony, it really is some kind of neural framework. We can literally see it. We can literally take a pencil on a map and on an illustration, literally line it and trace it. What the fuck? You could see the deficit. But let's be fair to him. He may have more to say. That might be the game changer for him. He says the terms were agreed upon and accepted. What terms? The ones I shared clearly that were in original writing on the email? Yeah. Did those terms indicate that this is fine, therefore, for you to act this way here about this specific thing? Right, that's the issue. Remember, an agreement is a reasonable agreement. Trying to hold something to me that wasn't reasonably agreed on. Actually, it had at least ambiguity, if not outright a clear absence of a reasonable agreement. The ambiguity that you supposedly were bent on avoiding is the ambiguity you sewn in that you're trying to lean on now. See the fucking magic irony? We continue. The terms are agreed upon and accepted. He says, you trying to say I should or have to do something outside of those terms because you feel your moral code, guys, is my moral code only, right? Help me, everybody. It's not that I have to do what's right objectively. It's just that your moral code should dictate that I should do it. Well, that wasn't agreed upon. Because I didn't agree to call your mother on the phone, therefore, if she asks me to call her on the phone, I should just make up disingenuous excuses to her and then ignore her outright. That would be me doing my best job on earth to be the best friend for my friends, who I'm looking out for when I'm their moral witness on the matter. Huh? You see how his position is like out of an autistic kind of naivete? I think that's the most extremely glaring aspect of all. I don't want to go there, but I'm calling it as I see it. So, that's my extremely strong opinion. It's just it's jarring. It's like, dude, this is autism. This is what it looks like. I could literally frame a cake around it and say, this is the autism presentation, put it in a fucking museum. Nowhere, he says, was it brought up, or did I agree to any changes to our arrangement? Your moral code doesn't allow you to dictate and unilaterally make changes. Huh? What? Am I making unilateral changes, or am I leaning on the objective moral sense of what constitutes reasonable versus unreasonable behavior within situational contexts?
Reporter Michael Falk has the story.
I have the story. At 4:05 p.m., a 100,000-pound Comet Liner 2 stainless steel car ran into a man at the Braxton station. Luckily, there was no structural damage caused to the car's chassis, so it was only a matter of cleaning the train to remove the human debris and return it to a pristine state.
Oh, just a terrible accident, Michael.
No, Brooke. This was a very lucky day for the train. If it had been hit by something bigger like a car or a boulder or a large animal that could have been dented.
Okay, do we know anything about the man that the train hit, Miguel Laviera?
He's dead now, Brooke. The train, because of its Westinghouse ECAM XCA 448F propulsion system, requires a minimum stopping distance of 625 feet. Before the train came to a complete stop, it ran over 3 trash bags, a piece of gum, a Snickers wrapper, a man in a glove.
It's just terrible. Now, I understand that the platform was packed with commuters at the time of the accident.
Yes. That cameraman told me to talk to the people who saw the train get hit. Here's what they said. Are you angry because your train ride is over?
No, I didn't even get on the train.
Don't worry. Once the blood and flesh is hosed off the car, you will be able to ride the train again.
Who are you?
I'm Michael Falk of the Onion News Network. Nice to meet you.
Now, Michael, it doesn't seem that the conductor is at fault, but will there be any kind of investigation into actually what happened and how he handled it?
I talked to the conductor. You drive the train.
Yeah. This is, I don't think we're going to be driving that train tonight.
Why, is there something wrong with the train? I thought that you said that the train was all right. What's wrong with the train?
The train is fine, but a person is dead.
The train is fine.
Yes. And a person is dead.
The train is fine.
Thank you, Michael.
Yes.
This is what it's like reading this shit from you, dude. Sorry to say, this is you. You're literally that, and you can't even see it because you are that. It's fucking horrifying. Literally anyone, thank God for anyone who's watching in on this. Please fucking help us. And help this guy. And help me. That I fucking should be standing here treated like I deserve this shit. Being subject to this shit. Fucking hell. Nor was it brought up as it goes on stage, or did I agree to any changes in our agreement? Your moral code doesn't allow you to dictate to make the changes. And he writes on, then you try to persistently pester me on changing my mind on the matter. I don't know why. And then get angry at me for doing so. Why? If you can't see why I said you overstepped, then I have nothing further to say, because you overstepped, because I said so. I can't see why it's not. Why? He writes, I don't intend to go back and forth with you on the matter any further. The matter has been clearly demonstrated for sufficiently to show everything that needs to be shown. Good. He simply states, use that person you intend to get as a third party to help you with your other tasks. Good. You owe the same to yourself, I think. See, you, Anthony, have been the one who's been accusing me of wronging you. So if you accuse me of wronging you, or I'm telling you that you're seeing wrongly, you also have a moral obligation to turn to your own people, or at least one such person. For you don't get to accuse me. I deny your accusation, and then you simply sit there and do nothing. See that? So that's why Christ and the whole Judeo-Christian paradigm says always it's one or two witnesses. Why is it really one or two? Because where you have the case where each one of those two sees the other mutually across as being the wrong one, to each one, each of them are entitled to get their guy. So now that becomes 2 in total that can be brought in. That's approximate. Sometimes each one will want to turn to like an additional second, perhaps, but that's not the doesn't need an autistic kind of strict counting to it. The point is, you want to make sure people's dignity is preserved. That's the whole point. The point that Anthony Hugh's missing. Not good. I'm about to produce this video now, and I need your help. Audience, witnesses on both sides. Who's in the right overall now? Who's in the wrong? Let's take a step back from all this. Consider everything that's been said within this so far 3-part, 3-video set of videos covering the matter. Somebody in my position, given everything that's been discussed, is it contextually right? Is it fully defensible for Anthony to be doing what he's doing? I think not. He asserts that, sure, it must be so, surely. Tell us, come up to the one who is wrong and simply sit down and inform that person. Listen, you are the one who's wrong, and here is exactly why. This is what we find. Do this for us and liberate us from the terrible crap that circumstances like this bring upon those of us in the world who are consumed by it. Thank you.